Learn how to use Three.js and Blender to design a stunning and interactive 3D portfolio. This course will take you from the foundational concepts of 3D modeling in Blender to creating a fully functional, award-worthy portfolio website using Three.js. You'll master essential techniques like proper quad topology for clean models and texture baking to optimize your scene for the web. By the end, you'll have a delightful, cute, and professionally deployed Three.js project featuring all your hand-modeled creations, including the adorable Mr. Whiskers. Andrew Wone developed this course.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. Thanks so much for stopping by. So without further ado, let me just refresh the page and show you what we'll be creating today. So small loading screen, hover, enter, hit enter. That just says hello, changes a little bit, small little animation there. And then we have these objects animating in to catch the user attention. Sorry, let me just mute this for a second. To catch the user's attention so they know where to click. So that's why I animated these and these and these as well. And then when you click on one of these, it pops up a simple model like so. And you can style it however you want, like so. You know, very, very simple. And then you can also click outside of the thing as well. So if you're familiar with Three.js, I just used orbit controls for navigation, except I limited the pan and the rotation so we don't see the back of it because I deleted a bunch of faces back there. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that's totally okay. So now I just want to talk about the specifics of what you'll learn in this video, because there's a few things that you're seeing that I won't explicitly teach. So one of them is the light to dark mode toggle here, where I switch from light theme to dark theme. This requires a shader, which I was planning to cover in this course, but I felt like it was getting a little too dense and a little too long, so I did not include that. Don't worry, my next video will, but the code is there if you want to take a look at it and take a stab at yourself. But mostly everything like this hover effect, you'll learn about it. You'll learn how to create your own materials in Blender. You'll learn how to model everything, unwrap things. You can take a look at the video chapter stamps. So primarily the only two things that I'm not teaching is this coffee steam here and the light theme and dark theme toggle. But everything else you'll be able to know how to create by the end of this video. So some segments are very, very slow and step by step, and then others are more just a speed up walking through you code where I just have the code there and then I just talk about it through there. And then everything in between, you know, half of writing code and talking, and then also half step by step and drawing out explanations. So I kind of just adapted based on what I think that specific section needs. But by the end of this video, hopefully you can create some really awesome stuff. So when it comes to prerequisites, you just need to know the basics of Blender and the basics of Three.js. I do have an intro to creative web development course where I cover a lot of concepts much slower than I do in this video. I kind of just assume like you already know how to set up a basic scene, you know how to do some basic models in Three.js. In this video, I assume you don't have any knowledge of Three.js and have no knowledge of Blender. So if you want, you can skim through getting started with Three.js, and if you understand everything there, then you should be more than good enough to go. Same with Blender. If you can make like this tree and like this background here without any help, you know, you're definitely well prepared for what we're going to be doing. Yeah, so definitely reach out. If you have any questions, feel free to reach me out on Discord. I'm most active there. You can find it probably in my YouTube description somewhere, but email is totally fine as well. Also, if you'd like to support me, you know, definitely consider checking me out on patreon.com. I would really appreciate it. You know, anything means a lot. Or alternatively, if you want to buy me a coffee, that's really awesome as well. And if you do ever, you know, financially support me in some way, you know, definitely reach out for a chat and a call and we can just set something up for sure. I would definitely love to chat with you. So without further ado, let's get straight into the video. Hope to see you on the other side and definitely share what you create. Okay, before we start modeling, I just wanted to talk about some terms that you'll hear me say a lot, and I kind of want to explain them. So when I say a tri, what I mean is a face with 3 vertices, 1, 2, 3. And if I say a quad, that's one with 4 vertices. And then you'll hear me say n-gon, which you've probably heard of things before like pentagon, octagon, so on and so forth. Those prefixes actually resemble numbers, so we just represent it with n, right? Some number of vertices gone or whatever. So like, let's say we have a pentagon, right? This has 5 vertices, like so. So instead of calling it a pentagon, I'll just call it an n-gon. And any face with, you know, more than 4 is going to be called an n-gon in my book. And obviously if you'll have just 2 vertices, this is like a line or something, right? So it's generally best practice to try and make your model, your objects, consist of quad faces and quad topology. And the reason for that is because 3D software handles the calculations that it does behind the scenes a lot better with these quad sort of faces rather than some of these other ones like n-gons and tris. It doesn't mean you always have to go for quads, it's just general best practice. Also, when you have quad topology, you kind of want them to be equal in size across your model, other than obviously areas that need more detail. But for the most part, places with the same level of detail should have relatively similar quad sizes. Yeah, so as I work through the tutorial, I'm going to be going into more detail and showing more examples so you know what I'm talking about and can visualize it a little bit better than what I'm doing here. All right, so I'm in a new general Blender file here. Now I'm going to say all the hotkeys I use out loud, but in case I forget something, try and look down here to see if you can see it over here. Not everything will show up here. So in the case that I don't mention anything and it doesn't show up here, you know, just post a timestamp below and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. So the first thing I'm going to do is probably delete this point light, and then I'm going to hit M and move this into a new collection called Lights Camera Action, and just disable it so we don't see it in the meantime. Now, to start and create a room, you can totally start with the default cube. So let's just do that. So I'm going to hit S to scale it up. Then I'm going to go into edit mode. And if you want this pie menu thing here, you can go into edit preferences, go into key map and do tab for pie menu. That way you can easily go between all different kinds of modes. By default, if you hit tab, you'll just go into between object and edit mode. But I like doing this because I use these other modes too. Not for this video, but you'll get used to it and it'll be just as fast as hitting tab eventually. Anyway, what I'm going to do is hit 3 to go into face select, which is right up here. I'm going to select these 3 and I'm just going to hit X and delete the faces there. Now, instead of selecting these faces, well, I guess they were every single face, so you could just hit A to select everything and doing Alt E extrude along normals and then hitting S to scale evenly. Instead of doing that, I'm going to add a solidify modifier. This way we can just easily adjust it later if we want to. So now if I increase my thickness, you can see maybe I want to go that way instead. It's going to do the same thing and we can just check even thickness here. Now generally before you apply a modifier, you should apply your scale. So I'm going to hit apply my scale and you can see that's going to affect my solidify modifier, which is totally okay. For us, solidify modifier is not really a big issue whether you apply your scale or not, but for other modifiers it will be. Anyway, we can always change it later, so that's pretty good. And now I just want to move my cube up to above the grid just because the grid is a little bit distracting. You can hide the grid if you want, but I'm just going to move it above the grid. So I'm going to go here into orthographic view and just bring it up, just sitting right there. Cool. So now we have a room that we can play with. And of course, if you want to adjust it, you can totally do that as well. I might be making slight scaling adjustments later and off camera, but I'll just show you now that I would go into wireframe view and probably just do something like this, GUI, select the vertices and things like that, and scaling and so on and so forth. So just in case you see some slight changes, that's what I'll be doing. Now I don't like how sharp these areas are, so what I'm actually going to do is add a bevel modifier. And that'll just give it a more style. And that'll just make it a little bit more stylistic and cute. So we can increase the amount of segments to maybe like 4. And you can see now it looks really, really smooth. And then you can adjust how much you want to bevel. So if you want it like more plumpy, you can totally increase the amount just like that. And then right now what it's doing is flat shading the geometry that's being added. So what you can do is right click and do shade smooth instead. Now there's this other option called Shade Auto Smooth, and it'll only take faces that are at certain angles and smooth those instead. So you can see if I do Shade Auto Smooth, we kind of get the same results. This is not really a good model to show what that does, but you can see we get the same results. So we'll just leave that there for now. Now again, if you're a beginner to Blender, you'll know that bevel and solidify modifiers, these are operations you can actually do with Blender yourself. So again, if I just add a cube, just to show you, go into edit mode, select these faces, A to select everything, Alt E extrude along normals, S to scale. Then I go into edit mode, hit A to select everything. Then I apply my scale, go into edit mode, hit A to select everything. Then do Control B, move my middle mouse button up to increase the amount of bevels. I have 4 cuts on my bevel modifier, and then I'm just going to left click and drag there. And then I'm going to right click and do shade auto smooth. And you can see we get the same thing here, except one of them we did with modifiers, whereas the other ones we used the actual operations. So you can see if we do shade flat, you can see we're going to see all those phases. But if we do shade smooth, we're going to get rid of all those. Super, super cool. Okay, so the next thing when it comes to creating a model and things like that, other than getting references, is to block out your scene and try and get a feel of what you want in your room, your composition, and things like that. You won't always do it, and for this tutorial, I don't think I'm going to be doing it, but I do want to touch on it because it's a very, very, very common practice when you're starting a 3D art project. It's the same way how artists might have like guiding lines or sketches that start out before they start coloring in and things like that. So blocking out is kind of the same idea. So let's say you add like a plane here, and you're like, okay, I want my bed to maybe kind of look like this, maybe about this shape. Go into edit mode, hit A to select everything, E to extrude everything. And you're like, okay, my bed's gonna be here. And then maybe you come over here, go to this add cube tool, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna like put a desk over here. So maybe I want a desk over here. And then, okay, maybe I want some shelves over here, like so on and so forth. And then maybe you go into the annotate tool and you're like, okay, maybe I want like a clock over here. And then maybe like a lamp over here. Oh, sorry, that's not a lamp. That's a lamp. No, that's not a lamp either. And then you kind of just like, you know, get the general vibe of what you want. So that's totally an approach that you could go for if you want to. And it's a very, very common practice. But for this video, I'm just going to be showing you how to model things rather than blocking out and doing composition and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to select these and I'll just delete them. So one thing I definitely want is a desk. So I'm just going to shift right click somewhere to spawn a cube. So shift A and just add a cube. Bring it up to any height. It doesn't really matter. You can always change it later. And kind of just like get it to a scale that you like. Doesn't really matter. And I'm just gonna try and get an eye for the desk. It doesn't have to be proportional. Again, we're going for a more stylistic rather than realistic scene. So if it's not proportional, that's totally okay. And of course, you can always change it later. And then I'm gonna go for a standing desk. So this is going to be a little bit non-traditional compared to regular desks. And I don't like seeing this here. So what I can do is either go into local view with my numpad / or come over to view, local view, and do toggle local view like so. Or you can just hit this and hit the eyeball here, or hit H or Alt H to unhide. So H or Alt H. So I'm just going to go into local view here. And what I'm going to do is probably shift right click somewhere over here and just add a plane. And I'm just going to scale that down like here or something like so, which will be the desk leg, and go into edit mode and just hit E and extrude it downwards. Then since this face is still selected, I'm actually going to hit P and separate by selection. So what that does is my selected thing now just became its own object. Now it still takes the origin point of the original thing that I separated it from. However, we can fix that if we do right click, set origin, origin to geometry. And now the origin's geometry is over here, and the scale and every operation will be around this origin point. Now since the leg is going to be the same on the right and left, what I'm going to do is go into edit mode, add a loop cut to this plane right here, right click to cancel the movement, and I'm just going to delete those vertices by selecting them. And I'm going to come over here and add a mirror modifier just like this. And now if you're working in a different axis, you might have to change this, but I'm on the X. Then I'm going to turn on clipping. This way, if I go into edit mode, you can see that they're not going to go through each other. If I turn it off, you can see they're going to go through each other and things like that. Now I'm going to select these, go into wireframe view, and just do GX. And then go into side view and then just extrude it at like a small angle, kind of like this. And then I'm just going to hit E to extrude the vertices again and lock it on the X axis and probably go around here. And then I'll just hit E and just extrude again, probably around here, just like this. And then I'll do E and lock it on the X axis. But this time I want to turn on snapping. I'll turn on snapping here, go to vertex snapping. And now when I do G to move it, lock it on the X axis and hover over this vertex here, you can see it's going to perfectly align just like that. And now if I go back into object view, I can turn off snapping here and go into solid view. You can see we kind of have a table like this. And then we want to fill in these faces. So I'm going to select these two edges, go into hit F to fill, select these two, fill those as well. Select these two, hit fill, select these two and hit F to fill, just like that. So now we kind of have like a table leg there. And then let's just scale it up just a little bit because I want it to be blocky and stylized. And then I might increase this just a little bit. Okay, when it comes to standing desks, usually there's like some sort of inset, right? And then there's like another overload thing that actually moves up and down the bar. What I'm probably gonna do, well, first, this is a little bit too thick. So I'm gonna scale it first on the S and Y, and then probably on the S and Z, just like this. I'm gonna apply my scale and then go into edit mode. And whoops, I accidentally removed this face, but what we can do is just hold Alt to select that entire edge loop there. Rather than clicking on all four of them, we can just hit Alt and go near the edge. Hit fill just to fill that up. And then what we can do is hit I just to inset it a little bit, like so. And then now we can just do E and extrude downwards. And since we have vertex snapping on, we can just snap it to a vertex like this. So if you hold Control, it'll turn it on automatically, even if it doesn't show it's on. You can also just come up here and click it, and you can see it'll snap. There, again, make sure you lock it on the axis, and you can snap it. Since these are all at the same level, it doesn't really matter which one you choose. So I'll just use this one here. But typically, I usually just use Control rather than come up here to toggle it on and off. You can also hover over it, and you can see Shift Tab is also another way to toggle it on and off. But usually, I just use Control, which is the hotkey for it. Okay, so now we kind of have our standing desk functionality. If you want, you can go into wireframe. Again, just select all these and kind of just adjust it here. And if you wanted multiple layers, you could just inset again and so on and so forth. Okay, let's go out of local view and let's go back into solid view. That looks like a pretty cool desk. Obviously, it's not inside a room, which is fine. We can just adjust that very, very nicely, just like that. Now what we can do is use mirror modifiers for these. So I'm going to come over here and add a mirror modifier. And then I'm just going to select this object to mirror over. And since it's in the Y direction, we can switch this to Y. And now you can see it's over there and get rid of the X value. Then same thing with here. But instead of adding the mirror and doing all that again, what we can do is select this, shift select and select this one as well, make it the active object, come over here and do copy to selected. And that's a really easy way to copy a modifier from your selected object, or your active object, to your other selected objects. And you can see it's added right here. This is going to be the same thing we do with the bevel modifier. So our room right here, it has a bevel modifier, right? And we want to copy this to all of these as well. So what I'm going to do is select all of these, hold shift and make this the active object highlighted by orange. Then I'm just going to come over to the bevel modifier and do copy to selected. And now you can see the bevel modifier is also applied to our table stuff. And make sure to apply your scale so it works properly. And I'm going to right click and do shade smooth again. And you can see, okay, cool. We kind of have something more stylistic. And if the bevel is too much, you can come over here. And with all three of them selected, you can see they all have 0.168 amount, right? With all of them selected, if you hold down Alt on your keyboard, you can adjust the bevel for all of them all at the same time. Just like that. So 0.78 looks good. And of course, if you want to adjust one of them's bevels and not the other, you can totally just do it individually as well. But if you want to group bevel, that's totally how you do it. And I feel like these are a little bit too far. So what I'm going to do is just do GX and kind of move it a little bit. SY, SX, and then maybe select this and kind of just scale that in a little bit. So there we kind of have like our cute little standing desk there. All right, let's create a tabletop thing. So I'm just going to go shift right click on top of my table and probably add a plane. Then just scale it down, SY probably, scale it down a little bit. SY, just like this, go into edit mode, E to extrude that up a little bit. Go back into edit mode, add a loop cut here. And then just give it an arbitrary size and probably just E and extrude this out. And what I'm going to do is add a mirror modifier so I don't have to do it on the other side. So I'm just going to do that. Let's go into Y here. And since it's mirroring across this origin point, it's going to look like this. So what we're going to do is select everything in edit mode, GY, and just pull everything over here. And then let's turn on clipping. And then let's just bring it back inside just like so until it snaps. Then let's go into edit mode. Well, I was still in there. Select this face. Make sure that's selected and just delete that because we'll never see it. And cool, we kind of have a stand like this. And I just want to give it some style. So I'm going to select this, E to extrude this out a little bit. Select this one and kind of just bring it in a little bit just like that. All right, and now let's apply our scale. And with this one as the active object, let's just come over here and do copy to selected. So now this has a bevel modifier, and I'll just do shade auto smooth here. Now you will notice that there are some slight shading issues here. That's due to the way that we modeled the thing, the bevel. Hey, I'm Andrew from the future. I just want to talk about a quick fix to fix this corner here. I did say it was a little bit too advanced because the professional way to fix it up is a little bit too advanced for this course, but there's a really quick way to fix it, at least visually good enough for us. And I show it later in the video, but I'm just going to do it now. So in your bevel modifier, what you can do is come over to miter outer and change that to arc. And you can see that kind of already fixed some things. And then if you still have pinching here, you can try changing the amount of segments. And you can see going down to 3 actually made that a little bit better. And then of course you can also try and adjust the amount here as well. And then you also have this profile thing here in shape that can also adjust, what kind of bevel you have. So I guess right now it's not a great example for using shape here, but when you use bevel in the future, you can play around with the shape to kind of help it out a little bit. Additionally, you'll see me add weighted normal modifiers to fix the shading of beveled things, which is totally fine. But you can also just come into the shading tab and click on harden normals here. I just by habit add weighted normal modifiers. So just to show you the difference in geometry when I do arc versus sharp, I'll make this one sharp. I will apply both of the modifiers right like so. And you can see that this one is using sharp, this one is using arc. Typically we go for quad geometries, which is what arc gives us. So it's got a better edge flow here. Now there's still an n-gon here, so there's still issues with the topology, but again, that's like an advanced concept. So this will be good enough. This will be better than what we see here. Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. And honestly, even if you leave it like this, it's really not a big deal either. Just focus on having fun and don't really worry about anything like that. Right, so we can do the computer now. Let's just shift right click somewhere, shift A adds a plane, just scale it down, go into edit mode and just extrude that up. Let's go out, apply our scale, go into edit mode again, select this face, I to inset, like so, creates a face within the face. G, shift Z and just move it, well actually let's just do GX and move it backward like here. And then just extrude that up. Then we can go into face select and just hold Alt to select the entire loop, Alt S to scale along normals and just make it a little bit thinner, just like that. Then we can add like a loop cut and kind of just extrude it inwards a little bit. Super cool. Then we can do Shift deduplicate, right click cancel, P separate by selection. So this will become our computer. Right click, set origin to geometry. We can just scale that up a little bit. And then we can do a little bit SY like this. Then we can go into edit mode, hit A to select everything, extrude outward. Let's apply scale on this. Let's go back into edit mode, hit I to inset a little bit, and then E to extrude it inwards. And there we kind of have a computer with a stand like so. And I think I just want to move this up just a little bit so we can see a little bit of the stand there. I feel like the stand is a little bit too big, so I'm just going to select all those and do website proportional editing on. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I must have hit a hotkey or something, but I'm just going to hit Alt S and scale this along the normals just like that. This is also a little bit too thick, so I'm just going to hold Shift and Alt to select both of those loops and just do SY and kind of scale it down a little bit like so. Then we can just select these again with this one selected. I guess we can just do copy to selected just like so, and of course make sure to apply our scale. One thing I'll say about this computer now is that it looks too thin compared to the rest of our scene. We want to go for more bulky and like full sort of vibe. So what we're going to do is go into edit mode and select the screen itself. Actually, we can turn this off temporarily so you can see what I'm doing. And we're going to hit Control Numpad Plus to increase our selection. You can see it expanded our selection, so we don't have to do that. Or you can just select this face, hold Shift Alt and try and get the loop, which also works as well. Or if you want the more hotkey, you can select a face, do select more or less, and you can see the hotkey is Control Numpad Plus. You can just do more and I'll select everything. And then I'll do S, and then I'll scale it down, and then I don't want to do it on the X-axis. I don't think it is, but I'm just going to do S and then Shift X. And then just scale it a little bit here. And then I'm going to reactivate my bevel modifier so I can just kind of see how thick it would be. Cool. And the computer itself is too thin. I like the frame. So what I'm going to do is, I think I'll just select everything and just do SX and just scale it up a little bit like that. So now you can tell that it's a little bit more full. And then I want the bottom a little bit higher than the rest of them. So I'm just going to increase that a little bit, just like that. So the frame is a little bit bigger down here on the bottom. Right click, shade auto smooth, and there we have a computer. All right, for the mouse pad or table pad, I don't know what they call that. I'm just going to go into edit mode on this one. Shift duplicate, right click, cancel, piece separated by selection. Make sure this one is selected, right click, set origin to geometry, like so. Just scale it down, maybe go into top view, maybe something like this size, maybe a little bit smaller, then go into edit mode, hit A2 and E, extrude everything, apply our scale to make sure it works perfectly fine. Okay, cool. Can GZ, move it a little bit down just like that. Maybe that's a little bit too big, so we can tone that. And I don't think we need that many segments, so maybe like 3. Cool. Shade auto smooth, and there we kind of have like our little mouse pad thing. So for keyboards, generally the workflow is you go online and you look up keyboard plus Qt, and then you find an image online and then right click and save the image to your desktop. And then you go back into Blender, Shift A, and add an image reference like so, and then just navigate to that image. Nowadays, you can just click and drag it into Blender and it'll auto import. If you don't like that rotation, you can quickly reset its rotation by doing Alt R. And it's positioned with Alt G, and now you can see it's back at the world center. I don't want to do that. I'll just do Alt R and then do RZ90 just to rotate it a little bit, come up here, scale it down a little bit, and go into wireframe and just position it somewhere like here. And then since we have that, we can just shift right click to start a key, add a plane, scale it down to match the key a little bit like so, go into edit mode, E to extrude that up. Scale that down a little bit. If you don't like wireframe here, you can also go into X-ray mode, which is a very common thing. I use wireframe or X-ray. You know, I kind of switch between both of them. You can also adjust your reference image, which has a lot of properties, like if you want it in front or change the visibility of it. So if you come here, you can see if you like the opacity level and things like that. So a lot of options you have. And so let me just, the typical workflow then is when you model a key, you add like an array modifier. And then maybe you add another array modifier, but instead of in this way, you go like this way or something, and then you just increase the count and so on and so forth. And then when you're done, you just apply them. And then since it becomes one object, that's fine, but maybe you want a separate object. So what you do instead is select one of the keys, Control L, and this will select all the linked things to your selection. And then you just Shift D to duplicate, right click cancel, piece separate by selection. And now you can see it becomes its own object. Then you just go back into wireframe, move this somewhere over here, and of course you want to reset its origin, so right click, set origin to geometry, and now you can see that you kind of have a key like over here, and then you kind of just model the keyboard from that. There's another alternative where you use an SVG and just auto extrude a keyboard, which is fine too, but there's a lot of topology issues there to clean up, and that's a little bit of an issue. If you're just going for a render, it's fine, but for us, there's kind of no reason to go with an SVG route. I'm not going to be using a reference at all because I'm just going to create something very, very basic. So what I'm going to do, delete this one, go into edit mode, select this one, Control L, and this will select everything that is linked or connected to your selection. So if I select all these and do Control L, you can see it's going to select the entire of these because all of them are connected. I'm just going to select one of them, and P and separate by selection so it becomes its own object, and then delete the rest because I want to re-add my array modifier that I applied. So now I'll just add my array modifier and then adjust it a little bit like this. Go into edit mode, SZZ just to scale this down a little bit. Nice key, kind of like that. Then let's apply the bevel modifier. So select this one over here, copy to selected. Super cool, apply scale, just make sure that works. Whoa, that looks a little bit too much. You can see applying scale is affecting the bevel here. So this one, I'm going to change down the amount a little bit. And if it's too fast, you can hold shift to make it a little bit smoother. So maybe about 0.08, right click, shade auto smooth again. Now we got some cute keys there. For the keyboard base, What I'm going to do is honestly probably just shift deduplicate this one, scale it down, shift Z a little bit, GZ, bring that up a little bit, right on our keys, super cool. Go into edit mode, probably bring up this edge a little bit so it's kind of a little bit stylized. Come over here, go into side view, just rotate it. It doesn't have to be exact. You can match it with snapping if you wanted to. There's like this align rotation to target property here, but I'm just gonna eyeball it, and sometimes that's kind of all you need. And then here I want to add another ray modifier like so, and then instead of going this way, I just want to probably go in the Y direction this time. Super cool, and just increase that like so. I don't want too many, and then probably select the whole thing and just GZZ just to move it on the local Z axis, GXX, local X axis. Then we can shift deduplicate, right click, cancel this one, get rid of the array modifier, get rid of this array modifier, go into top view, just come over here somewhere, maybe scale this down a little bit, go into edit mode, wireframe, and maybe drag this out a little bit, GX. Then go back into solid view and just scale this up along the Y axis. And now it looks a little bit too smooth, so we can just select the top face here, SY, and bring that out a little bit. So there we have our spacebar. And then let's make sure to apply our scale, and then GZZ just to bring it in a little bit, just like that. So there we have our simple keyboard. Now I don't like how this is so square. So what we can do is go into edit mode, select these edges. You can actually just do Shift G and select similar length in this case, and I'll select all the edges of that object that have a similar length, which is this one here. So we don't have to go around and select all of them. We can just select one, Shift G, select similar length, and then we can do Control B to actually bevel it ourselves, and then just add a more rounded bevel, kind of like that. If you want to increase the amount of segments, you can do Control B and use your mouse wheel to increase a little bit, just so it looks a little bit smoother. And there we kind of have our keyboard just like that. Awesome. And there we kind of have our keyboard just like that. And then maybe just scale it up a little bit just to make it a little bit more cute. But yeah, there we have our keyboard. Okay, let's create probably a little plant. So I'm just going to shift right click, add a plane, scale it down, go here, extrude upwards. And then I'm going to go and inset just like here, and extrude downwards, kind of like so. Again, same thing here, Control L. This time I can just do copy modifiers, apply my scale just to make sure that's fine. Cool, shade auto smooth. Maybe too much here, so maybe like 3 segments is okay from far away. Honestly, maybe even 2. Yeah, like even 2 from far away. Again, there's shading issues, but not really a big deal. I want to select all these and shift select all of these, and I actually just want to scale that a little bit. Whoops, let's turn off proportional editing. Let's do S. Let's do Alt S and just squish it in a little bit. And the amount is too much for the amount of segments, so maybe we just add one more segment there and increase the amount a little bit, just like that. So there we kind of have something like that. Cute plant sort of thing. Or actually, maybe this can be like a pen holder. So I'm going to select this face, GZ, and move it down there. And this can be like a pen holder rather than a plant. Okay, so for the pens or pencils, we can just shift right click somewhere, Shift A, add a plane, scale it down, go into edit mode, E, and extrude upwards. And then we can E extrude upwards one more time and just scale it down like so. And I kind of wanted to leave it a little bit just like that. I'm not going to be giving this a bevel modifier, primarily because it's so far away. I don't think anyone would be able to tell. And I'm just going to Shift D, duplicate, Shift Z, move it around, RR just to rotate a little bit. Have it leaning on this one. It doesn't matter if it's inside of the other one. Ideally, it shouldn't be inside of each other, but sometimes it's just, you just gotta save some time and just work with it. So there we kind of have like a cute little pencil holder there. Okay, now we can probably make like a flower plot or something. So I'm just gonna shift right click, add a plane, scale it down a little bit, go into edit mode, E, and extrude up a little bit, like so. Probably inset here, kind of like this, and just E and extrude downwards. This time I'm going to give it a subdivision surface modifier. Now, instead of coming here to give a subdivision surface modifier, you can just hit Control or Command 2 or 3 or 1, and you can see it's going to adjust the amount of subdivision level it is. So you can do it like 8, so on and so forth. We don't need that many. I think 3 is going to be enough. Shade smooth, and you can see pretty cool. We kind of have like a bowl sort of thing already. And if this wants to be a little bit down, you can go down just a little bit. And if you don't like that the sides are too thin, of course, you can always hold this, Alt S, and just scale it in again. Super cool. So we kind of have like a bowl there. Top is a little too thin for you. You can select the outer edge here and just do Alt S and scale it up a little bit, which we can turn this off with O, Alt S, and just make it a little bit thicker, just like that. Scale down the whole thing, GZ. And now we kind of have like a cute little bowl there. 3 might be too much. So 2 is okay. It's starting to get a little bit weird at 2, but from far away, no one's going to tell. So I'm just going to leave it at 2. That'll save out on some memory there. So super cool. We have a ball there. Again, just to show that if I apply that, what that looks like, you can see kind of what it looks like here with the subdivision surface modifier. So I'm going to Shift-Z, maybe just make it a little bit smaller. For the stem, I'm going to Shift right click somewhere and search for a Bezier curve and just add it over here. Then I'll just go into edit mode, and you can see as I edit these, as I go here and edit these, you can kind of get a vibe like that. So with this one selected, I'm just going to Shift S and selection to cursor, which will teleport it over there, and probably just scale this down a little bit here. And then for this vertex over here, I'm going to select that, and I want to lower the bar a little bit so I can see what I'm working with. I'm going to go into side view, and I'm just going to bring it up kind of like this. Scale this a little bit, and kind of just make a shape like so. And with my curve selected, I'm going to come into the curve data properties right here. And then I'm going to go for geometry, and under bevel and round, I'm just going to hold shift and increase the resolution a little bit. So we kind of get a stem like this. And I don't like how that bottom is kind of doing that. So I'm just going to RY. Change that a little bit, maybe scale it down, maybe grab this bar here and just bring it up a little bit. Yeah, honestly, it doesn't really matter. But there we kind of have our thing there. Okay, so for the flower, what I'm going to do is probably shift right click somewhere, it doesn't really matter where, and just add a cube. Scale it down a little bit, Control 1 to add that subdivision surface modifier. Shade smooth, SZ just to scale it down. Yeah, it doesn't look great. We could crank this up if we wanted to make it look nicer, but it'll be far away. So there we have the center of our flower. Then for the leaf itself, we can just duplicate this and just GY, move it over here, SY, scale it up a little bit. Like so, maybe we want to turn this one to 2, so we have a little bit more geometry to work with. Then I'll add a loop cut here and probably just do SX, scale up a little bit, and scale this in, kind of like so. And then let's go into wireframe to make sure I select the bottom vertices as well, and kind of just scale this down here. Maybe make this taper off a little bit. Maybe add another loop cut here to bring that up. And then maybe something over here, kind of just plump it up here, whereas this kind of goes down just like that. Or we can turn on proportional editing. If you think that helps, you can turn on proportional editing like so. But anyway, there's kind of like our flower right there. That seems like a little bit too big there, and this I kind of want to, let's go into wireframe. This I kind of want to taper just a little bit more, but again, it's really up to you. And if you want extra detail because you're getting close, you can add like a loop cut here and like bring it down sort of thing. And then if you want more detail, you can like add a bevel, and then you get a small line, mess with it more if you want to. I'm just going to keep it really simple, kind of just like this. Okay, so now what I want to do is create a lot of these around this object right here. So what I'm going to do is Shift S and cursor to selected. It will snap to the origin point of this object here. Make sure your origin point is in the center. If not, again, that's set origin to geometry. And then what we can do is, instead of rotating around the bounding box center or the average of like the items kind of thing, we can do around the 3D cursor. Now you can see when I hit R, it's rotating around the 3D cursor rather than the origin point. So now what I can do is select this, Shift D duplicate, hit R on our keyboard, and then type in 60 and then hit enter. So we did all of that in one go. And now what we can do is just do Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R. and it'll create our flower just for us, just like that. So one more time, again, just one more time. Actually, I'm gonna do Alt D this time for link duplicates. So if you edit one, it'll edit the other one. So sorry, I did say Shift D initially, but I'm gonna do Alt D. Anyway, what I'm gonna do is hit Alt D, and I'm gonna hit R. By default, it's already grabbed when you hit Alt D or Shift D. So I'm gonna hit R instead, and then it'll go into rotate mode. That's type 60, hit enter. And then Shift R will repeat the last operation you just did. So we'll do Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R. And that way we have 6 petals around here. And now if I edit any single one of them, let's see, kind of like that, you can see that it's going to edit the other one. And that's because these are instances rather than hard copies. Yeah, so of course you can always, go here and edit it if you want. Just, have some fun like so. Okay, so once you get a flower that you like, I'm actually not going to ever come back to this flower. So what I'm going to do is just select everything, and with this active object, just do Control J, and now they're kind of all joined as one single object. If you have different subdivision levels on either of them, it's going to take the one that your active object has, so just be conscious of that. But I kind of like my flower, so I'm just going to leave it as is. Then I'm going to go into edit mode, select this vertex here, Shift S, cursor to selected, snap it there. Select this, Shift S, selection to cursor, and I'll just snap there. Scale it down a little bit, and then R, rotate it. Again, it's rotating along my 3D cursor. So let's move this back to bounding box center. Maybe scale this up a little bit. And there we kind of have our cute little flower right there. Now, of course, if you want to give some variation to, some of the flowers so they're not identical, you can totally do that if you want to, just like some slight distortions. Okay, so now I want to add like a calendar sort of thing. So I'm just gonna shift right click somewhere, I don't know, maybe here, and let's just put it over here, and then add a plane, type plane, scale it down just like so, make it a little bit longer on the Y, smaller on the X, go into edit mode, AE to extrude up, SX, just bring it in, bring this up a little bit, kind of just like that. Then we can go here, apply our scale, go into edit mode, select these two faces, hit I to inset, then hit X to delete those faces. Then holding Alt, select this loop, holding Shift and Alt to select this loop, select both of them, then do Control E and do bridge edge loops right here, and it'll kind of fill that inside for us, just like that. So I guess that's okay, but I kind of don't want this bulky thing here, so we could just like make that a little bit smaller, or if we don't like that, we can just select these faces and just delete those faces, then select these edges like so, and then since we have face snapping on, I can just do GZ and snap it down to this face, and then we can delete this face because we no longer need that. So there we kind of have a little bit of our calendar thing. I feel like it's a little bit too wide, so when I'm going to go into edit mode, probably select this side and just GX it a little bit. Cool. Then we can just copy over a bevel modifier, Control L, copy modifier just to see how that looks, apply our scale, shade auto smooth, cool. Then we kind of have our calendar thing there. For the page itself, let's just select this face, Shift D, duplicate, right click, cancel, piece array by selection, and now this will be here. Then we could go into edit mode, A to select everything, and just E extrude it outwards. There we kind of have like a calendar page, scale it down, maybe just a little bit like that. Okay, for the rings of the calendar, I think I'm just gonna shift right click somewhere here and add a cylinder. And instead of 12, maybe we do like 16 this time, because it might be noticeable. So let's just scale it somewhere here, RX 90 to rotate it, SY just to scale it a little bit, kind of like this, shade auto smooth. That's okay. Let's go into edit mode. Let's inset these faces and delete them. And then let's Shift Alt, select both of those loops like that. Control E, bridge edge loops again. So now we kind of have a ring. Okay, so now what we want to do is add an array modifier, and I'm gonna put it in the Z direction. I think it's going into the local Z direction, and then I just want 4 of those, just like this. And then we can like GY and move it just so it's kind of even in space here. For this bottom area, I don't know if we'll ever see that, but what we can do is go into wireframe and just select these vertices down here and just hit X and delete those vertices. We'll come back and clean up everything a little bit later. But now we kind of have like our cute little calendar thing here. Okay, for our speaker, what I'm going to do is use two really helpful Blender add-ons. So to get Blender add-ons these days, you have to go to their website on here. And the first one I want to use is Loop Tools. And this is an extremely popular add-on. You'll see it in a lot of Blender tutorials. You can just click and drag it into Blender and it will install and then eventually ask you to enable it. So I just clicked on it. You can see I already have it installed, but I'll just say activate and then you just hit activate. The other add-on I'm going to be using is Extra Mesh Objects, which used to be in Blender natively in the older versions, but now it's on the store. Again, you just click and drag it and install it like so. Okay, so for our speaker, I'm going to shift right click somewhere and add a round cube. This is part of the extra objects. And the reason we're using a round cube instead of the sphere is just because of the way that it's created. It'll help us a lot better than if we used a UV sphere. It won't be perfect, but it will be better. So if I scale it down just arbitrarily, bring it up a little bit. Let's go into local view. Let's go into a side view. Let's go into wireframe. Let's go into edit mode, vertex select, and possibly select about here. Make sure we got everything. Cool, we did. And just do SZ0. And this will just level out everything on the same level. Then we can go back out into regular mode, just scale that down a little bit. Cool, just like so. And since our cursor is already down at the bottom, what we can just do right now is object set origin, origin to 3D cursor. That way we'll just scale and all our transforms come from there. Then let's go back into solid view. Let's just select some faces. So maybe like here, Control plus, and then let's just Control Shift. And then let's just do Control Shift to select this side, Control Shift to select this side. And then what we can do is just E and extrude it in just a little bit like that. And then we can right click Shade Auto Smooth. And then we can just copy over a bevel modifier, Control L, copy modifier. And now you can see we kind of have a small, cute little speaker just like that. And you can definitely see that this model also has some shading issues here. For us, it's not going to matter because we're so far away. And fixing it would take too much time and it's a little too advanced for this video, so we can just leave it as is. However, we can fix a little bit of this if we go into profile and just adjust the shape a little bit and just kind of bring that up to like about here. So it solves a little bit of our issues. But again, it doesn't really matter. Okay, and now I want to make some headphones. So I'm going to make a headphone stand first. I'm just going to shift right click somewhere, shift A, add a plane, scale it down, maybe SX a little bit, kind of make it a little bit like that. Go into edit mode, E to extrude upwards. I'm going to apply my scale, and this time I actually just want to give the bevel modifier right now. So I'm going to do Control L, copy modifiers just like that. Shade, auto smooth, and then select this edge, Shift G, select similar length, Control B, and then I think we can go like this, but I don't want it to go inside, so I'm going to hit C and I'll just clamp it kind of like that. But I just want it like so. Shade smooth, cool. Again, shading issues, but it's totally okay for us. Then in here, I'm probably just going to inset a little bit and then just extrude it down just to give some sort of inset there. Then I actually want it a little bit thicker, so I'm just going to select this edge loop and then hit Alt S. Kind of inflate that a little bit there, or scale along the normals. Cool. Okay, so for the stand itself, I'm going to go really basic. I'm just going to shift right click somewhere and I'm going to add a cylinder this time. And I'm at 8, but maybe I'll go to like 12 because it'll be pretty noticeable. Whoops, not that. 12, and then I'm just going to scale it down here. S, Shift Z, go into edit mode, GZ, snap it to the face up there. You don't have to, I just like having the origin point there. So maybe something like this. I don't want it too tall, but I definitely want it noticeable. Shade auto smooth. Cool. Maybe have it a little bit bulkier, just like that. Let's add a mirror modifier. Select this as our object. Cool. And then we can just shift right click over here and add a, maybe we can add another cylinder, and this time we probably only need like 8. So I'm just going to scale it down like so. And then RY 90, just like that. Go into edit mode, select this face here, and then just GX and snap it over here. So there we kind of have like our pole thing. And then S, Shift X just to make it a little bit smaller than the other beams themselves. Cool. I don't know if that particularly matches because it kind of looks like there's edges there. From far away, though, with the headphones on there, I don't think anyone can tell, so we're just going to leave it as is. Okay, for the headphones, let's start with a cube. So I'm just going to Shift A, add a cube somewhere. This time, let's go into local view. So I'm just going to go into local view. Let's go into a side view here. Let's do Control 1. Again, that just adds a level 1 subdivision surface. Actually, let's do Control 2. Let's right-click, shade smooth. Then let's just do probably SY, and kind of just get a general shape like this. I'm going to Shift D, duplicate that, and just move it over to the side. And then for this one, I'm just going to add a simple loop cut. Maybe like over here, so it kind of is with this one. And then maybe I will select this face here and inset a little bit, and then just extrude it inwards a little bit. So we kind of have a small little inset there, and then we kind of have our earphones. And then maybe I'll just scale it up here a little bit. If you want, you can add like loop cuts and kind of style it, but I'm going for some really simple headphones. Super cool. So usually headphones are rotated a little bit when they're resting, so we can rotate it, both of these, just a little bit, kind of like so. Then for the top, we can just arbitrarily Shift right click somewhere in the center here and add a cube and scale it down like so. GZ, bring it up a little bit. Let's go back here and let's just eyeball the rotation. Doesn't have to be accurate. Let's go into edit mode, wireframe to select all the vertices and just bring it up, kind of just like so. Cool. So now what we can do is probably SYY, just to scale it a little bit, kind of like this. And then we can also give a Control 2 or Control 1 should be enough, subdivision surface modifier. And now let's add some bracing edges or control loops, which we call them, on all of the sides like so. And then here, well, I don't want proportional editing, SX, and I'm just going to scale it up just like that. And then let's just do shade smooth. We're cool. So we kind of have that initial one. And then we can just duplicate this and make another one right on the top. So this is going to be overlaying just like this, SX, just to scale it like so. It doesn't matter that it looks a little bit off, you know, from far away, no one's going to tell. So there we kind of have our other stuff. So I feel like this is a little bit too large. So I'm just going to scale it along its local Z-axis, GZZ, move it down a little bit. And then this one can come down a little bit more, SZZ. You know, we just need some differentiation, but I don't want it to be too inaccurate, even though we're going stylist. I feel like that's a little bit better. Cool. And then maybe expand this a little bit more. So what I'm going to do now is just duplicate this. And then what I'm going to do is select all of these and do SY, and then hit Y again for the local Y axis, and then do -1. And this is a really quick way just to mirror your object. So again, if I show that on like a extruded cube, let me just show you real quick. And well, sorry, wrong face. If I extrude this and I do SY -1, you can see it's just going to create that, right? So SY -1 is going to go like that. Now I want to create that thing that you put on your head or rests on your head. I don't know what that's called. Now there's quite a few methods to approach this. I'm going to be using a much more simple method, but it works for what we're going to be doing. So what I'm going to do is I want it to be a little bit bigger. So I'm going to select these three faces. Remember, we added these edge loops, guard loops here. So they are also part of the top face. Make sure to select that. Shift D, duplicate, right click, cancel movement, and just scale it up. Scale it up just a little bit like that. Cool. So now we have something sort of like that. All right, let's do that again. Let's Shift D, duplicate that. And let's go into a side view here. And let's bring this one up to like where you think your earphone headrest would be, or like the tip of it pretty much. And then you rotate it arbitrarily to kind of get it perpendicular to whatever axis you're working on. In my case, it's Y. And then once it's near, like, you can just do SY and then 0. And that'll just flatten out everything to make sure it's up completely perpendicular. Let's make sure we're in wireframe to select everything. So you can just guess, but you can always make adjustments later. So if you're too high, too low, it's not really a big deal. So now what we can do is select this, Control L just to quickly select linked, or just select each one, or, you know, make sure you're actually selecting this one and not the inner one. Cool. And now what we can do is hold Shift and select these as well. And then what we can do is Control E, bridge edge loops. And you can see that, okay, doesn't look great, but we can fix this. So if I come Whoops, I accidentally exited the menu. That's totally okay. You can just hit F9 to open your last menu of your operation. So what we can do, I might have different immediate defaults than you do, so just make sure to check for that. And what we can do is increase the number of cuts. And you can see already we kind of have something like that. Yeah, so I think 6 cuts is enough for us. I don't think we need any more than that. So let's just check. Yeah, that looks okay. And then we can just do shade smooth like so. And then there we kind of have our top there. Now, generally what we should have done was probably put some sort of mirror object here and not rotate these. That way it wouldn't be as confusing as what we're doing now, but that's totally okay because we can learn from that. So what we can do is select this edge loop here, go back into a side view, and now we definitely need proportional editing and just increase this a little bit until we get something that we like. Let's add a mirror modifier now. And here we wanted to do it on along the Y. And then let's go into edit mode GUI. Just move it out like so. Just so it's kind of like over here. Again, we want to turn on clipping, GUI. Move it inside so it's like so. Let's go into wireframe, make sure these are kind of out. Cool. And now we can just, I guess we'll work from this location instead. So GZZ, like so, and kind of just bring it up arbitrarily. Center just a little bit. And now what we can do is actually delete this one because it's mirroring this entire thing. So now we can just plug this in here somewhere arbitrarily like so. Then we can just select the top because I want it a little bit thicker. Control L and probably let's turn off proportional editing, SX, and just give it some depth a little bit there. Maybe select these top ones over here like so. And Alt S and make those a little bit wider than the other ones. And then if you want the padding inside, you can totally do that. You can just like select these faces here. I'm holding Control just to select those faces, right? Shift duplicate, right click cancel, E extrude out a little bit. Cool. Cool. And there we kind of have like a little bit more of a puff there, and then probably SX just to scale it up a little bit. Maybe select these, Alt S, just to make it a little bit more puffy. I don't know. Really up to you there. So yeah, a little bit messy, but we did end up getting our headphones, so that's totally okay. So let's just scale that down. Let's come over here, let's shift right click, and then with everything selected, Shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset, so keep everything in line. If you do Shift S selection to cursor, it'll snap every origin points object to that, so do Shift S selection to keep offset, scale it down, R, maybe something like so, GZ, and we can just kind of place it just like that. So not particularly accurate. We can just scale this down on the Y a little bit. Scale this down. I want it a little bit more stylized. So maybe that's a little bit too much now. These I don't want to touch, so I'm just going to GYY, move those over here. GYY, move that back here. So now we kind of have our headphones here. And of course we can just adjust this a little bit, really up to you. And I think we can actually just join these now. So let's apply our mirror modifier for this one. And yeah, let's select this, select all of these. Probably just Control J and join them now. And let's crank this up to 2. Cool. Then what we can do is just, I don't know, play around with it until you get something that you like. And then now we can go into edit mode and go into wireframe. And probably just, you know, rotate these up a little bit with proportional editing, just so we get like a curve or something. Maybe select a little bit more here. Let's include the bottom here as well. Same thing over here. Let's just rotate, get something closer. Maybe all of these like so. Cool. And it looks a little bit too small rest to everything. So let's just scale up everything, kind of just like that. Yeah, so maybe if you watch this at the start of the video, I'll talk about how I start off with a room, but I actually want to go for more like an open vibe rather than a room. For us, I think I'm going to actually get rid of this. I'll just keep it for like a maybe collection, but I don't think I'll be using that anymore. So I'm just going to hide all that. Then Shift S, cursor to world origin, Shift A, and I'm just going to add a plane and just scale it up like so. Then I go into edit mode, select these edges and just extrude upwards. And let's delete this face here. And let's give all of these. Well, let's go back to object mode, apply our scale first. Let's go into edit mode and let's just control B and bevel and give it a bunch of loop cuts just like that. Shade smooth, shift S, bring it out just like that. Cool, so now we kind of have like a domain that we can work with, which we can also edit a little bit later if we want to. So now what we can do is, let's just select these and, whoops, deselect that with control and just move this somewhere else because I want my computer to live here. So for a gaming PC, I'm going to shift right click somewhere and I'm going to add a plane, probably go into top view and kind of just give a rough shape of what I want my PC to look like. So I think I'm going to go like over here, add some loop cuts here. Maybe add some loop cuts here. I don't actually know, so that's why I'm kind of just adding a little bit more than I normally should. We might only need a few, I don't really know. So it's fine. But maybe we can have like a gaming PC like this. And then we can select these two here and probably hit F to fill, so we kind of get like a small little corner there. And then actually maybe we want a corner here as well. So we could like drag that in, or what we can do is actually just delete those edges and just hit F to fill that. So we kind of have like a more stylized. Here maybe I don't want it like this on that side. So here now we can have something that I like. Let's go into edit mode, hit A and just E and extrude that outward. That'll be the base. Then we can just copy our modifier right now, just like so. Shade, auto smooth, cool. So there's kind of like our base right there for our computer. Okay, for the glass center, what we can do is just use this. So let's go into edit mode. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna hold Alt to select the edge loop. And it seems like we probably messed up somewhere because it's not selecting the whole edge loop, but it's totally okay. It doesn't really matter. We can hold Shift Alt and just select the remaining stuff. And then I'm just gonna hit E and extrude upwards on the Z axis, kind of like so. Then let's go into face select, hold Alt to select the entire loop there. Then let's go into face select and just select this whole loop here and P and separate by selection. So now it becomes its own thing and just scale it in. Whoops, S Shift Z a little bit just like that. Scale it up to a height that you like, maybe like SZ. Like so. And then for the top, Shift deduplicate this and bring it over here. Let's just readjust everything so they're kind of sitting on top. So there we kind of have like our gaming PC. And this side looks a little bit too cornered. So what we can do is go into edit mode and select these vertices. Let's make sure we select everything so we can go into wireframe. Just select over here. It doesn't matter if you select the back, you can hold Control and box select to deselect those. So it seems like we got everything here. So what we can do is go into solid GX and just move it up a little bit. Again, we're getting some shading issues, but that's totally okay. So yeah, and now we can just adjust it. Maybe these can be bigger. So instead of bounding box center, let's change individual origins, make that a little bit bigger, change back to bounding box center. Okay, so when it comes to the GPU fans and things like that, basically it kind of looks like this, and then you have your fan in the center like here. Let me just show you what most people would do is they would add a plane like over here. You can just watch for now. They would add a plane, and then they would probably add a cylinder. So let's just add a cylinder, come over here, and just place it in the center, GZ like here, add a Boolean modifier. So if you used design software before, you've probably seen something like this. It also exists in 3D. Then you just select difference, select the cutout object as your cutting out object, and you can see that, okay, now it's cutting out something here. You can't see it yet because it's not applied, but if you want to see it move around, you can come over here, go into object, go into viewport display right here, and then instead of texture, change it to bounds. Now the object itself is still the same, but now you can see if you were to apply this, how it would cut out from your object. I'm just going to change that back to textured. Then let's come back over here and apply this Boolean modifier. So now I can just delete this and you can see that, okay, indeed we have something like this. For you, it might work perfectly fine. And you would have like no issues. So it might work fine for you. Here you can see like, okay, it's not terrible. And it doesn't seem like there's too many shading issues. So if you're just going for something like this, it doesn't really have any issues, right? But look what happens when you shade auto smooth. You can start seeing a little bit of shading issues right here and over here and over here. Honestly, it might not be a big deal if you're from far away. However, if you are close, it might be noticeable and it might look a little bit weird. You can cover that up with possibly normal textures and some other sort of trick, but it's kind of better just to avoid this entirely. Now, you definitely can fix this up if you want to, but that's a little too advanced and too time consuming for this beginner course. So we're going to avoid this method and we're going to use a different method. So instead, what I'm going to do is Shift A and add a plane and bring it up over here like so, and go into edit mode and subdivide it probably like 3 times like so. Then I'm going to go into top view. I'm going to select probably these faces right here. I'm going to right click and again loop tools and change it into a circle. Then I'm going to hit I for like a guard loop, something over here. Let's go back and just select these out a little bit and scale it up a little bit just like that. Now what we can do is hit Control minus just to less our selection, or again, that's select more or less and then less right here. And then we can just delete these interfaces. So now we're left with this place for our fan. We can actually select this edge loop outside because it's a little bit too big and we don't want all that extra space. And then we can actually just delete these faces. So now we kind of have something like this. Super, super cool. And now when I add a solidify modifier, like so, we could just extrude, but I'm just gonna add a solidify modifier. Then we can add an array modifier, kind of like this. Let's put it up to 3, like so. Do shade auto smooth. Okay, still no issues. Now let's copy over our bevel modifier, Control L, copy. Whoops, sorry, just come over here and copy to selected. Cool, and now you can see that the shading is a little bit better on here. It's still not perfect, but it's better than what it used to be. Now, the issue here is that it's beveling on both sides. So what we can do is temporarily hide our array modifier in edit mode. And since we don't actually have the faces yet because we're using solidify, let's actually just apply it right now. Let's go into edit mode, face select, hold control, face select that. Then shift over here, now just control select that as well, pick the shortest path, X, and delete those faces. Let's go back and set our array modifier again. Cool, so we kind of have something like this. Okay, now we can apply our array modifier and let's fill in the gap on the side here. So if we go into edit mode, what you can do is select the faces like this. Sorry, let me go back like this and then hit F. And instead of having to select all of these and hitting F every single time, you can just select this edge and hit F and just keep hitting F until it repeats. So just one more time, we select these 3 edges, hit F, select this edge, hit F, 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 and it will automatically fill that just for us. So now we kind of have a thing for our GPU thing. Again, there's still some shading issues, which you can fix with another modifier called weighted normal, and this will help a little bit too. Again, still not perfect because this is a little bit too close to each other. So if you want to fix some of that pinching, you totally could. But again, it's going to be good enough for us. So we'll just leave it like so. And then of course we can scale it as see maybe something like this, make it a little bit more thick and stylized. And then for the fan, what we can do is, I think this is actually already in the center, which is actually really nice. So we can just do Shift S, cursor to selected, which will just snap it there. Let's go to object mode and add it. We can always join it later. And let's add a cylinder. I don't think we need 12 because it's going to be so small. So maybe 8 will suffice. So sorry, my numlock key is off. So 8, yeah, it doesn't look great from close up, but from far away, it'll look more than okay. And then just scale it down a little bit, kind of just like that. So for the blades itself, you could totally import like a fan reference just to go off it, but honestly, I'm just gonna eyeball it. So I'm just gonna add a plane arbitrarily, and then maybe go here and just move this slightly over here. Whoops, let me turn on proportional editing, and then maybe move another one right here. I don't know, try and get a regular shape of a blade, and then over here, maybe something over here, and we definitely want to loop cut down the center just to give it some shape over here. So I'm kind of just eyeballing everything, but you could definitely import a reference if you need to. Maybe rotate some of these, maybe a little bit. I don't actually know, but I feel like this kind of looks good enough for a blade. So what we can do is add a solidify modifier, just increase the thickness a little bit, and then we can add a subdivision surface, just like that. Kind of looks like a blade, shade smooth, a little bit of shading issues, that's fine. Then we can probably, now we can, let's go into local view so it's not glitching out. Now we can probably move with proportional editing. Let's change our sphere of influence here. So here we might want a small curve here. Let's bring it down a little bit, maybe like so. It doesn't have to be accurate. Up here, we can probably bring it up a little bit. Maybe increase that. Same thing here. Maybe bring this area down. I don't know, we'll see. Kind of like something like that. So, okay, so that looks good enough for me. If you want to play around with yours, you totally can. But that'll be all for the blade here. So we can use the same method we did last time. Let's select this, Shift S cursor to selected. Let's change this to 3D cursor. Let's select this. Okay, so I think I want 6 again. So what I'm going to do is Shift D, again, hit R, and then type in 60, hit enter, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, and there we have 6. And honestly, I think I'm going to hold Alt and just increase this by 1. That way it looks a little bit better. Actually, no, I'm just going to undo that, and I think it'll look fine just like that. So anyway, let's select these and hit F3, convert to mesh. That's just a faster way of applying all your modifiers. So you can see all my modifiers for all these are gone now. And then what we can do is select all these and just join it here, kind of just like this. Cool. And then this one, if you don't want to change anything, what you can do is apply bevel and weighted normal. So now we can just duplicate this and over here. So I'm going to do GX and move it over here. You could use an array modifier if you want, but I'm just going to eyeball it because no one's going to notice and it's faster that way. So I'm just going to leave them separate for now. We'll come back to this a little bit later. And then let's just place it in our computer somewhere. So maybe, whoops, let's do, again, I accidentally have it on 3D cursor. So let's make a bounding box center again, RX 90, and just move it somewhere. That kind of looks good. And we can temporarily change this one to, we can go into viewport display and change this one to wire or bounds. In this case, I think I'm just going to go with wire. So this will be a little bit more noticeable here. And it seems like on this side, I did not fill it in. So let's just go into local view, go into edit mode. Again, we can select these, hit F, select this, F, 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 fill that in. We could have also just cut this in half and use a mirror modifier on both of these because it's the same. But you know, it doesn't really matter for us. Yeah, so what we can do now is let's just select this entire thing to go into local view, like so. Make sure we don't have anything else selected. Cool. Head into local view here, and let's just shift right click somewhere and add a, I don't know, plane. Just over here. Go into edit mode. Just go into wireframe. Kind of get something that we like. We can turn off proportional editing, and this will be like our water cooler thing. Honestly, it doesn't really have to be that cool or anything. Maybe E-extrude again, maybe E-extrude again, maybe, you know, it doesn't really matter. I'm just kind of doing whatever, honestly. So this is like our GPU or something. Maybe it looks a little bit weird, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Looks like I didn't select those fans. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so for the tubes, we're gonna do the same thing we did for the plant stems. Shift A, search for a curve. Num's curve, Bezier curve, doesn't really matter, honestly. I'm just gonna go for Bezier. Let's go into top view. Select this vertex. Let's just scale that down so we can see what we're doing. Since our cursor is over here, Shift S, selection to cursor, it'll jump it over there. Kind of like so. And then we can just move this one as well. Kind of just arbitrarily R, like so. And of course we want to give it some depth just so we can see what we're doing. So again, that's in our data object properties, and just increase the depth just a little bit, kind of like that. Here we can go into side view. This will kind of help out a lot. And if you need more geometry, you can just hit E to kind of extrude it like so. Rotate appropriately, scale it, whatever you need to, you know, kind of have some water tubes and things like that. Then we can obviously duplicate it. Oh, it looks like this looks really weird. So let's go into wireframe to make sure that's not messed up. Cool, something like that. The same thing with this one. Let's just fix that. It's got some issues here. So maybe over here, and then this one can be lower hanging. This one can be a little bit maybe hanging down here like that. We don't want these inside, so the less overlap we have, the better. But you know, it's not a complete big deal. I think that's good enough. So let's just go out And yeah, so I'm going to leave this like this for now, just so we can see everything. So the front faces, I think I'm going to cover up, whereas the side faces are going to be glass. So we'll just see this, and that should be good enough. Okay, let's add a really cute character now. So we can just Shift A somewhere, and probably let's add a plane. Let's go scale it down a little bit. Let's go into local view actually, so we get rid of everything. E extrude it up, apply our scale, and let's do Control 2 for like, shade smooth, maybe Control 3 actually, just so we get something a little more round like this. Maybe add a loop cut kind of like here, so we have something that kind of looks like a plush, maybe SX, kind of a little bit like so. Then we can go into front view, and maybe for the eyes, we just Shift A, also add a cube this time, Control 2 for that, shade smooth, come over here and add a mirror modifier, like so, come over here and do Y and X. Scale that up a little bit, maybe SZ, cool. And then maybe we can have some ears, so I'm just gonna duplicate this and maybe scale it like this, SX, kind of like this, SZZ on the local Z axis. Go into edit mode, probably inset this a little bit. There we kind of have like a flat sort of face thing. Maybe let's go into edit mode and scale this, XX, just bring it down a little bit like so. Cool. Let's also just copy this mirror modifier, so copy modifiers. There we kind of have something cute. So for the whisker thing, what I'm going to do is go into a side view, shift right click somewhere in the center, and this time I'm going to Shift A, and this time if you come into mesh, you'll see this new thing here called a single vertice, and it will add a single vertice only, and that comes with the extra objects add-on that we installed a little bit earlier. So instead, what we can do is do origin and vertice mirrored, and this will kind of just save us a lot of issues. By default, it'll jump us into edit mode on this. Just make sure you're in vertex select so you can see it, and then you can hit E and just extrude it outward and into like a shape of a whisker, just like that. Let's make sure the mirror modifier is in the correct direction, and then here we can go into wireframe kind of just to see it a little bit better. So now you can just shape it how you want, and if you want to vertice here, you can just do Control B and then hit V just to split it up a little bit and increase your mouse wheel just to get some more vertices if you need more vertices in between your other ones. Additionally, you can do Control R just for a loop cut, just to place a single one in between, just in case you need that. I think I just need 4, and that kind of is good enough for my whisker, but you know, make your whisker however you want. Okay, now for the whisker, instead of using a curve like we did earlier, let me go into side view. The reason I'm not going to be using a curve this time is because, you know, it kind of has this issue and then you have to fix that. I mean, we've dealt that with before, but it's just better not to do that again. And now that we have this extra objects add-on, what we can do, if you come into mesh and go into single vertice, you can see this thing here called add single vertice. And you click on it, it'll automatically bring you into edit mode, and it's literally just a single vertice. Make sure you're in vertex select and hit E just to extrude it out, and then kind of just shape it out into like a whisker sort of thing. If you need more vertices, you can just hit Control R and place some loop cuts in between. Now it's not really a loop cut, but yeah, I just call it loop cut anyway because it's the same hotkey. Here you can do Control B and then do V if you want to increase the amount, and you can use your middle mouse button to increase the amount of vertices there, like so, if you want it more smooth. I think I just need 4, so that's all I'm going to be doing. And I'm just going to shape it into like a whisker sort of thing. So there we kind of have our whisker. Now what we can do is actually F3 and open the global menu and convert this to a curve. You can see it's in object convert to curves, which means if you come up here, object convert to curve, it's also there as well, but I usually just use the global menu and search for it because I know about it. So now that it's a curve, we can come into the curve object data properties, and like we did for the stems and the pipes and everything, we can just increase the depth, holding shift just to make it a little bit slower, like so. Then you'll notice that they don't automatically fill the caps, so we can just click fill the caps just like that. Right click, shade smooth. I think that's fine, but if you want, you can add like a subdivision, so like Control 2, and that'll be really smooth. We're really far away, so I'm just gonna undo that and leave it really low poly, kind of just like this. Cool, and now what we can do is add a mirror modifier, just like so. Make sure it's on the Y-axis, and that looks okay. But if you want to do it for the object, you can totally do the object itself. That way, when you go into edit mode, you can kind of like adjust it like so. Anyway, let's just get out of local view and scale this down and place it on your desk somewhere. So what we can do is actually make a baby Mr. Whiskers. Shift D duplicate, G, Shift Z somewhere smaller, kind of like a little bit like so. SZ just to scale it down a little bit, make it a little bit more plump and round than Mr. Whiskers himself, and then scale it down. There we have Mr. Whiskers kid, Mr. Whiskers son right there. Super cool. Let's add a quick coffee somewhere. So let's just Shift A and add a cylinder like so. Maybe let's do like 16 this time. Scale it down a little bit, bring it up, GZ, go into edit mode, A, GZ, and snap it here with face snapping. Right click, shade auto smooth, go into edit mode, select this, inset, and just extrude it downwards. Apply a bevel modifier, like so. Then we can just copy our bevel modifier over here, copy modifier. Let's apply our scale, just like so. And then maybe adjust the amount a little bit. Maybe we can inflate this a little bit with Alt S, cool. And then for the handle, let's just Shift A, add a torus. 48 might be too many, so maybe we can do like 24. That's okay. Then we can just right click, shade smooth, and then RY90, just bring it down kind of just like here. Go into edit mode, local view, go into edit mode. Wireframe, select these vertices, whoops, let's go into wireframe and then select these vertices. All deleted those, and there we kind of have our mug. I'm just going to join that right now so they become the same thing. And then I'm just going to apply this bevel modifier and just join here right now and then just shade smooth. That way we kind of just have our coffee cup by default. Okay, for the chair, let's just start with maybe a plane and just bring it up GZ. Kind of get a shape that we want. Let's add a subdivision surface modifier of 2. And let's just add a loop cut over here. Maybe a loop cut over here. Maybe squeeze this down just a little bit so we kind of have something like that. And now let's just add a solidify modifier just to see how that will look. Okay, and let's put this before our subdivision surface modifier. Now let's do shade smooth. Cool, it doesn't look too bad. So what we actually need to do is actually apply our solidify modifier now. Now that we have more geometry to work with, then we can just inflate this a little bit. And then maybe add 2 bracing loops right here, SZ a little bit, just to brace it up. And there can be our sort of RZ90. And this can kind of be just our chair bottom, just like that. Super cool. We can select this. We'll do Shift S, cursor to selected, snap that right there. And let's add a cylinder for the base. I think 16 is too many, so we can do like 12. Scale that down a little bit. Maybe something like so. Cool. And let's go into edit mode. Bring that down. Whoops, I don't want to extrude yet. Bring that down a little bit. And then we can E, right click, cancel the movement, scale it up first, and then E, extrude it down. Whoa, that's too big, but that's totally okay. Let's go into local view. Let's just hold Alt S, and with this loop selected, so we only want it a little bit bigger, just like that. Let's do shade auto smooth, kind of like that. All right, so let's make our table leg. I'm just gonna go into local view. Let's just go into side view. Doesn't really matter. Then let's come over here. Let's do a cube this time, and let's just go start over here. Let's go into edit mode. Let's go into wireframe. Make sure we select everything. Let's just bring it down, kind of something just like this. Now what we can do is the same thing we did before. Rotate this arbitrarily parallel to the s-axis, and then whoops, and then do SZ0 just to flatten it out there. Then we can possibly put it around here or something. Then select these as well. Remember, it's selecting everything. It has to have the same amount of sides and geometry and everything. Control E, bridge edge loops, and just increase the number of cuts like so. Maybe 2 is good enough because no one's going to be looking at it that much. So right click, shade auto smooth, super cool. And then we just SY scale it in. Well, actually, maybe I'll just leave it a little bit more blocky. Cool. And then for the bottom here, we can just shift right click somewhere arbitrarily, Shift A, and this time we can have another cylinder. So I'm just going to search for that, add that down there. 12, I think we might be able to live with 10 since it's so small. So let me just do 10. Cool. RX90, just like that. SY, make it kind of small, scale it up. SY, GZ, cool. SY, GZ. And then now we can have the cap for it. So we just go into edit mode, hold control to pick the shortest path. Well, I guess that's not the shortest path. So now we can just hold Control and select those, possibly here. Shift D, duplicate, right click, cancel. Let's hit Alt S just to scale it up a little bit so there's like a small little gap there. And then Alt E, extrude along normals, and then just bring that up there. And now we kind of have our little wheel with our cap there. Do all of these stuff. So maybe over here, Control L, copy modifiers, and let's just apply our scale just to make sure everything works. Looks cool, actually. I mean, it doesn't look bad. I mean, this kind of looks bad, but from far away, no one's really going to be taking a look that deeply. Okay, let's just apply these modifiers so we can join them together. So this seems okay. Let's just join them together. Control J. Cool, just like so. And now we're going to do that same exact thing. Let's do Shift S, cursor to selected. Go into top view. Let's select this. I think I want 6 legs again, so that's going to be 60 degrees. Let's change this to 3D cursor. Okay, so same thing. Let's just go in wireframe, position this correctly. I think that's okay. Then Shift D, R, 60. Don't touch anything. Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, Shift R. There we have these. Now we can just rotate these a little bit, just so it's offset. I don't like how this is like parallel to the chest, to the chair. And I think we can just convert these to meshes now. If you want to edit them, you totally can. But I'm just going to convert them and then just join it with this object right here. And again, if you do want to edit them, you totally have the option to, right? You can go into wireframe, probably go into edit mode and select over here. You can deselect these, and then you can still adjust stuff like this. Same thing with the legs, right? You can go in the side view and select the legs and then adjust the legs. So you still have your option. It's a little more destructive by applying it. So I would honestly probably adjust it first before joining. You know, that's kind of up to you and what you want to do. And then for the back of the chair, I think that will also just be a cube with Control 2 subdivision, shade auto smooth, bring it down, maybe something like this as the cool, something like that. Maybe add some bracing edge loops, maybe just like 2 here, SY. I want it a little bit plumpy, maybe in the center. We can have one there, and then maybe one over here, and then we can do SX and kind of like plump it out just a little bit. Like, you know, if you want to style, maybe you add something like here. I don't know, kind of up to you, but I'm just going to keep it really, really simple. And for the back, we can use probably the same exact method we've been using. Let's go into wireframe, Shift A, add a cube, scale that down. Let's go into edit mode, wireframe, E, just extrude up. Rotate a little bit, somewhere around here. Cool. Scale it, maybe scale it up a little bit. E, extrude again. Rotate it. I don't even know if we need to bridge edge loops this time. I feel like just doing it manually is good enough. And then subdivision surface, about Control 2. Add 2 bracing loops on this side, SY. Scale that up, kind of like that. And then definitely 2 on this side. Okay, so to move these, new tip, you can do G for grab and then hit G again, and it'll kind of slide along the edge here. So hold Alt to select this whole edge loop, GG to move along the edge to bring it up there, G, Alt to select this loop, GG to slide it down and brace this edge like there, and then shade, right click, shade auto smooth. And there we kind of have our little thing right there. Honestly, I don't know if it's worth adding all that topology for this. So I'm actually going to delete that. And I think I'm just going to Shift D, duplicate this, Shift S, selection to cursor, scale that down, SY, kind of like this. And just probably do something like this actually, which is really simple. But it gets the job done. And then I'm just going to move this here. Cool, in the center, kind of just like that. So a lot more simpler, and maybe we add some loop cuts here and one down here for this. And we don't want this to be a little bit inflated, or maybe you do. I'm just going to Control X to get rid of those bracing edges right there. So we effectively have the same thing here, but now it's kind of like that. And then maybe we want a cushion, so I'm actually just going to select these faces, Shift D, duplicate, P, separate by selection, go into edit mode, E, and just extrude that up a little bit. And let's just make it really inflated here. Just place it right on top, just like that. And then maybe we can change the shape just a little bit. So GG, just to make it not completely perfect, move it up a little bit here. GX, move this, and this will kind of be like the backstand. And this can, and honestly, like stylistically, this kind of looks bad compared to how bulky everything is. So maybe we overkilled on 6, which is fine because we can just select everything. Let's go into wireframe actually and make sure we select one of everything of each of these, except one of them. So maybe something like this. Let's do Control L and delete vertices. Cool, we got rid of everything. This one we can just do Control L. Let's select here as well, Control L. P, separate by selection. Alright, cool. So just like that, what we can do is just select this, go into local view. Let's go to top view, reset the rotation a little bit. Well, I guess I kind of skewed it. Oh, well, that's fine. Let's go back into outside of local view with this still orthographic. Let's go into wireframe here, go into edit mode, and just move, adjust this kind of a little bit like so. So it's not like completely outside of the desk. So maybe something like this. Cool. Honestly, it might be even smaller like this, which is a little bit weird, but I think it'll work. I think it'll work for the stylistic look that we're going for. Yeah, so I just did that same Shift R thing. So I don't want to keep showing you that and waste your time, but this actually definitely looks a lot better than what we had originally. It's still a weird sort of proportion, but you know, it is a lot better than what we had originally. And let's just make this a little bit more bulkier with some support loops, SY probably, and just make it a little bit bulkier there. Cool. Yeah, but honestly, you know, just spend as much time as you want to. I don't want to waste your time here just nitpicking the models every single time. But you know, it definitely looks better than what we had originally. All right, let's bring back our room. So I'm just going to reactivate that just so we can see it again. Let's make sure, okay, we can join these now. So we can just join these and let's just move these up all kind of just like this. All right, let's add like a chest here or something, or a drawer. I don't know what they actually call it. So I'm just going to add a plane here, Shift Z, go into edit mode, E, extrude it upwards. That looks way too big. So I'm just going to S Shift Z it a little bit. That looks about right. Let's go into edit mode. Well, let's apply our scale. Go into edit mode. Select this, inset a little bit like here. I think that looks okay. Then we can add 2 loop cuts like so, and we can just scale them arbitrarily. I kind of want 3 here, so just kind of eyeballing it. Maybe around here is okay. Then we can select this. Then we can select this face, hit P and separate by selection. Then select, go back in here. Hold Alt to select these and Shift and just Control X to dissolve those. And then we can also just delete this face here. So now we kind of have this thing by itself. Let's object, so origin back to geometry. And then this will be like one of our drawers. So what we can do is, let's go into wireframe here, just E and extrude it out a little bit like here. I don't know if we want to see the inside, but maybe we do. So let's go into local view here. Let's go and just inset here and then extrude downwards. This way we kind of have like, a storage container like so. And for the handle, we can just add 2 loop cuts here and bring this down just so, like so, GZ. And then actually maybe we add 1 more here and 1 more here. And then let's just bring this down like so. And if I go out, yeah, that looks pretty good. Maybe bring it down a little bit more. Super cool. And then let's add a little bit of a gap there so the hand can fit in. Let's just copy the bevel modifiers now. Bevel modifiers. Come over here. Let's just do copy to selected. Let's apply our scale. That looks great. Let's add an array modifier here. We want it in the Z direction, so let's get rid of that. Let's just move it in the Z direction. That looks great. Then we add 3, and now it's looking a little too small, so we can just go into edit mode and scale that up a little bit, bring it down a little bit, and then just lower the gap a little bit, kind of like that. Okay, that looks pretty good for a drawer. Maybe we can increase the amount here just a little bit, and let's make sure we shade auto smooth for both of these. Shading issues here, I think this can be fixed with weighted normal. Same thing here, we can also add a weighted normal modifier, and that kind of fixes some of the shading issues. Cool, so now we kind of have this sort of stylized thing. Maybe it can be a little bit thicker. We can hold Alt to select this, Alt S, and maybe like inflate it a little bit. And book, I'm gonna add a plane. Let's just scale it down into an arbitrary book shape. That looks pretty good. You know, you can always change it later, so it's not really a big deal. Let's go into edit mode, E, and extrude it upwards. Cool. Let's apply our scale, go into edit mode, and select these faces here. And I think I'm going to shift deduplicate them. I don't know if we have to, or if we could just separate them, but I'm going to do it anyway, just in case. Then I'm going to P separate by selection, so we kind of have this cover here. That way we kind of have a cover, and for the inner book itself, I'm just going to scale that down a little bit. Then let's select the cover, go into edit mode, add a loop cut here, and let's just do GY and move it out kind of a little bit like that. Let's add a subdivision surface modifier of 2. Again, that's control 2. You can see it's right there. Let's go into edit mode, add 2 bracing edge loops here, and just scale it up on the S and X axis, kind of like so. And then let's add another edge loop right here. And let's add one on the bottom as well. And let's just hold Shift and Alt to select both of them, just like this. GY, bring it kind of really close to edge, kind of just like that. Let's add a solidify modifier. We want to solidify before the subdivision modifier, so let's do like that. Right click, let's do shade smooth. Let's just increase the thickness. So like so. Cool, looking good so far. Let's go into edit mode and let's add a bracing edge loop here and another one right here. Shift Alt. Select both of those just like that, right? And then let's just do GY and just brace that little curve there. So how much curve you want, you can determine that yourself. Let's move this book just to kind of fill in that gap a little bit there. And for this one, instead of subdivision surface, what we can do is just give it a bevel modifier. So let's come over here, select this, Control L, copy modifiers like so, shade auto smooth, cool, looking good. And then maybe we just increase the amount of segments there. And then of course we can increase the thickness kind of like that. And then let's make sure to check on even thickness just so we get a little bit more bulky there. But again, it's kind of up to your style and everything. So there we kind of have our stylized book. I might want to make modifications later. So I'm going to shift deduplicate, move to a new collection called modifiers. And I'm just going to, and then I'm also going to create another collection within that collection called book modifiers, like so. This way, and I'm going to click and drag and put in the modifiers. This way, if I want to make changes to this book later, I kind of have a backup here. But for these, I'm just going to F3 convert to mesh, and then I'm just going to join them right now, like so. Control J. We could have done that for some of our other objects if we wanted to come back to them, but I didn't do that. So, but for the book, I definitely feel like I'm going to make variations of this, so that's why I kind of wanted to keep that. Additionally, for these other ones, they still have their modifiers on there because we're going to be revisiting them in a little bit. A small little basket thing. So I'm going to create a plane somewhere, just scale it up in like a basket shape. Well, I guess baskets have multiple shapes, but anyway, same thing, E extrude up. Let's delete this face. Let's give it a solidify modifier. Let's just turn up the thickness a little bit. Let's turn even thickness. Let's also apply our scale just to make sure. Whoops, wow, now that's definitely messed up. Doesn't really matter though. Then let's add a subdivision surface modifier again. Again, we could just hit Control 2 there. I think I'm going to give it 2 here. Then we'll do shade smooth. Now it looks pretty good like a basket. I think I want to add like a guard loop down here. Now it kind of looks like a trash can. So what I'm going to do is probably add 2 loop cuts. Whoops. Add 2 loop cuts and then just SX and scale it up there. So a little bit of a guard edge there. And then probably 2 over here. SY. Kind of like that. So that's kind of looking a little bit more like a basket now. Now let's just increase our thickness just a little bit. Like so. Let's apply our solidify modifier so we have more geometry to work with. And I don't like how the top is so round, so I'm going to add another bracing edge loop there and kind of just pull it outward. And then maybe one in the center too. Maybe that's too much. I think just one to pull out the enter is good. Let's go into edit mode. Let's add a loop cut here. And this way I'll just make the thing a little bit more round. Now we can go into wireframe. Let's just select these top vertices here, and let's turn on proportional editing, hit S and do X, and just make it a little bit round like that. Cool, let's go into solid view. That doesn't look terrible. We can pull these in if you want to make the inside a little bit thinner. Or what we can do instead is select these faces here, Shift, Control, just like that, and then Alt S, and whoops, let's turn on proportional editing. Alt S and kind of just inflate the sides a little bit. Cool. So we kind of have like a little bit basket there. So let's come here and select the bottom. You can select one face, hold Control Shift and select the diagonal of another face, and I'll select everything in between. And if you want, you can hit I to inset it just to make it a little bit flatter there, and then G and Z and bring it down. This essentially adds another loop cut that way, or you can just leave it inset. I think I'm just going to pull this one down, this edge loop down just a little bit, maybe make it a little bit smaller. Actually, no, I think I'm going to make this a little bit smaller, so it's kind of braced a little bit. Cool, that looks like a good basket. And then if you want to add some detail, we can add like 2 loop cuts here, maybe SZ, bring them down, kind of like something over here. Maybe one over here. Cool. Let's select this loop cut. Let's do Alt-E extrude along normals and kind of bring it up just a little bit like so. Cool. Then I don't like how it's like subdividing here. So what we can do is go into wireframe and select these control loops like so. And over here in item, there's this thing called mean crease. And when you increase the mean crease, you can see it's going to get rid of that for us, and now it's just going to leave something like that. Additionally, if you don't want to use that method and want more freedom, you can just add another control loop and here and kind of just pinch it up like that. That way you have a little bit more flexibility and you still have some sort of blend. Or you can just adjust the mean crease here a little bit, which is what I'm going to be doing. So I'm just going to bring it up to maybe like, yeah, so I'm just going to bring it up to a 1 actually, because I kind of want it completely distinct. And then maybe I want one more up here, SC. I'm just going to eyeball it. We could have made them identical in size, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. Cool. Let's do the same thing. Again, Alt-E extrude along normals. Hold Alt to select the loop. Go into Edge Select, hold Alt to select the loop, Alt to select the loop, and just increase the mean crease to all the way to 1, just like that. And then we kind of have something like that. Scale that down, SZ. Again, you can always change the size of stuff if you want to. Let's select these faces here. Inside, I kind of just want to inflate the inside a little bit. So I'm going to select these, Alt S. And I think if it's too round inside, you can add a bracing edge loop on the inside as well. I don't think I need that, so I'm just going to leave it as is. And now that I'm looking at it, this looks a little too thin for the bulky vibe we're going. So I'm going to select this edge loop, Shift Alt, and select this edge loop. Just bring it up a little bit. Cool, that looks a little bit better. And maybe the top is like too short now, so we can just increase that. Cool. Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on that. So now we can just create the handle. I'm just going to use a torus for this because we could use some other method, but I'm just going to use a torus. Again, we don't need, probably 24 is good enough for us. I'm just going to, 24 is probably overkill too, honestly, but whatever. Let's go into edit mode. Let's go into wireframe. Let's just delete these vertices here. Cool. Let's do RX90, hit minus just because I'm on the wrong side. Let's just go somewhere over here, kind of like this. Actually, I want the handle to come down a little bit, so I'm going to go into wireframe. Just going to select these. Oops, let's get rid of those, GZ, and just bring it down kind of like that. Cool. Add modifier, mirror modifier right here. Select this. Let's do it in the Y direction. So from far away, this might be an issue. So let's just, or actually close up, let's just make it a little bit smaller. Maybe about the same size as the band itself. So there we kind of have like a small little basket thing. Cool. Okay, let's add another type of flower inside here. So what I'm going to do is Shift A and probably just add a cube. Let's go into edit mode. And whoops, let's just extrude this up. Give it a subdivision surface modifier. Cool. Let's go into local view just to do this. Shade smooth. And maybe like make that a little bit smaller. And then for the sides, I'm just going to duplicate this one, GY, SY, kind of like that. And then I'm just going to go into side view and probably shape it up a little bit. So definitely one down here. And oh, so let's go into wireframe just to make sure I select everything. Like the ones behind. This one I might make it down a little bit. We probably need a guard loop on both sides just to kind of make it, just so we can have that inset there. Cool. So yeah, you can definitely play around with it if you want to. Maybe we can have like a bevel here, and let's do SY and just like push it in a little bit so we get like a line there. Cool. Let's go into the other side view. Let's go into edit mode. Let's add like a loop cut here. Let's go into wireframe and let's just like shape this kind of like that. Actually, let's turn on proportional editing here. Select these. Let's just increase the sphere of influence a little bit, kind of make it a little bit bendy, kind of like that. I don't know if I want this to completely wrap over, but it doesn't really matter because you can always change that. Cool. Now let's just add a mirror modifier. Let's select this over here. Let's do it on the Y. Let's go up. Let's duplicate it. Let's do R90 like so. Now let's do it along the X and get rid of the Y. And let's just move this over here. All right, for the stem, you know the deal. We're going to shift right click somewhere where we want our stem to start. So maybe like here, we're going to shift A, add a single vertice, not a curve, because we're going to create a curve from this extruded single vertice. So maybe let's just move this up a little bit here. And we can rotate it. I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyway, let's convert this to a curve, convert to curve. Come over here, and then in bevel, just increase the depth a little bit. Cool, just like that, right click, shade smooth. Now I do know that I want to revisit this a little bit later. Oh, looks like it's off centered. So let's go into wireframe here and center that. I do want to revisit this flower later and make variations of it. So I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna shift deduplicate this and move it into a new collection called flower v1 modifiers. And I'm just going to click and drag this into our modifiers collection like we did for the book. And since we already made a collection for it, we might as well make a collection for this called flower v1. And this is the one without modifiers. So now let's do F3, convert this to mesh. Let's also convert these to mesh. So F3 convert to mesh. And let's join it with the bottom here because the origin point starts there. And that's kind of exactly why I wanted to start there instead of from the top. So now when we scale, it's like that. Cool. Let's just place it in here, Shift S, selection to cursor, scale it down a little bit. Cool. Scale it up, maybe Shift deduplicate, RZ, Shift D, one more time. Cool. Maybe something like that. Cool. Now we kind of have like a small little flower basket, which is really, really cute. All right, let's create like a billboard thing that you can like put shelf stuff on. So what I'm going to do is shift right click, or add a plane. This is actually the same way we did this. So just a refresher, I guess. RY, you can skip ahead if you don't want to watch this again. Then let's go into edit mode, subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. Cool. Let's select the center right here, right click, loop tools, go into circle, then add a guard loop a little bit like that, then delete those faces. Let's add a solidify modifier, like so, GX, move that up. Turn on even thickness, not that I think it changes anything here, but I don't think it does. Right click, shade auto smooth, cool. Sweet, let's go and apply our solidify modifier right now. Let's select this edge loop here and just delete those faces. Let's add two array modifiers, 1 and 2. This one is going to be 0, and then this one's going to be 1. That way we can have like a grid system. So I don't know, maybe I'm going to go for something 4 this way, and then maybe 4 this way. Cool, I don't know. Whatever you want, maybe 5 in this way, so it's kind of just a little bit longer. But again, that's kind of really up to you. Cool, SX, maybe bring that up a little bit. GX. Cool. Circles might be a little bit too big. Let me see. Let's just select this loop, Alt S. I guess that's okay, actually. It's not that big a deal. All right, let's copy over one of our bevel modifiers. So I'll just do this one again, copy to selected. Cool. And I think I want to make modifications to this. So I'm going to move it to a new collection called Billboard. I don't know what they call this. Modifiers. I don't know what they call that. So I'm just going to create that new collection, and Billboard modifiers is going to go in there. All right. So now let's hit merge on all our array modifiers. So the overlapping vertices like here and here would be merged. And then let's just apply that. Let's apply this one. And now what we can do is go into edit mode. Select this edge loop here, select this edge loop here, select this edge loop here, this one is, and down here, whoops, and down here. Control E, bridge edge loops, cool, just like that. So honestly, maybe instead of beveling this one, we can give it like a subdivision. So let's just try that. Yeah, I guess if you want like this would be cooler for, I think it looks better with a subdivision surface and a bevel. But honestly, no one can tell, and subdivision surface will add a lot of geometry, so I feel like we'll just stick with bevel. So bevel will be okay for this. Go for these ones down here. So I'm gonna hit Alt, Shift Alt, select this one as well. Shift deduplicate, right click cancel, P separate by selection. Cool, and now we can just SX scale it up a little bit. Looks like it's going that way for some reason, so we can just do SX -1. Cool, let's select this loop here and hit fill to fill that. Same thing here, let's over here and fill that, and let's apply our scale to make sure that's okay. And the bevel is way too strong, so let's just decrease that just a little bit there. Honestly, I don't even know if we want a bevel on this one, but either way, it's fine. So yeah, there we kind of have that. Shift right click, add a plane, let's scale it down, SY, GY, just place it right on top of one of these. Go into edit mode, E extrude it upwards, kind of like so. Let's copy over the bevel modifier, copy modifiers. Cool, apply our scale, make sure everything's working, shade auto smooth, SY, SX. Let's go into wireframe, just layer it on right on top of there. Kind of just, and then this one can also have a weighted normal just to fix some of the shading issues. All right, let's fill up these two. So what I'm going to do is select this, go select the Control L, Shift D, duplicate, GZ, move it over here. Let's turn on snapping. Okay, so I have vertex snapping already. GZ, just snap it to a vertex, kind of like that. So let's do the same thing again. Control L, let's do Shift D, GY, and just snap it over here somewhere. GY, and then snap it in the center. Same thing here. Let's Shift D, duplicate, GZ, GY, SY, scale it down, GY, kind of just like that. Let's create like a hook for one of these last ones. So I'm going to go into edit mode on this. Let's just select where we want to start. Probably here, Shift S cursor to selected. Whoops, that'll just center it right there. Let's add a single vertice, single vert, like so. Remember, make sure you are in vertex select. Let's go to side view. Let's go into wireframe. Let's just hit E to extrude it out and lock it on the x-axis, E on the z-axis, and then E on the x-axis again, kind of just like that. Then let's go into edit mode. Let's select these two vertices, hit Control B for bevel, V to add some faces, some more vertices. I'm going to use my middle mouse button. I think I just need one, so I'm just going to go for one bevel and maybe something like this for the hook. Cool. Then we can just F3 convert to curve. Same thing like we did for the stem. Let's come down to bevel and just increase the depth a little bit. And actually what we want to do is make it the size of the hole. So let's just increase that. We can eyeball it. We don't have to snap it or do anything as long as it looks good enough. If you want, you can still edit your curve. This is definitely way too far out there. Maybe this is out a little bit too much. I don't know. All right, let's go into cool. That looks nice. Let's shade smooth just to make sure. Okay, maybe we increase the resolution just a little bit. Okay, that's fine. Now we can just F3 convert to mesh. Let's go into edit mode. Let's select this edge loop and hit fill. Well, actually shade auto smooth this time. Now I'm definitely seeing some issues here and here. Now that might not be an issue. We could probably fix it with some rotation and some movement. Or what we can do is Control B and kind of just like smooth it out a little bit. It's not a perfect solution fix because of the angle and the things like that, but it's definitely not noticeable anymore. So that's totally fine. It definitely looks a little bit deflated here. You could edit that if you want. I'm not going to bother doing that. Anyway, let's just copy our bevel modifier to this. So I'm just going to copy my modifier so it kind of looks a little bit similar to this one right here. Cool, let's apply our scale just to make sure everything is fine. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe I want to align it with this hole here. Not that that makes sense, just because I don't want it to take up everything. Yeah, so our picture frame, honestly, is just going to be our computer. So I'm just going to duplicate that, Shift S, selection to cursor, scale it down, GZ, bring it up, SZ, kind of like so. That's pretty cool. Let's go into edit mode. Let's bring this down kind of like here, and GZ, and over here, SC. There, cool. There's kind of like our picture frame. Now, for this one, I also did add 5 segments, adjusted the amount, and in geometry I used arc, and in shading I did hard normals, which I mentioned a little bit earlier in the video when I teleported from the future. And I'm just going to Alt S and scale that in kind of a little bit, like so, SY. Cool. And then let's go into edit mode, just select these faces and do GX, move it out a little bit, kind of like that, GY, GX. Bevel is definitely a little bit too strong here, so I'm definitely going to reduce that a little bit, kind of like so. All right, let's go into edit mode. Let's go into this back view and let's create a picture frame stand. So I'm just kind of going off from memory here. I don't know what they look like. RY90, maybe something like this. And then they rotate a little bit, go into edit mode, E extrude this out, YY, nope, GXX. Okay, it's going to be like this. scale this down a little bit. And then I think it's going to be resting on one of these sides. Actually, let's just merge this by at center. And then I think it's going to be resting kind of like this. So we can scale this down like so. Cool. And then our Y, GY, GX. Let's add a solidify modifier. Let's just rotate this a little bit and have it rest. I think that doesn't really make sense logically, so I'm just going to move this up right here. I don't actually know what the back of a picture frame looks like. And having a fold actually might be a little bit more realistic. So I'm not going to bother adding a bevel modifier to this just because no one's going to be paying that close attention to it, if at all. It just kind of needs to be there, so I don't want to add all that extra geometry and information for no reason. Alright, so let's make a slipper. I'm just going to add a plane, scale it down in like a slipper shape. Then I'm just going to extrude. Alright, let's create a slipper. I'm just going to probably add a plane again and then just scale it in an arbitrary shape of a slipper. Cool. Let's add a subdivision surface modifier. Cute. Let's add 2 control loops. I guess I kind of like it like that. Maybe scale it down a little bit. Maybe move this one down in the Y and kind of like scale that down. Maybe the back can be a little bit smaller. We're not going for a real life scale one. We're kind of going for a cute one. So let's add a solidify modifier here. Let's go. We want to solidify it before we subdivide it. Let's increase some thickness a little bit. Cool. So we got some chunkiness there. Let's do even thickness. And let's just right click shade smooth. Cool, there's like the base of our slipper. Alright, let's go into local view and let's just add a plane. So I'm just going to shift A, add a plane. And I'm just going to scale that down until I get a shape that I want to cover. So probably something like here. GY, GX. That looks pretty good. Let's add a loop cut down the center. Let's select that loop cut and let's go into wireframe actually and just bring that up. Honestly, it doesn't have to be perfectly straight up, primarily because slippers in real life, their holders are never perfect. Having some distortion actually wouldn't be bad at all. But anyway, I'm just going to Control B and scroll up on my mouse wheel for some more vertices until they're about even in length along the curve. So I think that's going to be more than enough. So that says 8 there, which means it's probably 10 in total. And I'm not using a mirror modifier this time because I don't want them to be symmetrical. And I'm just going to select the middle one, turn on proportional editing, and kind of just bring it up until I get something round. And then let's bring out some of these. So this can be a little bit round. This one can be a little bit round as well. Cool. Like so. Might take a little bit of work, a little bit of effort, but that's totally okay. And let's okay, that's okay. Let's maybe have to rotate some of them. That's cool. Cool. Then we can just bring it down like so. Let's go into solid view. Let's add a, well, we can just do Control 2 for subdivision surface modifier. Add 2 control loops, SY. Whoops, let's turn on proportional editing, SY. Move it out a little bit. And luckily, since it's inside, we don't actually need control loops down here to flatten out the bottom because it's inside anyway. So we just need these. And honestly, maybe leaving this curved too is fine. Let's just apply your scale, shade smooth. Maybe 1 is okay. Yeah, 1 is actually more than enough for this. I wonder if 1 is here is fine as well. No. Okay, this one definitely needs 2. Cool. Let's add a solidify modifier here. Let's do it before the subdivision. Even thickness, and just bring it up a little bit, kind of like that. So there we kind of have our slipper, GY. All right, let's adjust our slipper a little bit more. I think maybe just scale this down a tad bit. And then let's just align this a little bit better. Cool. Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. So I'm just going to G, Shift D, move it under over here. And then of course we need 2, so let's Shift D, G, and then let's move it somewhere over here at a different rotation. Alright, let's just add some boxes here. Again, just a plane, scale it down. Let's get in box shape. You know the drill. Extrude, go here. This one, I'm just going to piece separate by selection because it'll cover the top. Let's just do object set origin, origin to geometry, scale that up, go into edit mode, AE, extrude upwards. Cool, scale it down slightly, select both of these, come over here. come over here and copy to selected, apply our scale, make sure that's good. Cool, let's select these, let's adjust the amount a little bit. Again, I'm holding Alt so it affects both of them at the same time, and we don't need that many segments, so 4 should be okay, kind of like so. Alright, now let's add a small little sign detail here. I don't, honestly, it's like a label or something. So RY 90, scale it down, cool. SY like so, go into edit mode, extrude it out just a little bit. Let's add a loop cut down here and extrude this, and this can be like a symbol statement or something. So it's like a box with some info. I'm not going to give this a bevel modifier just because it's so far away. Alright, let's add like a small hanging plant here so it kind of fills up this empty space. So what I'm going to do is shift right click, and what I'm going to do is shift A and add for a single vertex like we did for all the other curves. Let's just go into side view here. Again, make sure you're in vertex select. Let's go into wireframe. And I'm just going to extrude downwards like a wire sort of thing. Sorry, I mean like a rope. We can turn on proportional editing. I don't know why I have that on. Generally, you can use physics simulations to wrap your rope a little bit better around it and a lot more realistic. I'm just doing it this way, so Control B and V just to bevel this area right here. Probably Control B and V to bevel up here as well. The reason I'm just doing it this way is because it's faster. It might be less realistic, but it's definitely faster. So I don't want it too far down, actually. Maybe just like so. Here is like okay. Cool. So it'll definitely be less realistic, but that's totally okay. Let's convert to curve. Let's increase the depth. Let's increase the resolution here. Right click, shade smooth. Let's add a subdivision surface modifier with Control 2, and you can see we kind of already have something just like that. If you need to adjust your curve, you can totally do that. If you want to, maybe I want to, no, I think that's okay. So I'm just going to leave it like that. All right, let's add a flower pot over here. So what I'm going to do is just add a cylinder. 16 vertices is okay. Let's go into edit mode. Let's just add a loop cut here. I don't know, I think that's okay. Hold Alt to select that full loop. Alt D extrude along normals. Bring that up. Maybe this side, we can expand it a little bit. S, Shift Z, just to make it a tad bit wider. Cool, that's kind of cool. Then this here, let's inset a little bit and just extrude downwards. Right click, shade auto smooth. Let's copy over one of these bevel modifiers. Copy. So 7 is definitely going to be too much for this pot, so we can lower that, and we can also lower the amount as well. I don't want it too bulky. Cool. There's like our flower pot. I don't like how the bottom is so wide, so I'm just going to angle that a little bit, and let's just move it kind of like that. Cool. Let's just scale it down. Place it over here. Let's just make sure this is, you know, this is like, kind of looks like it's wrapping sort of thing. And then maybe we can actually just put these on the side here. That way it kind of looks like it's connected to the bucket. If you want, you can add details here to make it more seamless, but I'm not going to bother doing that plan thing. So what I'm going to do is go into top view. Let's add a plane. Let's go into local view for this. And I'm just going to shape, let's add a loop cut here. And I'm just going to shape my thing to kind of look like a leaf. So maybe let's E and extrude Y and scale that down. And GY and bring this down. Maybe add a loop cut in the center here. Let's maybe extrude one more time. GY, and let's make this a lot thinner. So we kind of have like a something like this. That kind of looks like a shape of a leaf, right? So now what we can do is add a subdivision surface modifier. 1 might be okay. 1 is okay, I think. Anyway, let's go in here. Let's just extrude upwards. All right, so there's our leaf. Right click, shade smooth. And I want some detail in the center, so I'm going to go into edit mode and probably add like 2 loop cuts. 1 on this side and bring that in, and then 1 on, whoops, 1 on this side as well. Then 1 on this side and bring it in. And then with this middle one selected, hold Control, and probably just GZ and move that in a little bit. Yeah, and I guess if we want to, we can select these faces and just SX and move them a little bit closer, just for a little bit more pinching here. You know, anyway, let's create like a stem thing. I don't know what they call it. So possibly here. Oh, actually, let's include these and just see what it gives us. EY. Cool. So that looks nice. Let's add 2 supporting loops here. SY and kind of just pull it out. Sorry. Along with the plant, we can have like a small bud. You know, like the things before they blossom or seeds or whatever they call that. So to do that one, I think what we can do is a plane again. Let's go into edit mode. Let's just extrude up and add a subdivision surface modifier. And let's just scale this down a little bit. So it's kind of like a bud. Shade smooth. Cool. Let's bring this down. GZ. Now it kind of looks like an egg, but we can bring down something like this. Cool. We can go into edit mode. We can inset this face here and probably extrude down. Let's add some control loops here and here. That might be a little bit too far down, so we can just select this and bring this up a little bit. Okay, now since we're gonna make multiple of these, what we have to do now is delete these faces right now. That way we'll save, because we'll never see them, we want to delete those now. The other models, I didn't preemptively delete some of them, primarily because I was thinking of revisiting that later, and they were kind of easy to fix later. However, for this, we definitely want to delete it in advance because we know we'll never see that, and it'll just take up space. Anyway, let's come over here, and I'm just going to add a cylinder now. 16 vertices is okay. Let's do RX 90, and let's just scale it down, and SY, and kind of just scale it up. And scale it down again, and shift, shade auto smooth. And now what we can do is just shift deduplicate this and kind of go like so. Shift deduplicate, let's put over there. I kind of want it to taper off, which means the top has a much smaller leaf. So what we can do is just duplicate this, duplicate, and then I want to end on a leaf. So let's just make it smaller. We can change the rotation a little bit. Like so. All right, so yeah, I just duplicated it a bunch of times and rotated a few of them on each side. And now what we want to do is add a bunch of loop cuts here. So honestly, I don't really know how many I'm doing. I feel like that'll be enough. You can always add more later. And now let's turn on proportional editing with O. Let's kind of just select the top. Well, let's go into wireframe, make sure I select the back ones too. And kind of just like thin it down a little bit. So the top, I definitely want it to be smaller than the other one. So let's just change the sphere of influence here. I don't know if I want to merge it because then that'll be like a point and that'll be like too unrealistic, but something like this, so it's like a little bit thicker and then it thins out at the end. Cool, cool, cool. Maybe we can make this back thicker a little bit, just kind of not too big, but just slightly thicker. Cool. So once your plant is done, well, I guess we have to readjust these now. Of course, we gotta adjust these. Let's make sure everything is inside. Make sure go to side view and everything is inside as well. All right, so when you have a plant that you're happy with, let's just select all this, shift deduplicate, GX, and move this into a new collection, and I'll call this hanging plant. Hanging plant, and then modifiers. I think I had underscore, so I'm just gonna use the same navigation. I'm just going to click and drag this into our modifier collection, right so. Then select these, and let's move this to a new collection, hanging plant. Create, cool, and we can just delete these because we don't need them anymore. Okay, so make sure everything is looking good. So let me just check. Yeah, so let's join these, and it seems like they have different levels of subdivision surface, so we have to apply these first. I'm actually going to select all of these. Because I don't think they have to be on level 2. I'm going to hit Alt, hold Alt, and just click this, and now you can see all of them will only have a level of 1. So these all have a level 1. Now we can just hit A to select everything, F3 convert to mesh. This will apply all the modifiers on all the leaves. And now we can just select everything and hold Shift to select this as our active object, Control J, and now we just have a plant here. Okay, so now what we want to do is like bend it a little bit to make it a little more variety, because real life plants are rarely straight like this, right? So what you could do is go into wireframe and turn on proportional editing, go into edit mode, and honestly just like start moving stuff around with like proportional editing. And honestly, this is like an approach that is fairly common. Or the other thing, if you wanted to do a little more procedurally, is to add a modifier. And this one is called a simple deform modifier. And right now it's really messed up. So maybe let's apply our scale. And it's a little bit better here. And you can see that you can change the angle and it'll kind of like deform it, right? It's like doing the work for you. You can try and play around with these other axes as well. And some of these other formats like bend. So bend is kind of doing that kind of cool thing. And then if you want, you can add another simple deform modifier on top. So one of them is twisting, whereas another one is bending them. Super cool, right? And then you can play with some of these other ones like taper, which kind of already adds a taper for us on our object, right? You can see that just kind of tapering. It's making the bottom bigger than the top. So it kind of saves out on what we did already. And then you also have something like stretch and things like that. And then yeah, you have more complicated options here, but we're not going to be getting into that. So here, you know, we have something a little bit deformed, kind of like that. And of course, if you want to combine it, you can move it yourself, right? And combine it with the modifiers. You know, no real right or wrong. So there I kind of just moved it like that. So that was really cool. But, you know, really up to you. Use modifiers, don't use modifiers, not really a big deal. All right, the next thing we would do is, since it's going to be hanging, it would be a lot easier if we could just like move one thing and have this move along with it, right? So we can actually do that with a curve modifier. So if I do Shift S, cursor to selected, and just search for a curve, so we can add a path curve here. And if I go into edit mode, you can see it's kind of like this. So let's turn off proportional editing and let's just rotate the curve 90 degrees, kind of like this. Let's go into wireframe. Go into edit mode, select everything, and just SY. Well, let's turn off proportional editing and just scale it up kind of like this. Right? Doesn't have to be accurate, and you can always add more if you want. Then for the branch, the branch, add a modifier, and this time we're going to go for a deform curve modifier. You can see it's in the deform menu. And then the curve object we want is going to be this path that we just created here. And now what you can see is when I edit this curve, it's going to deform across my object, right? So it's going to actually deform my object along that curve, which is really cool, right? So the reason it's not working properly right now is probably because of the origin point, but that's fine, because what you can do is just select the curve and then just move the curve up until it aligns with your object. And if you need, you can go into edit mode and just extrude out another one and adjust the points accordingly, go back into object mode and adjust it accordingly. So now you can see we have this curve thing here that kind of deforms our thing for us. And this way we don't have to do like proportional editing or any of that stuff. We can just adjust the curve. So what we can do to reset everything is select everything, go SZ0 just to flatten it out, go into top view, and then move everything slightly close to each other in a straight line. Doesn't have to be accurate. And then we can select everything SX0 and it'll straighten out. So now we have this sort of thing that we can use anywhere. So let's go, make sure everything is selected. Let's exit local view. Let's go back, just scale this down, move it over here, Shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset, kind of just move it somewhere over here, like RR. Let's just rotate it somewhere arbitrarily. Let's just place it in our plot like here. All right, so what we can do now, if you can't see your curve, that's fine. We added a NURBS path and never did in the file, so we can just search for NURBS path. You can see it's right here. Let's also move that to the hanging plant collection. So I just hit M and then I'm just going to move it in there. And now it's selected. You can hit period on your numpad key just to jump to your selection, and I'll show you in the outliner. I'm sure there's a way to do it without a numpad, but I'm not familiar with it. Either way, we're here now and it's inside hanging plant, so that's nice. Now we can just go in edit mode and adjust our plant, right? Like so. So here we can just adjust our plant and you know, make it hanging off the thing here. Of course, if you want, you can use proportional editing. So you can turn on proportional editing and kind of affect, you know, the sphere of influence of your stretch and things like that. And if you want to duplicate this, make sure you select the path and your object and Shift deduplicate it that way. If you want to, you can go into edit mode and still adjust your curve. You can turn off some of these in edit mode so it's easier to edit, and go into local view and you can still like scale it downwards or like extrude this outwards if you need to. Control L, duplicate this if you want. So you can still adjust it in here if you want to, or when you're happy with it, you can just apply everything. Same with this as well, just apply everything. Then you can just delete your path curves. And now, since they're deformed, you can still now use your proportional editing just to kind of like tidy it up and stuff like that. And then for this flower here, I literally just duplicated the flower we made earlier. And then I selected each face of this, Control L, and then just did Alt S just to inflate it a little bit. Holding Shift just to make it a little bit like that. So I literally just use this. Actually, let's just delete our keyboard reference image right now. Okay, let's create a piano. I'm just going to Shift right click, add a cube. Let's scale it down kind of like so in a piano shape. Then let's just add 2 loop cuts for the edges. So 2 right here. And then let's GUI move it out. Let's add one for the back. Let's just select these these faces and just extrude up just like that. SY a little bit. Yeah, cool. Cool. That's looking good. Let's apply our scale. Let's add a bevel modifier. So I'm just going to copy from here. Whoops. Control L, copy modifiers just like so. And let's change this to arc just to finish the corners up a little bit. Looks good. Let's harden normals is on. Great. Right click, shade auto smooth. Cool. Looking like a nice piano. Maybe I don't know if the bottom needs to be a little bit thicker. Maybe it does. So Control Shift to get the two corners like we did earlier. Maybe just move that out a little bit. Maybe move this up a little bit. Yeah, cool. Cool, that's what we got. Now what we can do is add a loop cut. Maybe about this size here. Let's just select this, Shift D duplicate, right click cancel, key separate by selection. Let's select this edge loop here, Control X to dissolve that. Now let's select this one. Let's go into edit mode, hit A and E and extrude it upwards. Let's add object, set origin to geometry just to reset that a little bit. And the bevel is way too strong on this one, so let's turn down the amount of segments. And let's definitely turn up about the amount. I think this also has way too many segments. I think 7 is a little overkill, and the amount's a little overkill too, so let's fix that. All right, let's just do SY, scale it in just a little bit so there's like a little bit of a gap. Cool, now what we can do is add an array modifier. I think that spacing actually looks pretty good because of the bevel modifier, but we can increase it a little bit if we want to. I don't know, I guess that's okay. Cool, and then let's just increase that until we fill it up. Probably somewhere over here. Seems about right, and having that little bit gap, we can go and scale it up if you want, but maybe having that little gap I think is perfectly acceptable. Alright, so for the black piano keys, we can just Shift D duplicate this. Let's just bring it up here. Let's go into edit mode. Let's actually just hide this in edit mode. For this one, let's hide this in edit mode. Go into edit mode. Control L. Let's just scale this down a little bit. Move it right here. About so. And let's Shift D duplicate it and have one over here. Let's lock it on the x-axis and also put it in the center somewhere. So this should also be a little bit centered. I'm kind of just looking at the center here. It doesn't have to be perfect. Cool, and then we probably have to change the array offset. So let me just temporarily set this to 0. And let's just Shift D duplicate this. Skip a key in between like so. So we have 2 white keys in between. And then this one, let's just Control Shift, Control L, Shift D, GX. Move it in the center as well. We don't have to snap it or be perfect or anything. It's totally fine. Okay, now we can just add another one here. So let's come to array. Let's just increase this factor. Again, we want to skip one just like so. So that'll be centered there. And then this one, let's add one more here. And let's just drag it to the end. Well, it looks like we're not going to be able to fit that, which is totally okay, because what we can do is go into edit mode, go into wireframe, select this side, and just exit a little bit. Well, actually, we probably should have added one more key just to see how it is. Cool. Let's just go back into edit mode, GX, and kind of move it back just like that. And then let's go into wireframe. Let's just select this. Let's go into top view. Let's box select this. Let's make sure. I think I want the bevel. Actually, that's fine. So yeah, that should be okay for us. And here, let's make a stand. So I'm just gonna Shift right click, add a cylinder. 16 might be overkill because it's really small, but you know, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Let's do shade auto smooth. Let's go into local view. Let's do RX90 just like so. Let's scale that up on the Y axis. Let's go into edit mode. Let's add a loop cut here. Let's just delete those back vertices right now. And then let's give it a mirror modifier. I think it would be Z-axis. Cool. Let's turn on clipping so they don't go through each other. Cool. Let's go into edit mode. Let's add a loop cut here. Let's select this with Alt. Let's come up here. Let's do select, checker deselect, Alt D, extrude along normals, and just hold Shift and increase that just a little bit so we have that support right there. Let's go back out. Let's make it there. I'm not going to give this a bevel modifier because it's so small and no one's going to notice about it. So maybe I'll do SY, just make it as small as the piano itself. Well, the piano seems to be going inside the room, and let's deselect the room, like so. I kind of want this to be slightly bigger than the piano itself. And if you have troubles with keep on always selecting this, you can just come up here, enable this thing, and then now if you click it, you can't select this anymore, so that really helps. So we can just box select, move it out a little bit, move this. I kind of want it slightly wider like so that looks pretty good to me. Then what we can do is add another mirror modifier. So let's search for a mirror modifier. This time we want to do it on the origin of this. So make sure this set origin to geometry, it's in the center of that. So it'll be centered kind of like so. And then you can move this on the X if you want it a little bit wider. All right, let's go into edit mode. Let's add like a loop cut, maybe around this size here. And I think we select these faces to extrude them up. Let's go into side view. Let's go into wireframe and let's just extrude it upwards like so. And then we want to crisscross them like so, SZ0. Typically there is like some sort of support up top here, but I don't think anyone's ever going to look down here. So I'm not going to bother wasting my time for that. Cool. So like even if someone looks down, they'll kind of like, oh, that's still fine anyway. So there we kind of have our support. Okay, and I think I want to give the beams a bevel modifier, but not this bottom thing. So what I'm going to do is hold Alt just to select this entire loop thing. So let's make sure we get the top faces as well. Cool. Let's just P separate by selection, and then let's come over here and copy to selected bevel modifier, apply our scale, make sure that works. 4 segments might be too much. Whoops, I'm changing the wrong one. So 4 segments might be too much. 3 is okay, and then we can just adjust them out a little bit here. So, seems like the stand is a little bit too big compared to the piano. So what we can do is just select the piano and deselect this. Just hit S to scale it up, like so. Cool. Then this might be a little bit too close, so we can just do GX together. Maybe. Okay, and now for this thing here, we kind of have like this gaping hole because that's where we separated. We can fill that if we want to, but we're going to be ending up deleting that anyway. So for the time being, we can just do RY and do like 180 and just like now the hidden face is on the bottom instead. We'll come back and be deleting hidden faces anyway. So for now, we can just leave that as a temporary fix. All right, let's come up here and let's cut out a window. So arbitrarily shape the window how you want it. Then let's well, we can't select that, so let's look for our maybe collection, which is right here, and let's activate selection again. Now we can select it. So if you want, you can shift deduplicate this and move it into modifiers. We probably should have named it. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. So let's apply our solidify modifier once you get a size that you like. Cool. Now let's add a Boolean modifier. So let's search for Boolean and difference and select our cutout object. Cool. And now let's just come over here, visibility, and instead of textured, let's just do wire. And now let's just adjust our cutting out object to get a shape that we want. A shape that I like, and I'm actually going to leave it square here, but if you want, you can go cut it out first and then go for a Boolean, but I'm going to apply my bevel first and then apply my Boolean. And now I'm just going to delete this and everything looks good. So for the window, the first thing I'm going to do is probably shift deduplicate, right click cancel, piece separate by selection. And then this piece right here, let's right click set origin to geometry. It'll be kind of like the start of our thing. So let's apply our scale just to make sure that works. Let's add a loop cut down the center. And this first half will be our first one, our first window, and the second half will be the second. So let's also select this and piece separate by selection. Disable selection for the house so we don't keep selecting. Let's select both of them, right click set origin to geometry. So now we can have something like that. Let's just scale this down on the Y, GY. Let's go into edit mode, A, and just extrude that kind of like so. Let's go into edit mode. Let's apply our scale just to make sure, and then let's just hit I to inset this. And then with both of them still selected, let's delete those faces. Now let's do the same thing for this one back here, except this time it's going to be a little bit up here, like so. Let's go into edit mode, hit A, extrude everything. Cool, just like that. Let's select these two faces, hit I to inset. You can make it as thick as you want or just change it later. Delete faces. All right, now let's go in both of them. Let's shift alt and select this loop, shift alt, select that loop, shift alt, select this loop, shift alt, select this loop. That's just like that. Then we'll do Control E, bridge edge loops, and that'll kind of fill in the frame for us. Let's select this one and copy to selected. And let's make sure to apply our scale to make sure that's working. Actually, the amount looks a little bit too much, so I'm just going to reduce that a little bit. Cool. Yeah, and I'm definitely going to inflate these a little bit. So I'm just going to hit Alt S and make that a little bit thicker, just like that. Reactivate selection on our cube. Let's select all three of these, go into edit mode, go into wireframe, and let's just select all these and probably S, Shift Y, and just make it a little bit bigger. But again, that's kind of all up to you and what you want to do with your window and things like that. Maybe center with piano. Cool. All right, let's use the draw cube tool just for our, I don't know what they call this at the top, our window blinds. So I'm just going to add that there. And then let's go back. Let's go into local view. Then let's just extrude upwards. Hold this, Alt E. Oh, let's deselect this back one, and then Alt E, extrude along normals. S to scale evenly, kind of just like so. Then we can have a top there. Maybe the top can be a little bit taller than the other one, so I'm just gonna select that. Let's copy a bevel modifier over, Control L, copy modifiers, apply our scale, make sure that works. Seems like I don't have a bevel modifier in this one, so let's just copy this one. Okay, for the window blinds, I'm just gonna select this face, Shift duplicate, right click, cancel, P separate by selection. Let's right click, set origin to geometry. Let's just scale this down arbitrarily. Definitely in the Y. Actually, I don't know if I wanted to do it in the X, so let's make that back up. Let's go into edit mode. Let's just extrude it downwards a little bit. Let's apply our rotation and location just in case. And let's add a array modifier like so. Let's come down here. Let's change this to 0, and I'm guessing it's going to be in the 1. So yeah, it will be. We don't need that much of a bevel because it's very not noticeable. So let's reduce the amount of segments. 1 is fine enough, and let's just change this to like 4 or something. We can have one of those hanging things. So I'm just going to put it here. I'm going to shift right click, and I'm going to have a torus, and I'm going to make this really like low poly, so like 12. Well, I'm going to click and drag both of them and just set them at to 10 actually. So because it's so small. I'm going to do right click, shade auto smooth, RY90. Okay, let's shift deduplicate that, bring that down. Let's do RZ90, kind of like so. Let's go into edit mode on this one and just select the, well, let's make sure we're in wireframe. Let's just delete those vertices there. And actually, now we just bring both of these up. And then let's just bring this down a little bit. GZ, cool. So we kind of have like a small little hook there. From what really matter. Anyway, what we can do now is just Shift A, add a cylinder. And we probably only need like 10 here as well, so I'm just going to scale that down. I'm not going to give this a bevel modifier or anything either. Let's go into edit mode. Let's just select that face right there, and let's just GZ bring it down, kind of like so. At the bottom, we can also have a small board, so I'm just going to Shift deduplicate this, move this down here, get rid of the array modifier, and just move it in alignment, SX. Object, set origin geometry, SX a little bit, GX. Cool, it doesn't have to be anything fancy here. Alright, let's create a microphone. I'm just going to Shift A and probably add a cube, add Control 2 subdivision surface modifier, scale it up a little bit, 2 guard loops per usual as Z, scale them up, kind of in a microphone shape. That looks nice. Smooth. Let's go into edit mode. Let's create a holder. So I think I'm going to have a loop cut here. Now let's select this loop here. Let's do Alt E, extrude along normals, kind of like so. That looks about right. Then let's select these edge loops here, like so. Same thing we did for the basket. Let's come over here and let's just increase mean crease, like so. Let's go back. Let's select this edge loop again. Let's hit Control plus to increase our selection. Let's just P separate by selection, kind of like that. So now it's kind of somewhat like this. All right, and then for the top, maybe we can Shift deduplicate, right click, cancel, P separate by selection. Then we can extrude this up a little bit, and let's add a guard loop down here so it kind of flattens out on the top. Let's just use that to cover the top like so. Then let's go into edit mode, maybe add 2 loop cuts here, SX, whoops, SY, sorry. Let's select these 2, Shift deduplicate, right click, cancel, P separate by selection. Then let's go back into edit mode, Shift Alt the loops that we created, and Control X just to dissolve those. Now we have this thing right here. Let's just GX, move it in place, go into edit mode, AE, extrude outwards just like that. GZ, bring it down. And for this, we can add probably a control loop here, selected all those, and we can just GX and move that in there. It might be a little bit too in, so I'm going to add another loop cut here and just bring this out like so. All right, and let's just add a mirror modifier to this, and let's select our object here. All right, let's select our microphone and just go into local view to create a stand for it. So it doesn't really matter, honestly. I think I'm just going to select this bottom here, Shift duplicate, right click, cancel, P separate by selection, and I'm just going to bring it down somewhere arbitrarily. Let's E extrude it upwards, 2 guard loops, like so. We could probably use like a cylinder, honestly, but whatever. And then let's go into top view just to make sure it's about the same size as the microphone, or maybe a little bit bigger, but again, that's kind of up to you. Let's move it GY, use a plane rather than a subdivision thing, just because it won't be noticeable. So again, I'm just going to add a plane here, going to like so, go over here, SY, go into edit mode, E extrude upwards, maybe move it back a little bit, and then I'm just going to add a loop cut here, like so, and just extrude this, and let's go into the side here and just move it kind of like that. Let's go into wireframe and adjust this. If you want to add like a cylinder here, just so it kind of has a joint, working joint, you totally can. I feel like no one's gonna pay attention to that, so I'm not gonna bother looking for it. I'm not gonna bother adding it, but depending on your project, you might want to add that. So this looks a little bit too tall for my liking. And then maybe we can copy a bevel modifier just to this one, just to see. Let's apply our scale. Let's just reduce the amount a little bit. Cool. So that'll be it. Right click, shade auto smooth. Cool. So this kind of looks a little bit too wide. So I'm just gonna select everything, S, Shift Z, and just scale it like that. If you want to give it more of like a holder style, you could totally add like 2 loop cuts here, and then delete probably these faces as well as these faces, X faces, and then you could just like fill in on the edges, but I'm not going to be doing that because no one's going to be paying that close attention. All right, let's add like an egg carpet. So I'm just going to Shift A and add a plane like so. This was inspired by Nikki Blender, which is she's a really popular 3D artist. You should totally check her out. But basically I'm just making a random shape that you know, in like an egg splatter sort of format. Honestly, it really does not matter what your shape is. Then just add Control 2, subdivision surface modifier, go into edit mode, E extrude upwards, right click, shade smooth. So this is kind of like our carpet. S Shift Z, let's just make it a little bit bigger. Cool. Let's just select one of these, Shift duplicate, right click, cancel, P separate by selection. Let's go into edit mode. Let's make it a little bit like this, sunny side up egg. I think that's what they call it. And this will be like our carpet, and this might be like a pillar or something. All right, let's add a lamp. So I'm just going to probably add a plane here, give it a subdivision surface modifier. Let's E extrude it upwards in like a, I don't know, like a lamp shape. And let's just Alt S extrude, maybe add control loop here, bring that in a little bit, right click, shade smooth. That kind of looks like an okay lamp. Maybe we can bring this down a little bit. Let's add a guard loop over here, down on the bottom here. Maybe one more over here. Cool. And then let's just scale this down and bring that up. Cool. Then we can add like a control loop over here, like so. Shift Alt, S Shift Z. Bring it a little bit like that. Now for the top, we can just add a cylinder. So let's just add a cylinder. 12 should be okay. Let's scale it down, go into edit mode. Let's select both of these and just delete those faces. Let's select this, Alt E extrude along normals, like so. Let's select this edge loop and then just scale it down like so. Let's go over here, just scale it upwards, kind of like so. Cool. And maybe I want like a bulkier kind of lamp, something like that. That looks kind of cute. Right click, shade auto smooth. Yeah, I don't think it's worth adding a light bulb in there, and I don't think it's worth adding a bevel or subdivision to this either, because it's so small. All right, let's add a shelf. Shift D, G, Shift Y. Let's move it somewhere here. Let's go into edit mode. Let's just bring that out on the Y-axis a little bit. Cool. Let's just Shift D, duplicate, right click, cancel, and let's just make it a little bit smaller. Let's just bring it down like here. Let's do RX, just scale it like so. GX, cool, that looks okay. Maybe scale it a little bit more. GZ, GY, let's get rid of the bevel modifier here. Let's go into edit mode, let's select this edge, GZ, and just snap it to this vertex here. Well, so let's make sure align rotation to target is off. GZ, let's just snap it to that vertex here. Let's go into wireframe, and this one can GY, GZ, and also snap it to this vertex here. So we kind of something like this. Actually, we should probably just use face instead. And then this one, let's go into wireframe. Let's select this. GY, snap it to this face. GY, snap to this face as well. And then let's add a mirror modifier. And let's just select this object here. Well, actually, it's definitely going to be noticeable. So let's copy over a bevel modifier. And let's just apply our scale. And that's way too much, so let's reduce that a little bit. Cool, and then we might have to adjust it. And let's just go into edit mode and make this a little bit bigger. I added some sticky notes, which are just planes that I rotated and extruded, and to move them around, Shift D, and I just used face snapping to move them around, and then just RX or whatever axes to rotate them. All right, let's add a Boba plushie up here. So I'm gonna Shift right click, add a plane just like so, scale it down, go into edit mode, you know the deal, and two support loops already as Z, just like that. Let's go into object mode. Let's add a subdivision surface modifier. Let's right click shade smooth. That looks a little bit too much. Then let's add some more loop cuts. Let's go into side view. I want it a little bit bulky, so let's go just like this. Let's turn on proportional editing. Let's scale that up, make it a little bit bulky just like that. Cool, let's jump there. Kind of looking like a Boba already. Let's go into edit mode. Let's Shift D, duplicate this, right click cancel, piece separated by selection. Let's go into edit mode, E, extrude that up, and this will kind of be like our cap. Let's S, Shift Z, open it up a little bit, right click, set origin, origin to geometry. Let's go, let's select both of these. Let's hit inset, just to inset that a little bit, and then maybe Alt E, extrude along normals, and then just bring it in just like that, kind of something like that. S, Shift Z, S, Z, kind of like that, and let's just put it on the top right there. Cool, just like that. And then maybe we want another support loop here just to make it a little bit more straight there. And let's expand this a little bit more. So what we can do is select both of them and go into edit mode and then still scale it up proportionally so the top is also scaling. All right, so let's turn on proportional editing, and I don't like how this one is going through this one. So what we can do is just take this entire top face. Let's go out and just bring it down a little bit. So it's covered there. All right, now let's just select this face right here, Shift D, duplicate, right click cancel, piece separated by selection. Then S, Shift Z, scale it down, G, move it over here, go into edit mode, E to extrude it all. If you need to go into wireframe, you totally can. I'm not, but cool. Let's tilt it a little bit. Cool, let's just squash this down a little bit. Let's move this down. All right, let's go into local view, side view, doesn't really matter. It's just going to be another plane. Let's do RX90, scale it down. Let's do control 1, control 2, cool. Let's just go into edit mode, extrude it out a little bit, cool. RZ, right click, shade smooth, and RZ, cool. Add modifier, mirror modifier, maybe something like so, just kind of like that. RZ, G, GY, maybe bring that out a little bit more. And for the mouth, let's just duplicate this, get rid of the mirror modifier. GY, let's just snap it to the center because we have face select. All right, let's just do SX. Let's go into edit mode. Let's add a loop cut here. Let's go into, let's just bring it down, kind of like so. Maybe scale it down a little bit. And there we kind of have. All right, let's add some piano details. I'm gonna add a loop cut. SX, GX, move it in. Let's take this face inset a little bit, E extrude downwards. Let's just go into edit mode, Shift D, duplicate, right click cancel, piece separated by selection. Object, set origin, origin to geometry, SX, bring that down. Go into edit mode, E extrude that upwards, S. All right, now I want to add like some clickable icons. So instead of modeling it, what the typical workflow is to find an SVG online and import that into Blender to use it. So SVG repo has a lot of really awesome ones that are, I think, public domain license. So find, you know, whatever logo you want. Hopefully it's here somewhere. And just download it. Just make sure when you click on it, you check the license. Oh, this one's MIT, so this is fine. And if the logo you're looking for doesn't exist on SVG repo, you know, you can just type in your company logo SVG and try and find a resource there. Again, just make sure to check the license. So now what you can do is come here, file, import, and make sure to select SVG, not SVG as grease pencil, just regular SVG, and you can import it. So it imports as a curve. You can see right here. Now it might be extremely small, so you can just scale it up and just bring it up there. Now, because it's a curve, we have all those things that we did when we were making other curves, right? So in geometry, we have this extrude thing that we can extrude a little bit. And then we also have this bevel thing right here. So if you want to add a little bit of bevel to the corners, you totally can do that. So we can increase that bevel there. And you can see it makes it a little bit more stylized, just like that. So I think that actually looks pretty good for the GitHub logo. So once I'm done, I can convert to mesh, right click, set origin to geometry, and now it'll just be its own object. All right, I'm gonna do the same thing for the other ones. So again, this time I'm gonna go to YouTube. Let's select YouTube, let's scale it up. Let's extrude it a little bit. Let's add some bevel. Cool, that looks good. I don't think for curves you need to apply your scale. Yeah, it didn't change anything, but yeah. So this also looks good. And of course, when you convert it to a mesh, well, I guess you don't have to convert it to a mesh yet until we start getting to like the baking stage, but I'm just gonna do it anyway because I kind of confirmed that I want these like so. You'll also notice that some of these have the wrong shading applied, so you can right click and shade auto smooth and I'll fix that up right there. Okay, now for each of these, I'm just going to add some sort of background to hold them. So cursor to selected and Shift A and add a plane, RX 90, scale it down, go into edit mode. I think we can just extrude it this time. Let's go into local view. Let's just select these edges, Shift G, select similar length, Control B, and just give it a small little bevel just like that. Right click, shade auto smooth. Let's copy over one of these, copy, Control L, copy modifiers. That's looking good. And we can just have that just like there, and then we can angle it, of course. All right, let's add a circle. 16 should be okay. RY 90, cool. Let's go into edit mode. Let's just scale that down. Shift X like so. Let's go into edit mode. Let's just extrude that out on the x-axis. Let's fill that in. Let's inset that. And let's extrude that in just to get a clock like so. Right click, shade auto smooth. Let's apply our scale. Let's copy over a bevel modifier like so. That seems to be too much, so we can lower it. And it looks a little bit too, so let's add a subdivision surface modifier of 1. Hands should just be a simple plane, I guess. I guess you can do it whatever you want to do it with. Let's go into edit mode. Let's just extrude that out a little bit. I don't want it too thick. Let's go into wireframe just to see what that is. Okay, GX, let's move it out, GX, and then snap it. Cool, let's go into edit mode. Let's make sure we select everything, GZ. GZ, this will be the hour hand. And then let's just duplicate that and move it along the X. SXX, make it smaller in the hour hand. And then let's also just add a cylinder here, and we probably only need like 10. So I'm just gonna scale that down, probably even less than 10, oh well. RY 90. Cool, just like that. Okay, let's add a small table. You already know the drill. We're gonna add a plane. We're gonna hit Control 2 to give that subdivision. We're gonna extrude that out. We're gonna give it 2 guard loops with Control R, just like that. We're gonna scale it up. Let's turn up proportional editing, and we're just gonna scale it up right like that. We're gonna right click, shade smooth, just like that. And for the legs, you already know the drill. We're just gonna Shift deduplicate, right click, cancel. We're gonna go into top view. We're gonna go scale this down, just like so. Let's go into wireframe just to get an arbitrary size that we want. We're gonna add a mirror modifier right here. We're gonna select this object as our mirror object, and we're also gonna do it on the y-axis. Then we're gonna go into edit mode, and what we're gonna do is probably select this bottom face here, hit Control plus to select that control loop up there, GZ, and we're just gonna snap it down to the bottom just like that. And then if we want, we can scale that up a little bit and maybe even make it a little bit more round by bringing that up. And then we got something really cute and stylized. And that we can do RX and then RY90, and then we have something really cute like that. SZZ, just bring it up just like that, and there we have our table desk thing. All right, for the pizza, you already know the deal. We're gonna take this. We're gonna Shift deduplicate, right click, cancel, P separate by selection. Let's go into edit mode. Let's add 2. Well, since it's rotated, let's do Alt R so it's back to the default rotation. Not that we have to, it's just easier to work with. Let's add 2 loop cuts here. Let's scale them down, maybe SX. Let's add another one here. Let's go into edit mode. Let's just bring this forward just to make a pizza shape just like that. We definitely need one back here just to give it, you know, some pizza shape. Let's go into edit mode. Let's extrude that down. There we got a nice cute pizza. Maybe we want to give some stylization here and scale that up a little bit. I don't know, really up to you there. For the crust, I think I'm just going to go into edit mode, hold control, select all that. P, separate by selection, go into edit mode just like that. Let's go into edit mode, AE, extrude outwards, kind of like so. Let's reset, set origin to geometry. Let's GY, move it in there, SZ, scale it up, SX, and just adjust it like so. And you know, really up to you at this point here. Let's go in the pizza, and I don't like how it's so round, so let's add a guard loop here and just make it flatter at the bottom. I don't know, I don't think I want one for the crust. Maybe I do, I don't know, really up to you there. So for the cheese, what we're going to do is go into edit mode, just select all these top faces right here, hit Control plus to increase your selection. You can see it gets the top half of the pizza. What we're going to do is Shift duplicate, right click, cancel, be separated by selection, and you can double click to select the overlapping thing, and then you can just scale it up just a little bit, so like so. Then what you can do is right click and subdivide as necessary. And then once you subdivide, turn on proportional editing like so, and just edit the cheese like so, and make a cheese around there. Of course, if you always need more geometry, you can totally do that. And if you feel like places don't want cheese, you can actually select the face and delete those faces like so. And then you can just come all around and keep on adjusting your cheese all around. Maybe this doesn't need a face here, and get some nice looking pizza cheese just like that. Of course, you can also get rid of edge loops that you don't want either with Control X. So once you get some good looking cheese, you can see I added a bunch of loop cuts and whatnot for my cheese. Of course, we can add a solidify modifier just like this. Let's bring it up here and let's change the thickness just to give it, you know, some depth to that cheese. Now it looks really, really cheesy. For the toppings like pepperoni, let's just use this P separated by selection. Let's go into edit mode, E extrude upwards. I inset a little bit, E extrude downwards. There we kind of already have a pepperoni that we can put along our pizza, just like that. For an onion, we can actually just duplicate this and go into local view and delete the bottom and top faces. Now it's a little bit messed up because we don't have this side, but we'll never see it because it's blocked by the cheese itself. And then you can just add like 2 looped cuts here to give it a little bit more rigidness. And now what you have here is an onion ring. Typically, I don't think I would take that approach with an onion ring unless it's to save time. I would probably use like a cylinder. Definitely not 32, but I would select both of these sides like here. I would inset them first, then delete them, then select both of these edge loops like so, and then Control E, bridge edge loops. And then this is definitely more of an onion ring vibe. And then I would add like a loop cut here. So one for the white part and then one for the purple part. And then if you want an inner purple part, you could totally add another loop cut there just for the inner purple part as well. But just to save time, if you wanted to go the other route that I just showed you, you totally could. There will be differences in topology, but you know, it kind of really just depends on your scene and your vibe. So I definitely want some leaves on my pizza. So again, that's going to be the same thing. I'm going to Shift duplicate, right click, cancel pizza or bar, select Alt R, reset our rotation just like so. Let's go into edit mode. Let's add, I don't know, maybe 2 loop cuts. Let's SX scale that down. Let's add another one here. And let's just bring that down just like so. And let's go into edit mode, probably bring GY, bring this up, maybe this one specifically, and then use some proportional editing. Cool. And then add loop cuts just to make the shape of your leaf for your pizza. Really up to you what you want there for your leaf. And then of course you want to add a solidify modifier. Again, we want to solidify before subdivide it, and there we can have like a leaf for our pizza. Cool. You can see I have my pizza here and my leaves here, and I'm just adjusting the roundness a little bit just manually. Not too big a deal. I'm trying to reduce the amount of overlap as much as possible, but we'll come back and deal with all that later. So now we kind of have a really, really cute piece of pizza. For the soda can, you already know what we're going to do. We're going to take this, Shift duplicate, right click, cancel, P separate by selection, Alt R, reset that rotation, go into edit mode. Let's E extrude that up. Let's go into local view just so we get rid of everything. Let's add Control R, 2 loop cuts, SZ just to scale it up just like that. Let's change the whole can just like that. Let's maybe add 3 more loop cuts in the center here just to give it some bulkiness. So let's go into wireframe. Let's make sure we select that. Let's turn on proportional editing with O. Let's hit S just to scale it, and let's just bulk it up kind of like that. Make it a little bit cute just like that. Then for this top here, let's I to inset that a little bit, and let's just E and extrude that down. And this is way too smooth, so what we can do is actually inset again, and then we get a control loop right there for the ring around that. Super cool. And then for that pin thing, what we can do is Shift duplicate, right click, cancel, P separate by selection, then right click, set origin to geometry, scale that down, make it SX, probably add a loop cut here. Let's select both of these faces. Let's hit I to inset, and then I hit I again for individual faces, and just hit X and delete those faces. Let's go into edit mode, extrude that up, just like so. That looks pretty good. And then for the little pin in there, what we can do again is shift duplicate, right click, cancel, piece separated by selection. Click set origin, origin to geometry, scale this down, go into edit mode, hit A, extrude it upwards, shift S, selection to cursor, scale that down and just put it like that. There we kind of have our soda can, and then we can give some adjustments here. So maybe we want it a little bit inside on the, whoops. Let's turn off proportional editing, and maybe we want a little bit of the inside over here and then another one on the top here. This gives it a little bit more of a Coke bottle shape. So we can have another one possibly. It's giving more of a can vibe this way. Same thing down here. For this, we can probably inset and extrude down a little bit. And then if you want to add more detail, you can totally add more detail. But I think just one extrusion down, this was good enough for a stylized can. And I'm actually going to get rid of the bottom extrude because it's going to be covered up from the top. If you want a rotated can, you can leave it for more realism. But I think what I'm just going to do is add like a guard loop over here and honestly just scale this down kind of like so. So it has some resemblance of a bottom there. Okay, let's just add something here to fill up the empty space. I'm going to shift duplicate RZ 90. Let's see if that's the right way. Cool, it is. Let's just move it over here. Cool, bring it up. SY. So this time I also want a hanging plant, but we're going to do it a little bit differently this time because I want a lot of them. So I'm actually going to use this thing that we created really early, this sort of bowl sort of looking thing. I just realized it's really inside there. And I think for this one, I'm going to reuse this. So I'm going to shift duplicate, shift S selection to cursor up there, like so. And then for this one, I think what I'm going to do is add a loop cut here and just bring it in like that. So then it becomes more of like a vase. So this will be more like a hanging plant pot. Whereas let's do S, shift Z, and just bring it out a little bit. This will be like a plant, you know, like a bowl to hold a plant. So this is more like a vase of flowers. And then here is going to be like a bowl of hanging plant. Let's just add a Bezier curve. Well, this is also a Bezier curve. So I'm just going to shift duplicate this Bezier curve that we created earlier. Shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset. I'm definitely going to make the stem a little bit thinner. So I'm going to come over here and in round, I'm just going to turn down the resolution a little bit. Cool. Maybe something like that. And I'm just going to reshape it into like a hanging plant sort of vibe. So, you know, what I'm going to do is put it around here, move this down like so. Probably rotate this for sure. Move that down. Move this down. Definitely rotate. Give that a rotation. Like so. Probably definitely extrude that. So the next thing we have to do is make another leaf. So if you want to copy one of our old leaves, like this pizza thing, this is making me so hungry. Oh my gosh. But if you want to, you could totally do that. But what I'm going to do is probably just, you know, shift A, add another plane, and make a completely new leaf. So I'm just going to bring that up. And the only reason I'm making a new leaf is just for variety, but like you definitely don't have to. Like, I don't know if a lot of people can tell that it's a new leaf or not, especially when you're like scattering it. So, you know, it's really up to you, but you know, I'm just going to create a really basic new leaf like so, arbitrary shape. If you want to, you can import like a reference and whatnot and like, you know, create something cool like that. So again, probably control 1. Yeah, control 1 is more than enough for this sort of leaf. Let's just go into edit mode and let's just add a center here. Let's do control B just to bevel it. Move our mouse up once just to get the center one, and then let's just hold control to pick the shortest path. And like our other leaves, let's just GZ and move it down a little bit, kind of like so. And let's add a solidify modifier. Again, we want to solidify it before the subdivision, so we can increase that a little bit. And I think this time, instead of extruding it from the leaf itself, what we can do instead is add a cylinder. And 32 is way too many. I think I'll go with 12 because it's going to be really small. So I'm just going to, 12 might be overkill, but whatever. RX 90 and then shade auto smooth. Move it somewhere over here. Let's go into edit mode, select this face and just extend it out a little bit, kind of like so. What we can do is add a few loop cuts on here, like so. And then with proportional editing and selecting this, like so, we can give it a slight taper. So we can just scale it down a little bit. Again, if you want to use the taper modifier thing, the simple deform thing that we used earlier, you totally could. I'm just doing it manually because it's faster and you have more control for what we're doing here. So I kind of want to keep it somewhat equal to the scale of the leaf. Cool. And when you're happy with that, what you can do is F3 convert to mesh. If you wanted to save a copy of it, you totally could, but I think I'm good with that. So now I'm just going to hit Control J and join them together so it's one single object. Cool. Let's apply our scale and everything, make sure everything's okay. I feel like this has to be a little bit bigger, so I'm going to do Control L and just, whoops, let's turn off proportional SY and just scale it up just a little bit. Kind of like so. Now what we can do is go into edit mode and probably turn on proportional editing, give some sort of distortions to this. Now we need to reset this origin point to over here. So what we can do is just hit Control period, GY in this case, and just snap it to this face right here. And Control period to confirm that. Alternatively, you could just select this, Shift S, cursor to selected, it'll snap to that selected face, and then you could do object set origin to 3D cursor. Nothing changed because we already set it there anyway. This is necessary because we're going to be using a particle system, and that origin point is going to be based on that particle system. Now what we can do, once you have a curve that you like, so I'm just going to duplicate this because we're going to be using it several times for multiple hanging plants. Once you have a curve that you like, you can F3 and convert it to a mesh. Then you can do the same thing we did last time. So we can come over here. Oh, well, we could have filled caps first. Oh, well, we can just hit F to fill that now and then select it. And then, you know, just kind of taper it off with whatever you want to go for. Okay, now we can select this mesh, right? And add a particle system right here and just hit plus. Now you can see it looks like a bunch of blobs. So let's change it to hair instead. Now we don't want that many because there's so many. So what we can do is set it to like 100 and see what that gives us. Now instead of like hair particles like you see here, we want to use the object that we created, this leaf right here. Under render, instead of as path, we're going to render as object. And then the instance object, the object that we're going to instance across this curve, is going to be our leaf. So we can just eyeball this leaf right here. And you can see our leaf is right there. Now in render, you can adjust the scale of it, as well as the scale randomness. You can see some leaves are going to be random, whereas others are not. Cool. Now it doesn't look particularly realistic because everything is kind of like on one side. Maybe you like that, but I don't. So what I'm going to do is tick advanced. And you can see when I hit advanced, there's going to be this new thing here called rotation. So we can click on rotation. You can see we can change it through like normal and then change the phase. You can try velocity here, which is the default, which might work for you. Yeah, just play around with something that you like. I mean, go through these. I don't really know. Honestly, I would honestly just trial and error at this point. And of course, you can like adjust the number of leaves that you want and the overall size of it. And then you can still change the number and the length and then also the seed, you know, like Minecraft seeds and whatnot. So if you want to, you can just reuse this similar thing and do it again. But particle systems act like materials. So if you adjust this one, it's going to adjust the other one as well. So what you want to do instead is hit this copy thing here. So you can give a name to it if you want, or you just hit copy and it'll automatically add 0.001. And now you can see when I add this one, it's not going to edit this one. It's only editing this one here. So they kind of act the same as materials. Now, if you do want to adjust the curve, well, you still have that option too, right? It doesn't have to be a curve to edit it. You can edit it in its mesh form as well. So yeah, that way you don't have to create a bunch of curves. But again, we still have our other curve here that you can adjust as a Bezier and do all the transformations that we did earlier if you wanted to go that route. And for my emitter object, you can see if I adjust it here, it's going to affect my other particle system. So if you're kind of happy with what it is, what you can do is just hide it. That way you don't have to accidentally think about it and stuff like that. And then what I think I'm going to do is just have one extra curve here, just delete it and just put like a small little patch inside here, kind of like so. Let's just delete those extra vertices that we don't need. Like so, just the bottom of here. We can definitely duplicate this one and tone down the number. So it might be a little bit messed up close up, but from far away, you know, no one's going to be able to tell. It kind of just looks like a pot that's filled with a bunch of leaves, right? Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think this actually gives the vibe I'm going for. Like, even if I make it really big and stylized, So I could probably spend some time changing the leaf, but I don't think it overall matches the scene anyway, so I'm actually just gonna get rid of that. I think maybe what I put in here is like a bowl of eggs, so I'm just gonna like Shift D, duplicate P, separate by selection, double click to select that, and probably just extrude this up. Set origin to geometry. I don't know, like a bird's nest sort of thing. Like, I don't know. Yeah, use your imagination. I don't actually know because I haven't planned this in advance. But I'm just gonna make like a bowl of eggs or something. So that's a little bit funny and a little bit cute at the same time. So there's a bit of empty space here, so I want to add a wall outlet. So what I'm gonna do is Shift A and probably search for a plane. Let's just do RY90, like so. Let's scale it down into like an arbitrary wall outlet shape. It doesn't really have to be exact. That looks okay. Then what we can do is probably extrude it out just a little bit and maybe scale that down a little bit. Then what we can do is hit A to select everything, subdivide it, subdivide it, subdivide it. And this looks okay. Then we can select like these three and probably just extrude it in. And then for this one, I think we can just hit I to inset, and then maybe SZ to make it a little bit smaller, and then GZ, and then just inset that as well. Cool. Then let's copy over a bevel modifier. So I'm just going to copy over from here, Control L, copy modifiers. Cool. So that's one of our outlets. And let's just add an array modifier like so. That looks okay. We can increase to X just a little bit like so. And I want it horizontally, so I'm going to do it like that. And if you want to give it a back, you totally can. So if you want to do that, we can just go into edit mode. We can just select any one of these faces, Shift D, duplicate, right click, cancel, P, separate by selection. And let's get rid of the array modifier. Let's get rid of the bevel modifier. Object, set origin to geometry, and just scale it up. GZ, go out, SY, GY, SZ, cool. And then I guess we can extrude this out a little bit. And let's go into wireframe and just select that and just move this out. Cool, just like that. And then we have our wall outlet. And since it's so small, I'm actually going to get rid of the bevel on this one. Okay, now I want to add some text. So the really nice thing is that there's this text object right here. And if you rotate it and go into edit mode, you can just start typing. And you have all the features that you would have. Well, not all, but a lot of the features that you would have of a regular text box like on PowerPoint or Word and so on and so forth. Like I can hit A, I can hold Shift to type, I can hit Enter for a new line, so on and so forth. I can do Control B to bold or Control I for italic. Nothing's changing here because in the font itself, the default font uses the same font for the regular, the bold, italic, and so on and so forth. So what you can do is go online like Google Fonts or FontSpace and find a font that you like. Not every font will work properly, but just play around until you find something that you like and that works. Then you just download it. You don't have to install it on your computer. You can just download it on your computer. And then when you have it downloaded, you can navigate to your fonts, wherever you downloaded it. It doesn't have to be in the fonts folder. If you put it in downloads, that's fine as well. So here I can just try some random one, and you can see I tried this one. And you can see I tried that one and it updated there. Now this isn't updated because technically it's bolded, so I'd have to update the bold version of the font as well. You can see if I retype it though, it's going to be okay. And then you have a lot of really cool options here. So let me choose a different font, maybe like Arial Black. If I come over here and do none, you can see it's only going to keep the outline. And then if I do extrude, you can see it's going to extrude that. And then you kind of get like this, I don't know, like surrounding text sort of vibe, which is really cool. And then you also have this thing like bevel, right? So you can bevel it up. So you can combine these and see what you get and see what you like. When you're going for like static image renders, leaving it as a text object is completely fine. We need to convert it to a mesh. So let me just show you. If I F3 convert this to a mesh and go into edit mode, you can see now it becomes a mesh itself, and you can't edit the text anymore. With typing, it's just like an actual object now that you move around and adjust. Now, when it comes to text, there usually is a lot of issues with the topology. As you can tell, this is a really bad mess. Some fonts are better than others, but this one is okay for like the I's and the K's and so on and so forth. But for these, it's definitely a little bit suspicious. One thing I know is that there's usually a lot of overlapping vertices. So hit A to select everything, hit M to merge vertices by distance, and set it to like 0.001. You can see I removed 7,839 vertices and nothing visually changed at all. So it just got rid of all those overlapping vertices, which saved some information. Depending on your font, you can get away with the remesh modifier and turning down the voxel size until you get something you like. The issue with using this remesh modifier is take a look at my scene statistics. This is 76,000 vertices, this right alone. Let me get rid of it. You can see it's 45,000. So if I re-add it, by the time I get to something really small that looks good, it's going to start lagging my computer. And you can see now it's 682,000 vertices. And it still looks a little bit suspicious close up. You also have this option here like blocks, which you can increase the octree depth and hopefully get something. But you should be careful with this because if you go too high, it's going to crash your file and maybe even crash your computer. The downside of Blender is that there's very few safeguards when it comes to parameters. So just be careful with that. For a lot of fonts, remesh doesn't work. And for this font, it seems like remesh isn't working either. You can see when I duplicate this and apply the modifier, what it actually does. So if I go into edit mode, you can see if I get really, really close, everything is like starting into becoming into quads. So the topology is definitely better, but there's way too many quads here. What you could do is go into edit mode, select everything and unsubdivide. Again, if your computer can't handle it, don't even bother. You also have like this decimate modifier here that you can play with, unsubdivide or collapse and just bring this down and it'll kind of merge some of the geometries. Again, be careful with these methods because it might crash your computer. If it's like this, you know, it's fine just to leave it unless it's causing shading issues during baking. If you don't know what that is, that's totally okay. If there's no shading issues, if it looks fine, then it's okay just to leave text as is. If you need to fix it up, then yeah, you would spend some time tracing the font and remaking it yourself, or just get a better font that works out of the box. There's very few fonts I know that work out of the box, but some fonts will work better with the remesh modifier than others. Okay, let's make some lights that hang from here and here. So the first thing we need is a light bulb. So I'm just going to Shift A, add a plane. Again, we want the subdivision surface. You already know where we're gonna go. We're gonna extrude upwards like that. We're gonna add 2 loop cuts just like this. This will be kind of the base. And then maybe one more support loop up here. So it's kind of like that. Right click, shade smooth. Cool. Now we can just select this top, extrude it outwards, probably expand that a little bit, maybe make it a little bit longer, and then just one more bracing loop right here. And maybe we scale that down. Cool. Let's just scale this up just a little bit more just to give it a more light bulb sort of a shape. Cool. And there's kind of like our light bulb. Maybe we can select this bottom face, plus, control plus, control plus. Maybe control plus one more time, hit Alt S and just scale that down a little bit. Cool. And then I think we just P separate by selection here. That way it's kind of separate from the bulb itself. And let's just select both of these, right click, set origin, origin to geometry. And let's just scale this one up. Oops. All right, there I have my light bulb. So let's just check if 1 is enough. So 1 is definitely not enough. So I'm going to keep it at 2. I'm just going to convert these to a mesh now. And then I'm going to join them together just like so. Now what we can do is use, so let's just do RX90. Whoops, let's just hit minus so it goes this way. And let's just Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's Shift A and add a path curve. Cool. Let's add an array modifier for this one. Let's just increase the X a little bit. And I don't know, maybe like 6. Then let's add a curve modifier like so, and just select the path that we created. So now once we edit this curve, it should be around, it should be adjusting our thing. So if we make it really long, we can increase the array modifier here, and you can see that we're going to get some more light bulbs just like that. You could also use the particle system method that we used earlier, which is totally valid as well. But I'm just going to be using this method. So now all I have to do is just move this into the hanging position. So I want one going over there and one going over there. So that's all I'm going to be doing. Of course, for the curve itself, we definitely want to give it some depth. So I'm just going to increase that. So Shift right click, Shift S, selection to cursor. Then let's select this one, Shift right click here, Shift S, selection to cursor. And then we can just adjust these like so. We can also resize these just a little bit if they're too big. Cool. And then we can also adjust, you know, the factor here as well. Now we just duplicate this, Shift D duplicate, and same thing. What we can do, same thing. Let's just go into edit mode, select this, probably over here, Shift S, selection to cursor, over here as well. probably somewhere over here, Shift S, selection to cursor, and we can just adjust the curve accordingly. And here we probably only need 4 rather than 5. And we can set a little bit stronger of an offset. And we can remove some extra vertices that we don't need. So we didn't need 5 vertices there. Cool, let's go to top view and just move that in. And then it looks like 4 is too many, and then maybe we can do GY and just move this along the curve just a little bit more. Now they do seem to be a little bit off, so what we can do is go into edit mode and GZZ and just move it up a little bit. And now you can see it's kind of inside, which is okay. Now it looks like it's not centered, so we can go into edit mode and GYY just a tad bit, maybe one more GYY. Cool. And if you wanted to go through it, you can do GZZ and just move it up just a little bit more. And now you can see it's running through that. Oh, I guess I should have done it with this one as well. Oh well, GZZ, just move it up a little bit. Go into edit mode. Now this one's too far ahead, so we can just move it out slightly. Cool, GYY, just one more time. And when you're done, you can just, convert them to a mesh, F3 convert to mesh. And then if you need to make any adjustments, you can totally go into edit mode and turn on proportional editing and just make some adjustments. Or, honestly, go here, Control L and select this, Control L and delete these as well. Or of course, you can just select it, Control L to select linked stuff and just move it where you need it to be. So if you want to rotate around the wire, you can just actually select a portion of the wire, something like that, Shift S, cursor to select it, it'll snap around there. Then hitting period key, you can change to 3D cursor pivot point, which is the same thing we were doing up here, transform pivot point. You can just use the period key and switch to that. Then in edit mode on this, select anything, Control L just to select linked. And now you can just do RR and it'll rotate around that 3D cursor. Of course, you can use the other ones as well. But I'm going to go back to bounding box center, and I actually kind of like the rotations that it already gave us. Yeah, now let's add some floorboards. I did remove the egg thing and the pizza thing in the footrest because I don't know what I want here yet, but let's just do the floor anyway. All right, let's go into local view because right now I want to add some floor planks. So what I'm going to do is select this, shift duplicate, right click, cancel, P separate by selection. And what I'm going to do is probably expand this on the SY. So for now, I'm just going to leave it like this, and let's reset set origin to geometry. And what I'm going to do is add as many loop cuts as thick as you want your planks. So if you want your planks this thick, then you would add this many loop cuts. Like each plank is this thick. And now what we can do is add 3 loop cuts because I want an alternating pattern. If you want to add more alternating pattern, you can add more loop cuts and adjust them as necessary, but I'm going to make mine fairly even. So now what I'm going to do is Shift Alt and select all of these loop cuts. And then I'm going to select on this one, and then I'm going to just alternate. So 2, and then 1, and then 2, and then 1, and then 2. Of course, if you want, you can also start with 2, 1, 2, 1, so on and so forth. Now what we can do is just hit bevel, Control B to bevel, but make it really, really small, just like that. And then we can delete those faces. And now what we can do is A, E, and just extrude upwards. Make sure to apply our scale. And then what we can do is add a bevel modifier, just like so. And shading, I definitely want to harden the normals, maybe turn up to like 3 segments. And then we can just adjust the amount until we get some planks that we like. So that looks really nice. So I think I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay, let's make sure they're not overlapping. I guess we probably should have done the planks first, but that's totally okay. We can just go into wireframe, select both of these, and just GZ and move it down, like so. Make sure everything is resting just like that. Okay, for like a wall outlet, we can probably add like a cylinder just to cover something up. 32 is way too many. Let's just do 12. Let's just scale that down. Over the outlet, RX90, just like so. Then we can probably select this face, extrude it, and just, whoops, definitely not proportional editing. Then we can just select this and expand it a little bit. And then right click, shade auto smooth. Maybe scale this down a little bit more so it's a little bit more defined. And then there you can just use like a curve to plug it in. And then I'm just going to shift duplicate this curve and Shift S, selection to cursor, just like so. And I'm just going to adjust this over here and GX, move it a little bit, RZ, kind of like so. Let's just move it like that. And now it kind of looks like we're using our curve outlet. And you can see if I hide this real quick, you can see I did the same exact thing for the computer as well. All right, let's add like a cap to the top here. So what I'm going to do is probably shift right click somewhere and just Shift A, add a plane like so. And I'm just going to scale it down, about a little bit sized above the thing, Let's just go into edit mode and let's just GUI, bring it over here. Let's add a loop cut here, about the same size. And let's just do EX and snap it over. And then I want it lingering a little bit over the edge of the room. We can go in edit mode and just extrude upwards. If you want to give it a solidify modifier instead, just to see how it looks first, you can totally do that. And I kind of want one for the bottom as well. So let me just move this down. Let's just go in here and let's go into edit mode, select this, shift D, duplicate, right click, cancel, be separate by selection. You already know how it is. Double click just to get that. Let's just scale it up. Whoops. Let's do right click, set origin to geometry, scale that up just a little bit. I don't know, maybe about the same out as the other one, right? So about here, I'm just lining that up and lining this up here. If it's not perfect, it's totally fine. We can just extrude that out, apply our scale. Let's come over here, Control L, copy modifiers. Cool. And then I think I want a little bit more detail here at the top. So what I'm going to do is go into edit mode. Let's just select this and let's just make this up a little bit. And then for this thing, let's go into solid mode. And let's go and just select these bottom faces here. Let's inset them a little bit and then extrude downwards. So there we kind of have something like that. Cool. And maybe what we can do is, let's see, Control B, bevel these. That way it's got a little bit more style. What we can try instead is maybe a custom inset. So if we do Control B and then we come over to the bevel menu, whoops, let's come over to the bevel menu. We can come to custom profile type and kind of just make it inverted this way instead. That also looks pretty cool. So I'm going to shade auto smooth this one. That's cool. Additionally, if you don't like doing it that way, you can just do Control B and instead of custom, super ellipse, and then just change the shape inward a little bit. And that would kind of give you a similar effect. So shape by default is 0.5. We can just bring that down just a little bit like so. Definitely a little bit less sharp than if we make a custom one. So let's just see if we can do something like a cool bend. That looks pretty sick actually. But like honestly, just find something that you like. All right, so the next thing is kind of a combination of everything. We're going to be doing materials, we're going to be joining objects, we're going to be deleting things and saving information and space in our GLB file. So this one is going to be a pretty intense section. So what I like to do at this point, if you're not organized with your collections, which I am definitely not organized with my collections or naming conventions at all, what you should do is come up here and file and save incremental or save a copy. Save incremental will just add a 1 to your Blender file and create a completely new copy, which is what I like to do. So just save incremental and you can see it says room portfolio 1.blend. And now you can come over here and file save as, and you can see that we have these two, our original one, and then we also have the one that we are currently on, and you can rename that if you want to. So typically when I'm working on a new project, I set some initial materials as I'm working and I delete phases as I'm working. So it's kind of wish-washy back and forth. There's no reason in particular for this video that I'm doing it in this order, other than I just want distinct sections for this video. So let's go first into either material preview or rendered mode. And make sure to change your render engine from Eevee to cycles because we're going to be baking our lights or saving the calculated light data into our image textures. Again, if you don't know what that is, that's totally okay. Just know for now that we should be in cycles. And for your viewport thing, make sure to tone down the max samples. It might start really high, like 256. Adjust it, to your computer, what your computer can handle smoothly. If your computer can handle more, you can definitely increase that. And then you can also turn on this denoise thing, which will kind of get rid of some of the fuzz. So what we can do is just come over here and drag up a new window. If you don't like that, you can just hit F3 and split view, and you can choose one of these, and then it'll give you the same sort of option there. You can also right click and just do join down, or right click and vertical split, and it'll kind of give you the same thing there. So let's come over here and switch this to the shader editor where we edit our materials, and let's change it from object to world. This will change our world lighting. So let's go back into rendered mode and let's search for a sky texture and let's just plug that in right here. So what this will do, it'll add a built-in sky texture for us from Blender. And let's just hide this entire background for now. So I'm just gonna hide that. So we have a lot of options here. We can do like the rotation of the sun. to change the sunlight, the strength of it, the sun size, which pretty much determines, how smooth the shadow is. If you want a really harsh shadow, for example, you can have a really small sun size, or you can go for something a little bit softer. You can always adjust your lighting later, so don't put too much pressure on yourself to get the lighting correct at the very moment. Okay, cool. So now what we can do is select anything, and then let's go back to object mode and give it some materials. So this one I'll call floor plank. So initially we can just start with basic colors for now. So for planks, I don't know. I think I'm going for something a little more stylized. So I might bring this down, and instead of making it like the cliche brown that you expect, I might make it a little bit reddish, like the Acacia trees in Minecraft or something, like pink or something. But again, really up to your scene and what you're trying to go for. I forgot to mention, like, make sure to set this to your GPU if you have a good GPU, because it'll speed up significantly. And I'm also going to turn on denoise just so I don't blind you guys with all my noise. And there's also this noise threshold thing, where you can adjust how much noise you want it to get through. Obviously, the more noise, the more performant, but the more, fuzzy it's going to look when you move around. Like denoise, you can see all that fuzz without there. So when you're in denoise, also make sure to click use GPU if you have a good GPU, because it'll run a lot faster that way. Render, we'll come back to that. Right now we're just dealing with the viewport. Now, if you don't like manually getting your colors, what you can do is find a color palette that you like online, maybe like this one, and just export it as an image. And then back in Blender, what we can do is come over here and go into the image editor and hit open and just navigate to that color file. So now what I can do is select this eyedropper tool and just select from my color palette here, right? Just like that. Cool. That's a really handy thing. Again, it doesn't have to be a color palette. It can be any image that you like the colors of. You can just sample from that image. You have a lot of other properties here that will adjust how your material reacts to light. I'm not going to be covering that in this video, primarily because it won't be affecting much of what we're going to be doing. Now, there's a lot of other material properties that comes with the default principled BSDF shader that will affect the way that your material looks. For us, however, I'm kind of just sticking only to the roughness slider, which basically determines how shiny it is. You can see if I move it to 0, it's really shiny. And if I move it up, it's going to be very matte and flat, pastely kind of color. Right? So again, roughness, you can imagine a really rough surface is like dirt. Dirt is really rough. So when light goes in there, it scatters, right? And something smooth like a knife or a sword is really shiny. The metal is really shiny. And that's because it's going to bounce off those light rays just like that. So the higher the roughness, the more like dirt it is. The lower the roughness, the more metalish it kind of is. And of course, you also have like this metallic slider that you can play with as well. But when it comes to colors, I'm just going to be adjusting the roughness primarily rather than anything over here. Now, another alternative to creating materials is what we call procedural materials. So instead of just using regular base colors, we use math functions to adjust those colors in certain ways until they look like something else. For example, if I search for a noise texture, and holding Control Shift and clicking on this will allow me just to quickly preview it. You can see the noise texture is a bunch of black and white. Well, we know that Blender behind the scenes is all math, right? That's why metallic goes from 0 to 1 and roughness goes from 0 to 1, right? We have all these mathematical values that we're just changing, and Blender's just calculating that for us. For a noise texture, visually what is happening here is that the black values are the values that are closer to 0, and the whiter values are the ones that are closer to 1. Which means if we take some sort of color, so instead of, showing like 0s and 1s all across this floor, it's just going to show a grayscale value. So the more black it is, the closer it is to 0, and the more white it is, the more close it is to 1. So how do we use a noise texture to change, like the darkness or the color of our color at different points? Like, for example, this place would be more brown, and this place would be more light brown, for example. Well, we can't just plug this in here. You can see if I do Control Shift and click on that, we don't actually see anything, because this is not a color value. However, if we take the color value and put it in there, So what we see now is that we're not providing any color values for this noise texture to select from. So what it's doing is just selecting colors from like the rainbow spectrum or the visible spectrum or whatever color space it's operating in. So let's take a look at places that are very, very noticeably different along the rainbow spectrum. So purple and red. So let's take a look at purple and red areas. So this seems to be red, but I don't know if I can find any specifically red places. This is kind of red. But anyway, let's take a look at this dark blue and violet sort of area. So if I go back just to the regular noise texture, you can see that it's very black. Well, it's not completely black, it's like a grayscale black. That means the value is closer to 0. So if you can imagine a spectrum like this, all the way to the left would be 0, which would be completely purple. All the way to the right is 1, which is completely red. So right now it's just sampling between values between 0 and 1 across this sort of color spectrum. So for these wider spaces, we can expect them to be a shade of yellowish, orange, or slightly red. These aren't really that dark, so we can probably expect these lighter areas to be about, right here, like 0.7 or 0.6 or something like that. And if I go back here, you can see indeed the lighter areas, keep an eye on this lighter area, is around orange, close to red, right? Right? It's orangish, yellowish, or honestly it might be close to red, but that's essentially what it's doing. So what we need to do is add a color ramp node. Oh, if I plug in the color ramp node, I just want to show you what that does real quick. We get this sort of grayish color, right? And how does that make sense? Well, what we have here is a scale pretty much from, or a range, I should say, from 0 to 1 of black representing 0 and white representing 1. And then you have this thing here called a factor slider that determines, how much we want to go to one side of the color, or 0 in this case is black, versus to another side, which is 1, which means completely white. So you can think if I change it to like 0.782, it's going to sample right here and give it like a slightly grayish color. Whereas if I sample over 0.11, it's closer to black and it's going to sample like a color that's closer to black. So instead of creating a consistent sampling, why don't we use a random set of black and white values, like through this noise texture, to adjust the factor here. So now you can see if I plug in the factor here into the color ramp factor and the color ramp color into the base color, you can see now if I go into rendered mode, we're going to see different colors. So let's just make that more pronounced. I'm going to make the black like a red, like a really light red. And then I'm going to make this like a really, really dark blue. And you can see some areas have patches of blue. Now it's kind of hard to see because everything is, it's like way too smooth and blurry. So if I turn up the scale, you're going to see now, you can definitely see some areas are blue and other areas are red. So if I go back and do Control Shift and click this again, you can see as we adjust the black and white values, it's going to sample from this color ramp here, random values of black and white of 0 to 1 from these colors here, and plug it into our base color. Let's say at this point you can see it's really black, which means it's really, really close to 0, which means it's really, really close to red here on this side. So if I go back and Control Shift click on this, you can see that corner is very, very red. And you can see the areas that are blue are more white because they're closer to 1. So again, keep your eyes right here. It should be really, really blue. And indeed, you can see the blue values right there. Now, if you want to adjust how much red and blue it is, what you can do is actually adjust the slider. And what this does, it will increase the amount of reds. And if you do this, it will increase the amount of blues. So how does that make sense? Well, what we have, right, is a noise texture that's generating random values of 0 and 1. And since this goes from 0 to 1, it's just sampling from here and here and here and here and here. When you move your slider from, let's say, this side to this side, effectively what we're doing is like any value 0.5 or above is just going to be this blue color. So that's exactly why we see so much blue here, because let's say we have 0.8, if the slider was here and we had 0.8, it would be like a dark shade of blue, right? But now what we're effectively saying is 0.8 is going to be the same shade of blue of 0.9, 1, 0.5, so on and so forth. So all the grayscale values that are within this range are just going to share the same exact color, so that's why we see more blue here. So how do we invert it then? Well, you just click the slider and then just drag it across each other, and you can see it's going to flip just like that. because the sampling is staying the same, but we're adjusting where it's sampling from. So that's also exactly why when you bring them closer together, the edges start becoming a lot more harsher, right? Now it's like a distinct pattern, whereas when it's far away, you can see it's like more smoothed out, like a cloudy, fluffy vibe. Because right now, if you move them so close, it's basically, okay, either take red or take blue. There's no like in-between grayscale values at this point anymore because they're so close to each other. So it's like take red or take blue. When you spread them out, it's like, oh, you have all these huge range of values to sample from. So hopefully that made sense. And of course, you have all these parameters that you can change around, and you can combine textures. So you can make another noise texture for the scale, for example. And what you're doing is, instead of having a flat scale, you're creating a noise texture generating black and white that's also determining random amounts of scale values. We'll be making at least one procedural material together later, but I want to move on now to the third way of texturing or adding materials to your scene. So what is PBR Materials? Well, it's just a method of, giving materials to your scene that kind of resembles, physically accurate things. Like when you take your camera and you take a photo of something, it looks realistic, right? So in 3D software, we just call this PBR. So what better way to go for physically based rendering than, to use actual images as your information data, right? So if you go online and just search for like PBR materials on like AmbientCG or Polyhaven, which are two very, very popular sites with, I think, open source licenses, like some sort of public license, CC0, yeah, so you can use it for like commercial stuff. Just make sure to take a look because some sites, some of their textures have different licenses from others. Yeah, just make sure to check for that. But what you have here is, if you click on one of these, let's say I kind of like this one to put into my scene. What you can see is that we get a bunch of images, and these images are going to determine, how our 3D software calculates light when interacting with this. So let's just download this at 4K. For here, I'm going to Shift A and search for an image texture. So instead of using like a base color, we're going to use the color from an image. Again, an image is just a bunch of colors, right? What we're seeing here, literally, if you don't think about the software, is, hundreds, if not thousands of pixels on our screen coloring this shade of thing, and then coloring this a different shade of color, and so on and so forth. So an image is pretty much the same thing, a digital image. It's just a bunch of pixels of different colors. So if I open that oak veneer image that we downloaded, it's called diffuse, DIFF, short for diffuse, which just pretty much means color. If I double click on that, and if I take that and hook it up into the base color, you can see, oh my gosh, we have our image that's now appearing on our 3D surface. That's awesome, but how do we change that? Well, if you remember from my previous video when I talked about image textures, we need to adjust our UV map. So UV mapping is taking the idea that you have a 2D image and you're mapping it into this 3D virtual simulated space, right? What we're looking at is a 2D computer screen. There is no actual 3D space. It's all mathematical calculations. So what we need to do is map from a 2D coordinate system into a simulated 3D coordinate system. So what we can do is come over here and go to the UV editor to adjust our UVs. And then let's switch to our oak veneer image, which is the one that we're using. Now, if I go into edit mode and hit A to select everything, you can see this is our UV map. Basically what it's saying is, out of this 2D image, take this area and put it on that specific face. So if I select like a face, for example, you're going to see like, okay, take all these pixels in this area and put it on this 3D model. And you can see when I get close to it, it's really, really blurry and pixelated. Why does that make sense? Well, if we take a look at the entire image texture, which is 4K, we're only using a fraction of those pixels. So if I select this like so, and I scale it up to take more of the image texture, you can see what we have is a lot more pixels, and it's covering a lot more area. Basically, we're saying take all of this and shove it into this small little area, which is why it's a lot more detailed than these other ones, for example. So ideally, when you're using UV mapping, you want to take up as much of the image texture as possible, right? And the reason you want to do that is because you get better resolution. and your textures look nicer. Now, what about issues like this, where it's on the side and you can see kind of like the seam, and if I select this side, you can see it looks nothing like it does on over here. So even if I try scaling it, even if I try moving it, it's just not going to work. It kind of just looks really, really weird. So what we can do is unwrap the model better. So UV mapping is pretty much the idea that, how do we map a 2D, texture into a 3D space, right? What we were doing originally is just adjusting the UV map, like the scale, the rotation, and everything, but we can also adjust how it looks. So if I come back here and hit A and U and unwrap and do Smart UV Project, it'll kind of use some algorithms behind the scenes to unwrap this object for us and try and flatten it out to lay down on a 2D image texture. So if I hit Smart UV Project and just hit unwrap, you can see that it actually did a fairly decent job. So now when I click on this face, you can see it actually has some area, and I can change it around just like that. You'll also notice, okay, now from this face and this face, there seems to be like this sort of edge or this sort of seam, we call it. Now the reason for that is because they're using two completely different places of the texture, right? You can see this is over here and this is over here. There's no continuous in the texture. So what if you wanted a continuous texture? Well, you would just R90, get it in the same sort of direction, and then you would move this right here, somewhere super close. And you can, if I just, wait, let me just move it one more meter, just like that. Sorry, like one more pixel. You can see it's perfectly lined up. And if I go out, it looks pretty much seamless, right? Because it's continuing on from the image, which is clearly continuous here. They're noticeable close up, but when you're far away, no one's really going to tell at all. So sometimes your seams will not matter. So more visually, you can imagine that everywhere that's cut, like here, 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 these are all what we call seams. So if I quickly add a cube and I give it the same material, which is floor plank, by default, a cube will have a decent unwrap for it. So if you wanted to mark seams yourself, you can imagine that we would have a cut on this edge, a cut on this edge, a cut on this edge, a cut on that edge, and then you would need these two as well, which means you would need to cut out here and here as well as the top. So you can slice here, slice, 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 right? So let's do that. We would select this edge, Control E, and do mark seam, and you can see that turns red. Actually, let me just go into solid view. Control E, mark seam. So again, we're just looking at the top, so we're slicing here, and then we also want to slice here as well as the edges, right? So kind of just like this, which is what we said. Now I just do Control E, mark seam, and if I go here, you can see these are going to be our seams. And now if I hit A, U, unwrap, and just do angle based, you can see we get the same exact unwrap. Now what if we mark all the edges, for example, Control E, and mark all of them as seams? And now if I do U, and unwrap angle based, and now what we get is three separate faces. So if I turn up here, UV sync selection, I can just easily select on one of these. You can see they're all completely separate. Now this is also the case with a properly unwrapped cube. You can see I can just move that individually just like so. We're just changing the UV map, right? But with properly marked seams, what it gives Blender when it unwraps is more information to determine the relationship between the faces. For example, if I come to this corner here, you can see that it continues on across the corner, like so. Whereas on here, it's not continuing across the corner, and you can just tell there's a seam there. Same with this backside here. You can see that it doesn't continue at all. There's no continuous, but if I go to this one, you can see that it continues around the corner. And it's also the same on this side, and you can see indeed on this side as well, there's no continuousing on this corner either. So with a proper unwrap, we get something quote unquote more realistic, as in we don't see as many of these hard distinguishments. Like in real life, yeah, there are definitely cases where you have like these noticeable differences in textures, but generally you don't like that because it looks a little bit jarring and it looks a little bit less realistic. So the general rule of thumb is when you're unwrapping something, you kind of want to get the least amount of seams with the most continuous sort amount of result, as well as with the least amount of distortion. So a cube is probably not a great example of that, but if I go and select this and distort some of the vertices, for example, you can see this is what we call distortion. And again, that's obviously not realistic. So when you're unwrapping, you want to look out for distortion and you want to look out for the number of seams you have. So yeah, UV unwrapping, just like modeling, is like problem solving. You'll have to do a lot of trial and error and develop your intuition over time, because when you get more complicated models rather than just, the primitive objects here, you're gonna have to, try and guess where to mark seams and things like that. General rule of thumb is you want to minimize the amount of seams you have, minimize the amount of distortion you have. Obviously, that's just the general rule of thumb. There's definitely cases where there's an exception to that. But for this course, I'm just going to be sticking with that general rule of thumb. So another way to adjust the texture, instead of adjusting the UV map or the image, is to adjust the relationship between the UV map and the image. So the way to do that is search for a mapping node and plugging in that mapping node for their vector value here. Now it seems to be broken, and that's because this mapping doesn't have any sort of coordinate system. So then we need to add a texture coordinate node, we can give it the UV map that we used as the texture coordinate. So we get the same exact thing. However, now I have a lot of options here. I can change like the scale. So I can do like 5. And you can see, take a look at that. We're repeating the texture 5 times now instead of just 1. And you can kind of see it starts repeating. So just to really drive that point home, if I turn this to like 200, for example, you can see that the 4K texture, block, it's just repeating over and over again. So now if I go here, and that's exactly what this parameter right here does, it says repeat the texture. This doesn't adjust the image itself. The image is still 4K by 4K, and it still looks like this. And it doesn't adjust the UV map either, right? The UV map is still here, and it looks exactly the same. What it's adjusting, though, is the relationship between the UV map and the image texture. So effectively, if I make this go back to 1, for example, and I scale this up to 200, I'm just going to type 200, you can see we get the same result. However, now our UV map is like this really ginormous thing, right? So you might be wondering, okay, it seems like it's out in the oblivion, so where is it getting all its texture? Well, again, that's where this comes from. It's called repeat. So you can imagine that this texture will just keep on repeating in this gray area over and over again, and that's where our UV map is getting the information. You can see if I change this to clip, for example, only the faces that are inside this texture are going to have the material, and everything else is going to be clipped. So if I select this face here, for example, and I just move it out of the texture, you can see that the texture is no longer repeating, it's just being clipped. So there's nothing there, which is why it's black. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. I'm going to change that back to repeat. So when you're working with PBR materials, there's kind of 3 ways to adjust things. You can adjust the image texture itself. Of course, you can also adjust the image texture itself because it's just color, right? So you can use the color data from an image to determine another set of colors, for example. So here you can see now everything is black and white. And what if I change this to like red, for example? And then I'll change this to like blue. You can see what we have now are wood planks that are red and blue. It's taking the grayscale color data information here and using it to sample from this color ramp here. And then like other photo editing and video editing softwares, you also have things like the curves. So you might have seen this before. So if I plug this in here, Control Shift click, just click here. And you can see if I want to, let's say, turn up the reds, you can see that, it's going to be a lot more red. If I want to lower the blues, I can do that as well. Then you also have, the other common operations like hue saturation, like so. And, when I take out all the saturation, it goes away, right? Just like your photo editing software. All right, so those are kind of the basics of working with any sort of image texture. Now, when it comes to PBR, remember, we get all this other information here as well. So what are all of these? Well, in real life, if you put your hand around like a wooden desk or something, you're going to feel different amounts of roughness across your surface. And that means light's going to interact with those areas at different places, which is why we also have these other materials, again, to tell the 3D software how to calculate these mathematical calculations more realistically. Now, instead of Shift-D duplicating this, or highlighting all these and duplicating them multiple times, like so. This is really helpful add-on if you come into Edit Preferences, search for Node Wrangler, and make sure to check that it's enabled. And what you can do instead, if I just get rid of all this, is just select the principled BSDF, Control-Shift-T, navigate to Oak Textures, select everything, and just hit Principled Texture Setup. And you can see it'll set up everything for us. It'll give us the nodes that we need. It'll set up the diffuse into the base color, the roughness map into the roughness channel here. You can also see that for the color space, we set it as non-color because there is no color information here. It's a range of zeros and ones determined by grayscale, right? So if I go to the roughness map here, you can see it's a grayscale image. So the areas that are here are closer to 0, which means it's going to be less rough and more shiny. And the areas that are white are going to be more rough and less shiny. It's closer to 0, which means the roughness value at this point of the image or in our simulated 3D environment should be a lot more shiny. So if I go into edit mode and just select the face where this is and then hit period to jump there, I guess it's kind of hard to tell because it's not really close to black at all. So it's really kind of hard to tell from this specific lighting, but this is supposed to be going to be more shiny than the areas that are whiter. And then again, here you can see it gives us our mapping node that we can play around, which will affect all the textures here. So for these other ones, like displacement, essentially what we're doing is displacing the geometry, so it's more realistic, right? Again, if you move your hand around a wood plank, certain areas are going to be higher than others. So essentially what we're doing here is displacing it. Now, since we just have a plank by itself, we're not really going to see much displacement here at all, even if we, crank up the scale or the mid-level or whatever. However, if I duplicate this and bring it up, and I go into, let's piece separate by selection, and I go into edit mode, for example, and just subdivide this a lot, and then I give it a displacement modifier, like so, and I create a new texture for it. So here we can just create a clouds, for example. You can see it's displacing that, right? And we can change like the strength of it and how much it's displacing. But if we don't have, I go into edit mode here and unsubdivide and unsubdivide and unsubdivide and unsubdivide again, and one last time, you can see that the displacement barely does anything. So for us, again, it's not really a big deal because we're so far away, the minor displacements of wood planks wouldn't really be noticeable even if we did have some in this case. Now we also have this thing called ambient occlusion, and basically it adds like soft shadows where objects are like close to each other sort of thing. And that kind of gives a bigger sense of depth and realism as well. Now it's not hooked up automatically because it's not like a map like anything else. You have to like mix it with your base color in order to like change it and so on and so forth. That's a little more advanced, so I'm not going to be covering that, but that's kind of what ambient occlusion is. What you have this last thing here is a normal map. And basically that just, adjusts like quote unquote the normal of your surface, which determines, how lighting is calculated when hitting that surface. So this is it's not going to be an accurate explanation, but just for like a more general explanation. Let's say you have a surface like this and the normal is pointing this way. And let's say your light is coming from here. So this is kind of like your light source. Based on this normal, your light source is going to take that factor into consideration and then sort of, have some sort of reflection of angle. However, if you have a normal map that adjusts the normal in some sort of way, for example, let's say the normal is now pointing this way, if your light is hitting your surface, it might, now reflect this way. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but, obviously it's going to depend on your surface. So if the light is reflecting differently based on your normal map because it's adjusting how the normal is looking, which affects the vector math behind the scenes, then your surface will look different. And that's kind of what a normal map is doing. So a lot of time normal maps are used to quote unquote fake geometry, because if you adjust the lighting or the mathematical calculation, you can essentially create things that look like they have geometry even if there's no actual geometry there. As in, you don't have to add extra vertices for more detail. The lighting will kind of do the work for you. So here's an example from Bruno Simon, one of his experiments, open source repo. You can see if I look at the edge here, it seems like, okay, there's definitely some sort of insets there. There's definitely some sort of loop cuts. There's definitely some sort of extra geometry there, right? There has to be. But in reality, there actually isn't. So I just downloaded case.glb by opening it in a new tab. And now when I go back into Blender and import that, you can see that if I go into wireframe or solid, let me just go into edit mode, there's actually no geometry here at all. Even though we visually see it, there's nothing here. And that is the power of a normal map. So instead of adding all that information here, we can just use a normal map to do that for us. Now, The topology, you might wonder why does it look so bad? It's because everything is triangulated for Three.js to handle, which is another thing that you'll learn about later down the road, but it's not really important right now. So that's kind of like the power of a normal map. So just to recap, the 3 ways we learned to give our stuff some materials is 1, just use the base color, the principled BSDF. The second is to use some procedural materials, which we use mathematical calculations to create materials. And then we have PBR materials, which are image textures that we find online. Now, of course, you can combine methods in the same scene and even methods with each other, right? You can use some procedural elements to, affect the base color and so on and so forth. Additionally, there's other methods that I'm not covering in this video, like texture painting, where you literally create an image texture and paint on it. And then, wherever your UV map is, since it's just an image, it's just mapping there. So you could texture paint directly in Blender, or you could like paint in Photoshop and then upload the image texture into Blender and just use that. There's other software out there where you can like paint on an image texture, and if you have a plugin to Blender, as long as you save the image in that 3D software, it will automatically update the image in Blender as well. That way you can have like quote unquote real-time updates as you paint and save. However, for us, we're just going to be primarily sticking to either PBR materials that you find online, base colors, or some basic procedural materials. So as we start applying our materials now and going around and applying materials, there's a few things we need to keep in mind. The first thing is we're going to have to start applying our modifiers now and confirming that's actually what we want. So if I go for this here, and it's a bevel modifier, okay, that looks great, but do I really need that many segments? So now you can like change it down and see if it works or not. So here, 3 looks the same as 4, so maybe we should just go for 3 in that case. And you can also adjust the amount. You're like, okay, do I really want it that beveled? And so on and so forth. So the first thing is you're going to have to, apply all these modifiers, and that means destructive, which means it will be difficult to change later when you go back to it. So make sure you really have something that you want before you apply your modifiers. Or again, like we did earlier in the video, you can duplicate the whole thing, your objects together, and just move that into the modifiers collection. Or again, you can come up over here, file, save incremental, and start from there. So I think I said it earlier in the video, but the first thing we have to do is apply our scale. And this will also affect our unwrap as well. So apply your scale and make sure nothing breaks. And it seems like nothing braked, but if something did, then make sure to fix that. Actually, it does look like the applying scale affected this, which means I accidentally forgot to apply my scale before I applied the modifier, or sorry, added the modifier. So here you can see Control Z, if I apply my scale, this is now messed up. So I can fix this just by adjusting the thickness of the solidify modifier back there. Also, when you're adjusting your things again, this is kind of the time to, make sure that's kind of the model that you actually want. Additionally, you might have to add some extra geometry. Like let's say you want the center of this cup to be a different color. Well, then you'd have to go into edit mode, add 2 loop cuts here, and over here, create a new material called mug, and another one called like mug inside. Mug inside, and you would assign it to these set of faces, whereas this one would be something else. You can see we assigned it here, and this one would be like, I don't know, something like that. Now, you don't have to add extra geometry to change the material at different places on the mesh. As noted when we did procedural images or image textures, they have different colors too. But for a lot of cases, you will have to add extra geometry to split it up because it just makes it easier and you don't have to do the mathematical calculations here. Like if you wanted to simulate the same behavior with Blender nodes, you could do that, but it would take a lot more time, and that's kind of too in-depth for this video. As you go around your scene, keep, apply your modifiers, make sure it's kind of final, save backups if you need to. So the second thing you have to keep in mind is starting to join your objects and getting rid of extra geometry. So for example, this cactus right here, these are 3 separate objects right now, but when I want to animate them, I want to animate it just like this, right? I don't want it to like animate this in and then this in. If you do, then you would leave them separate, but I don't. I just want to animate this entire thing just like that. So what I'd have to do is convert this to a mesh, right? Apply my modifiers and then join one of them. So now they're together. However, you can see that the origin point is right here, which means if I animate it like from a scale of 0 to 1 in like Three.js, it's going to animate from this starting point. But that looks kind of awkward. What if I want it to start from the bottom? Well, I can hit Control period, and that'll bring up this right here. And I can do GZ and snap it to the bottom. Because we have face select, I'm just snapping it to the bottom. And then I can hit Control period, just to confirm that. So now the origin point is at the bottom of the plant. So if I scale from 0 to 1, it'll come like that. And that looks better for what I'm going for. Now let me undo the join. And the other issue we have to fix is all this overlapping right here. We have to fix that because this place will take up some sort of place on our UV image. Because if I go into edit mode, let me unwrap this real quick. You can see that all this empty space is taking up pixels on our image texture. That means other areas that could be bigger on the image texture and have higher resolution is being sacrificed by this area here, which isn't being seen at all. So you could come here and adjust that, right? And just hide it. But since it's not being seen, why not just delete it? At this point, you have to make some sort of adjustments, right? You can probably like take some of these and delete these vertices. And then for these ones, you can probably just move them slightly. A little bit of overlap is fine. You don't have to be a perfectionist here, but you want to kind of get rid of anything that is overlapping or that is wasting texture space. Like when you're going for image renders for small scenes like this, it doesn't really matter. But when you're going for like animated scenes in Blender that have a lot of moving parts, you know, every bit of optimization counts. And this is kind of like the same idea when it comes to the browser. You know, you want to save on information. That way your users won't have to load as long and there might be less performance issues. You know, there's this general idea that, you know, if users have to wait a few seconds to use your website, they'll kind of click off. Obviously, the demographic is a little bit different for interactive websites, but, you know, that's still something to keep in mind. So again, this is going to take, you know, quite a bit of your time. So, you know, just be patient, just have fun, you know, turn on music if that helps, and so on and so forth. Again, you don't have to be a perfectionist about it. So same thing with like the bottom of this here. I don't think I'll ever need it, so I can just delete that. Now the issue becomes is, in the future, if I want to animate this, will I ever make it bounce up? If the answer is I will make it bounce up, well, can my camera see underneath? And if my camera is always like this, then I can never see underneath anyway, so I'm safe to delete that face. If my camera can go here, you know, we're just going to see through that and it'll look really awkward. So when you're deleting faces, when you're joining objects, fixing their origin points, you know, confirming what kind of modifiers you actually want and the shape that you want and adding materials. These are all things to consider and keep in mind. You know, like just to drive that point home, it really depends on what you need in order to determine how you want to join your objects. Like, let's say you want to animate all these at the same time, but when the user clicks on it, you're only animating these. In which case, you might join these together, but then leave these two separate. What if you want all of them to go at the same time, but when you click on it, all three of them go in different separate ways? Well, in that case, it's like you would check for the name and then like make the scale go to 1 and then tell GSAP to play with previous or whatever animation method you're using. Whereas if you joined all of them together, you know, it would just be like, oh, name, check if it's cactus. If it is, set its scale to, you know, this animation timeline or whatever it is. Keeping them separate has more flexibility, but if you don't need the flexibility, then there's no reason to keep them separate. I also say there's this thing called GPU draw calls, which will be reduced the more you join objects. So that is also a performance optimization. So let's say, for example, this entire scene, you're never going to animate this, or you're going to animate it together like this, but no user interaction, they can't click on anything, doesn't really matter. Then you can just Control J and join everything. Obviously, there's a little bit messed up things when I joined them, but now everything acts like one single object, and that reduces the amount of GPU draw calls. Again, that's just some advanced concept, but it doesn't really matter. Just keep in mind what you want to do for your scene. I can just tell you from experience that you're probably likely not going to mess up anything, and the biggest issue will be our texture rather than, you know, you joining objects together, which I'll talk about later in the video. Okay, so before we start going around and materializing our scene and adjusting everything, of course, you kind of want to also play around with your light at the same time. So let's go back to the world and take a look at some other lighting methods that we can use. So by default, it's just a background, like some sort of ambient color, right? And you can change that and adjust it like so. And then we added this really cool sky texture thing that comes in with Blender that kind of looks like a realistic sky. Another lighting method to use is HDRIs. You can find a lot of great ones for free on polyhaven.com. So they're just high dynamic range images that provide lighting information that the 3D software uses for their mathematical calculations. So this looks really beautiful. So what we can do is download it. I'm gonna go for 4K. 2K might be enough for you. You know, 8K is generally overkill, but, you know, do with what or you need to do. So in order to use that HDR file, we need to search for an environment texture and plug it in like that. Now be pink because Blender is telling us, okay, it doesn't find anything. That's why by default it's pink. So we can navigate to it, right, and open it here. But again, why search for an environment texture? Since we have Node Wrangler installed, we can just do Control T and it will automatically add environment texture to us, as well as the mapping and texture coordinate node for us. So I opened my HDR file, and you can see that now it's lighting up my scene. So if I hit M to mute this, you can see it's just going to take the background, but I can hit M again to re-show it. And then I can adjust the strength of my HDRI. You can see the shadows are really, really soft because the light source is so expansive and large, which is what we did with the sky texture, right? We increased the size and it increased the shadow. You can see as I rotate it, for example, it's getting darker. Why? Because the light source is coming from over there now and there's nothing over there. It's just a bunch of clouds. So here's another one that I downloaded from Polyhaven that definitely has a lot more harsh shadows. And you can see how realistic that looks already. And we barely even did anything. So when lighting your world, these are generally the two very common methods to light your world. Use an HDRI or use a sky texture, doesn't really matter. Really up to you. Are there other methods to light the sky? Absolutely. You can create your own sky if you wanted to rather than use Blender's, but that's a little more complicated. And of course, if you don't want to use world lighting, you can use the actual built-in lighting objects, right? Like if you Shift A and come here and search for light, you have these things like spotlights that act like a spotlight, right? And you can see I can change like the power of it, I can change the color of it, and a lot of other things about it, like how wide it is and so on and so forth. Then you also have other kinds of light. You have like a sunlight itself that you can use, and you can hit R to like rotate it, you know, so on and so forth. Its position doesn't matter, so just place it somewhere that you like clicking on it, and you can see that, you know, it's going to adjust that. And of course you can combine these lighting methods with your other lighting methods. So here you can see there's like a slight red glow from there, and our HDRI is still affecting that, and our sun is as well. You can see there's a separate shadow for this sun and a separate shadow for this thing right here. You have a lot of options there. You can play around with the lights. You know, at this point, it's all about just experimenting what looks nice for you. You know, change the shape of things, change, you know, into like lips, for example. What does that do? So on and so forth. Oh, maybe I want some ominous lighting here or some over here and so on and so forth. So another really common way to light your scene is with an emission shader. So if I click on one of these, for example, let me go back to object and give it a new material called name. In Principled BSDF, there's this thing here called emission. And if I turn up the emission, you can see it's going to start emitting light. And then I can change the color like so. And now it's like some sort of really, really cool neon glowing thing. Now the downside of using emission here is that it might look a little bit off in Three.js without doing some sort of extra steps. It might be passable most of the time without doing extra steps, but sometimes you do have to use extra steps just to make it a little bit more realistic. Not always, but oftentimes you do. So what people like to do is sometimes they'll add like a plane in the background. Let's say, let me just go into wireframe. Let's just say I place like a strip here, for example, SY, like here. So no one can actually really see it, but it's just going to be lighting my scene. And if I go into rendered view, just give it a new material, call it light strip, come into emission and just make it like orange or something and turn that up. You can see we're kind of getting like, that's pretty cool actually. Like that's a really, really cool effect, right? So if you go to the world and you plug this in, just for some better lighting, and then change this to like 0.05 for like a nighttime scene, you can see we're kind of getting some really cool vibes right now. So honestly, you know, at this point, just have fun, experiment with different kinds of lights, different kind of HDRIs, find something that you like, different emissions. You can also use an emission node if you want to, rather than the Principled BSDF emission. It'll kind of have a similar effect, right? And of course, there's also things you can plug in to change the emission, you know, like a gradient or whatnot, but I'm just going to stick really, really basic for now. But yeah, just have fun, you know, experiment with your lighting, experiment with your materials. Again, keep in mind the things that I mentioned earlier when you're applying stuff. I'll say when you're working with like emitter objects that are only there for the lighting and not for the scene itself, it's generally good practice to move it to a new collection like emitters or something, That way you know that they're not going to be exported. They're just only there for the lighting. And typically what you do, you can't hide it because it'll get rid of it. What you can do is come into object properties, and under visibility, you can just turn off camera. So you can't see it. You can still select it. You can't see it. But it'll still emit the light. So that's one way to remove it from the viewport if you want to, while still including the light. Like if you want to, you can look up lighting theory at this point and like look at like 3-point light system, things like that, you know, how to get better lighting in scenes. So you could totally go that route if you wanted to, but I highly encourage you just to have fun and explore what looks cool rather than dive into the theory straight off the bat. But if you want to dive straight out into professional lighting tips and things like that, then totally go for it. Another cool trick for deleting faces quickly or areas quickly, let's say I go here, let me convert this to a mesh, make sure my modifiers are applied, and go into local view. Instead of going into edit mode and, you know, like selecting all these bottom faces, what you can do is Shift G and select similar by area, which will select also the top because it has the same amount of area. Or what you can do is select it, Shift G, select similar normal. And since all the normals for this are pointing down, it's going to select all the other things we are in edit mode with the normal pointing the same direction. So now I can just hit X and delete those faces, and you can see it deleted all those bottom faces for us. That way we don't have to waste our time, you know, going into a bottom orthographic and then selecting all of them with box select and then deleting them, or worst case holding shift and selecting each one of them. Now definitely, you know, utilize snapping when you're moving things out of things. That way it'll just speed up your workflow as well. Another really handy trick is to bulk rename things. So you can see that, oh, I accidentally select those. You can see we have a bunch of sticky notes here, and they're all named like planes. So what we can do, instead of just hitting F2, which will name the active object, we can do Control F2, and this will bring up this thing called batch rename. And in batch name, out of the selected objects that we have, not all the objects, just the selected objects that we have, we can use a regular expression. You can toggle it on and off here. Find everything that fits that regular expression and replace it with a new name. So here what I'm doing is anything that starts with plain dot, right? Plain dot, and then, you know, any number after it. Find that and then replace it with sticky note. So when I hit OK, you can see that everything is now called sticky note, and then it just automatically increments with the default Blender setting there 0.001. Now if you don't like the 0.001, now you can do Control F2 again and go back to selected, and then this time you can find 0.00 and then replace it with underscore instead. So if I hit OK, now you can have sticky note _1 _2. I'm sure there's a regular expression where you don't have to do it a second time and it'll just automatically increment in this format, but I'm not aware of it at this specific moment. Either way, I like this naming convention better because in Three.js, if you have like a space, let's say this is like sticky note 1, for example, when you log out this mesh in the GLB file, it's going to have underscores automatically added to it. So that's why I just add underscores here anyway. What about capitalization? That doesn't really have any significance for us. I just leave it capitalized because Blender leaves their mesh name capitalized. But honestly, if you want to leave it lowercase and you prefer that, like totally go for it. Another really cool tip and trick that you can use is just holding Control or Command and using your middle mouse button to switch between settings. Remember when we were changing this, we would click on it and change it. You can actually just hold Control and use your middle mouse button and it'll go through those options for you. That way you don't have to, you know, open up the menu every single time. And this works for everything. So roughness, you can use your middle mouse button to go up and down, but when you hold Control or Command, you'll just increment by, I think, 0.1 on the roughness slider. Same thing here on the extrude, so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. So I guess I would just generally show you how I would workflow when I'm quickly adding materials. I would like select all the objects that I want to share the same material. Like let's say these all share the same material. Then I would shift select this, Control L, and link materials. Then I would go into edit mode and just hit A, U, unwrap, and Smart UV project. Just make sure everything looks good. And if it doesn't, then I would select one of these and either duplicate it, because again, it's no longer a floor plank, and then adjust the mapping node, or I just come in here and adjust the UV accordingly. Like so, of course, if you want one of these to be 90 and the other one to be 180, you can totally do that as well. Really quick, you can just link materials, adjust them how you need, unwrap how you need. I'll say just from experience, you shouldn't have too much issues with the basic UV unwrap, but if you have to, you know, definitely mark seams and try and go from there when you unwrap. Also make sure before you unwrap to apply your scale. I just have a habit of always applying my scale, even though we already did that I kind of do it just in case I accidentally touch something. It's not a big deal if you unwrapped with a messed up scale, because you can always just apply your scale and unwrap again. Okay, so let's create our first procedural material. Right now, this is just a flat color with, a decently high roughness, and it looks fine. It looks pretty good actually. But what if we want to add a little bit more spice to this? Well, we could do that with a color ramp, right? So if we add a color ramp here, and let's say we, I don't know, let's say we just make it this color right here. And then this color, we can just click on it and make it this color, except let's make it, a little bit blue, kind of like, or purple, kind of like that. And then I'll hook it up and place it in here. But again, it's still a flat color. It's picking a color in between because it's set at 0.5. You can see as I go here, it's going to be this color. And if I go here, it's going to be that color. What we need is another sort of texture, right? We used a noise texture earlier. So now there's also this thing called a gradient texture. And I'm just telling you this stuff, but over time you'll discover the built-in stuff that you can use to create your things. So now I can just take the factor channel of the gradient texture and plug it in here. But let's preview it first. You can see this is what the gradient texture looks like. It goes from black to white linearly, and you can see that you have multiple options here. Again, we can use our control to go in between them. That changes how the gradient looks. So everywhere that is black is going to be this pinkish color, and everywhere is white is going to be closer to this purplish bluish color. So if I take the factor here, plug it in here, then I Control Shift click Principled BSDF, that's exactly what we see. All the darker areas, or the areas closer to black, are this color, whereas all the areas that are white are closer to this color. And now we kind of get some variety already. Now what if we want to control, where the gradient is on the mesh? Well, again, we do Control T with Node Wrangler, and we have a texture coordinate node and a mapping node that we can adjust. So now let me just go back to Material Preview because it'll be easier to see. But look what happens. Let's also just preview the gradient texture here. Look what happens when I change something like the Y location. So now we have something like that. So let's go back into Render Group real quick and go back to the Principled BSDF. And you can see now over here is all blue. Wow, how cool is that? So you'll also notice this time we didn't use the UV for the texture coordinate. We used generated. So as I cycle through this with Control Shift and left click, it's like, what am I even looking at? So if you want to know that, you can take a look at the Blender documentation for a little bit more detail here on the differences between the texture coordinate system. This is a little bit getting into the weeds, so I'm not going to be diving into here. But for us, generated works perfectly fine. So, for now, this is not something you really have to worry about. Cool. So we actually made our first procedural texture. That's really, really cool. Okay, but what if we want different patterns? Not just a gradient texture. What if we want like other patterns in our scene? It doesn't seem like we really have any more inputs here to place there, right? So that's where this thing comes in, called a mix color node. There's a lot of other sort of mix nodes on here, but we're going for the mix color because we're working with colors. So let's select these. Sorry, this is kind of close to this one for some reason. If we duplicate this with Shift D, and we plug this in here, and we plug this one in here, and then plug this into the base color, we're not going to see much yet. So let's change this to something else, like green, and let's change this to like, I don't know, orange or something like so. And let's change this Y value a little bit. And now you can see it's probably over there. The wider areas of this color are mixing to each other with the lighter areas of this color, which is why we don't get completely green and we don't get completely pink, because right now what we have is they're mixing together. So we're seeing 50% of this color at the grayscale value of that color specifically, and 50% of the color that's being sampled at that grayscale value along this. So you can see if I change this to 1, it's going to go for this one. It's going to take this whole thing. And if I go for this one, it's going to go back. If I turn this to 0, it's going to take 100% of this color instead. So here you can see if it was just this by itself, which I can just prove right now, it would look exactly the same. Cool. Okay, so let me actually just replace this with like a noise texture real quick. That way we kind of have something easier just to see. So let me put it in there. Let me delete this and click this like here. And let's just temporarily change this to 1. Let's make these colors a little more distinct. So this green will be extremely green and like kind of dark. And let's also bring them up kind of like this. So they're really, really close to each other. So now we have something that looks really, really funky. So let's change this back to 0.5. Now, in this case, we get something, but everything seems to be a little quote-unquote faded and not as realistic. And why is that? Well, that's because we're linearly interpolating between two colors. They're mixing between each other. What if we add colors? Well, now it becomes even brighter. Well, you can imagine now what we're doing is like taking two different colored flashlights and pointing them in the same area. No matter what color the flashlights are, that area is going to be brighter. So that's why when adding colors, we get this brighter effect. So typically when we're adding two different patterns together, what we actually want to do is multiply. And this is more realistic to how light is. So if I go back to mix, you can see it's a little bright. If I go to multiply, it's a little more dark. And if I go to add, it becomes significantly higher. So if you remember from my previous video, when we talked about colors, there's different ways to resemble colors, right? You can go from 0 to 255, or you can have hexadecimal, or you can have a float value between 0 and 1. So if you have a float value of 0 to 1 and like 3 channels are GB, which mix together to make other colors, that means the higher amount of 1 you have, the more reds you have in your image. So if you wanted a completely red image, this would be 1, 0, and 0. All right, so let's go back in Blender just to take out all the noise, all the extra stuff here, and let's just do that right now. So let's also select one of these. Oh, by the way, if you want, you can add like different nodes here as well to adjust the gradient sort of thing. But you can also subtract one, so I'm going to get rid of one of them. And I'm literally just going to make this completely red. And for this one, I'm going to get rid of one of these, and I'll just make it completely green. And I'll make this green like a light green. So right now, we're on add. Let me go back to mix real quick. Right now, what we're getting is a mix between 50% of red and 50% of green. So if I were to duplicate this, let me just duplicate this real quick and add another one here, like so, and make this other side one the color of our red. So let's come here and just pick the eyedropper tool and pick that red color. You can see right in the center is the exact same color that we're getting right here, some yellowish, orangish color, right? Because what we're doing is we're linearly interpolating between the two colors, which again are represented using zeros and ones, which is why this factor is between 0 and 1. So mix is linearly interpolating between the colors, which again, colors are just mathematical numbers to tell computers how to make colors, pretty much. So if you can imagine, we have our red color here, and we have our green color here. So let's just imagine it's 0, 1, 0. It's obviously not, but let's just assume it is. What we're doing as we change the factor slider in this case is we're going like, let's say we move it like one nudge. Then what we get is red would be like, I don't know, 0.9, and then green would become like 0.1. Right, and then we move another tiny nudge. Red would become 0.8, and then green would become 0.2. So this is going to be our final color. So if we move it halfway center, we would get 0.5 red, 0.5 green, and that's why we get the mix that we do. So this would be our final output color. Now, how does that change if we do add, for example? If we do add our colors together, if we add our colors, why is this suddenly completely like bright orange? Let's say again, we have our two colors, our pure red color and our pure green color. What add does, it linearly interpolates like the mix one, but except instead of going between two colors, it will take a final vector outcome and interpolate between your initial one, which is going to be the A channel, and your final output. So since we're doing an addition operator, we're going to be adding vectors together. And if you remember from like middle school or high school, to add vectors, you take the X, the Y, and the Z. In this case, the separate channels are G and B. So 1 plus 0 is 1, 0 plus 1 is 1, 0 plus 0 is 0. So this is the final vector. So what we're interpolating between is this vector and our initial vector, which is just red, like so. So imagine if we have 0.5, what we can expect is 1, 0.5, 0. Why does this make sense? Well, we can't linearly interpolate between 1 and 1, because they're the same value, same with 0 and 0. However, from 0 to 1, we have all the values between 0 and 1 to interpolate. So if we change this to 0.6, we can imagine that this would also be 0.6, 1, 0.6, 0. So here you can see, well, this uses between 0 and 255, but I just scaled it up. So this is 1, right? This is 255 out of 255, which is 1. And then this is about 0.5 of 225, which is 127.5, but it just rounded up. And you can see what we get is we get orange, which is exactly what we see here All right, so now what if we change from add to multiply? Why is it red at 0.5? Why is it our original color at 0? And why at 1 is it completely black? Well, if we do this again, but this time we multiply vectors, so here's our red color, here's our green color, this time we're multiplying vectors, same thing, like addition, we take their separate components, so 1 times 0 is 0, 0 times 1 is 0, 0 times 0 is also 0. So this is our resulting vector, which means we're going from this, our red vector, and linearly interpolating to 0, 0, 0. So that means when we move our factor slider to 0.9, what we're doing is going from 1, getting closer to 0, so we can expect our outcome to be 0.1, 0, 0. And since this is so close to black, that's why we're getting closer and closer to black until we increase our factor to 1. And then, of course, if our factor is 0, that means we're at our starting point, our starting vector right here. So you can see that's exactly why when we go here, it's completely red, our original color, and when we go here, it's completely black. Okay, so what if we multiply the same color by each other? Then we should expect no interpolation at all, right? Because 1, 0, 0 times 1, 0, 0 is just 1, 0, 0. There's no value between our starting vector 1 and 1, 0 and 0, 0 and 0 to interpolate between. So no matter where we adjust our factor slider, it should stay the same exact color. So I can prove that by duplicating this and hooking it up into the factor slider and adjusting the factor slider. Now, what we do see is that it gets slightly darker. So how does this make sense? Well, if I click on this, it's not actually completely red. You can see there's a little bit of blue and 0.776 of red. There's no green though. What that means is that our starting color is 0.7, I completely forgot already, and then this was like 0.01. So our starting vector multiplied by our ending vector, which is just happens to do the same thing, right? 0.01. Well, when you multiply decimals together or fractions together, you get something even smaller, right? So I don't know, this is probably around like 58 or something. So you get 0.58, I don't know if that's accurate, then 0 times 0 is 0, and then this you just add 2 zeros, so 0.001. So again, this is closer to 0, which is closer to black, the black color, right? Anyway, to really drive that point home, I can just show you if I change this to 1 and change this to 0, and same here, I change this to 1 and change this to 0, and now I adjust my factor slider. You can see there's absolutely no difference on the color whatsoever. Obviously, there's a lot of other blending modes and things to do here, which you can find on the Blender documentation, which isn't great specifically on explaining these from what I remember. But I do remember there was a YouTuber that went into detail on every single node and the math behind each node. So if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty details, I'll make sure to link that if I remember it. It was like a really small video, and it wasn't popular, so I kind of forgot about it, but it's definitely something that I wanted to watch myself. I think for most 3D artists, it's kind of a combination between intuition and mathematics knowledge. Obviously, some 3D artists are going to be more math heavy than others, but to me, I kind of want to know the math behind things because these concepts are transferring into other software like Photoshop, and it also transfers intuitively to when you're programming with shaders and things like that as well. I'm generally more on the math heavy side, or at least trying to become more math heavy. You don't really have to be good at math to be a 3D artist. You know, you can stick with the conventional texturing methods and developing your intuition over time, watching other 3D artists make their materials kind of helps build you a nice intuition, and you don't really have to know the math behind things. So for us, I didn't really have to explain all the vector math at all, and we could have probably got a good result just using my first explanation about mixing and adding and that sort of stuff. But I kind of just wanted to talk about a little bit about the math behind the scenes there. So why don't we just have some fun and explore another procedural material? So if I do search for our mixed color node, like we had earlier, right now it's just going to be between these two gray values. So let's add a color ramp node, like so. And let's just take this right here and let's just sample it from our base color. And I'm just going to get rid of this for now. And then we can just hook it up here and then hook this up just like that. Cool. So we're mixing between this pink and this right here. If I hit mute, you can see it's going to go back to that original pink color. Cool. Let's change this mix to multiply, which we discussed earlier. And let's duplicate this color ramp, but let's add another color here. And maybe let's change this to some arbitrarily completely different color, like orange or brown. And then this one can be like, I don't know, green or yellow or something like that. And then let's just plug that in there. So again, if you wanted to, you could come to these color nodes, open them up, look at the values, and do the multiplication calculation. And then you can see what values this would be interpolating between. So if you want to, you can totally do that. Now, what if I want to, have some sort of pattern, not just flat color? Well, we know how to do that, right? We can add like something like a noise texture. And there's other textures that you can explore as well. Take that, plug it in here, it's going to be randomly sampling from here. So if I hit Control-Shift-T, you can see this is what we're getting. Now you might be saying, okay, this looks really cool, right? But how come it's only, very, very gray, right? There's no really solid blacks or solid whites. How do I fix that? How do I change that? Well, you actually can change that with a color ramp node. Again, remember, we have these black and white grayscale values that are sampling between 0 and 1 from this. So what if we sample from here first, and based on this sample size, we're resampling to this color ramp node. So if I plug it in here, and let me mute this, you can see nothing changes, but watch what happens when I increase the blacks. You can see there's now going to be an increasing amount of black places until, it hits 100%. Okay, so I'm going to put this at like 0.2, and I reset this one, and then I'm going to put this at like 0.8. So we know that the noise texture here is generating values between 0 and 1. I think when we previewed it, it's likely not 0 to 1. It's probably like 0.2 to like 0.6 or something like that. But anyway, just assume that it's 0 to 1 because I think technically it is random values between 0 and 1. These random values kind of follow a specific formula, which we know as a noise texture. So assume it generates a value of 0.9. Without this color ramp node in the picture, we would just come over here, right, and then pick the color at 0.9. So whatever color this is, of that grayscale value of 0.9, it's going to show this color on that object. Now, what happens with this color ramp in the mix? Well, let's say it generates 0.9. 0.9 is now going to go here, and what we get is completely white because this is completely white. So it's just saying all the values above 0.8, just make it white. So what it returns is a value of 1, and then we take that value of 1, and then we sample at this value of 1. If the noise texture generates 0.9, what we would expect is this color. But now that we add this color ramp node and then move this down here, what we get is an output of 1. And in this factor, that means we get this color showing up at that model. So that's pretty cool. And that's exactly why we get the effect that we do. So here you can see I'm either sampling between this color or this color. And then here I'm determining how much it is. So if you think about it, this is essentially controlling, how smooth the blend is, right? So you have either this color or either this color, right? As I bring them closer, it's like this color or this color, like I talked about earlier. And here it's determining how much of each color you have, right? So if I increase this, you can see it's going to increase that. If I increase this, it's going to increase the other color. However, again, if I leave this really, really spread out, it's going to be a really smooth interpolation. But here, again, if I increase this, it's going to increase that color. If I increase this, it's going to increase this other color here. So basically, you have one that's determining how much amount of color you have in one or the other. And then you have another one that's determining how smooth and harsh the blend is. Okay, so let's go back to our principled BSDF and let's see if we can see something by probably increasing the colors a little bit and probably increasing the scale a little bit. And now you can see we can start seeing something. So we already start seeing something, but let's just adjust the scale even more. Let's make it really big. And now we can have like this sort of wall texture pattern here. And it looks a little bit more visually interesting than just a flat color. And then you have all these other options that you can play with, like distortion. You can play around with the scale. What happens if the scale is like this, for example? It almost looks like some sort of mystical dungeon dragon sort of thing, right? And now, of course, what you can also do is use your information from your color ramp to determine how rough it is at certain areas. So if I take this color and plug it into the roughness, everywhere that's going to be more black is going to be less rough, and everywhere that's more white is going to be more rough. So you can see if I preview this take a look at the black areas. They're going to be more shiny than the rough areas. So if I go back here and Principled BSDF, you can see that these black areas are reflecting the light really simple. Whereas all the whiter areas are a lot more rough and not as reflective. So you kind of already get a pretty cool effect here. Now, what if you want to invert it? What if you want the white areas to be shiny and the black areas to be rough? Well, you can do that, right? You can just duplicate the color ramp node and place it here again. And to invert it, you just do this, right? You just flip it. Now you can see all the white areas are really shiny and all the black areas are really rough. Well, what if you want to increase the amount of shiny areas? Well, you would just increase the black values, right? Like so. And now you can see that the majority of the model is really shiny and glossy. Yeah, so the point that I'm trying to make is you can just play around with things and honestly just have fun, and you might actually create some really cool things that you never knew how to create before, and you might actually save it to use later, which is really awesome. Like here you can see I kind of already have like a pinkish wall color, which is looking pretty sweet here. And all it was is some random noise texture I generated, some random color ramp I moved, and some random colors that I chose. Over time, as you experiment, as you have fun, you're going to develop your intuition. Even if you don't understand the math behind it, you'll develop your intuition on how to create cool stuff. So I encourage you to take the time to like Shift A search for like textures, plug in random stuff like, okay, wave texture, that looks pretty cool. What does that look like if I use this instead? What if I Control Shift? What does that look like? Oh, it kind of looks like that. That's pretty cool. And now you can see we kind of have like a more cozy house sort of vibe. And then of course we can do the same thing for the roughness here, and you can see all the wider areas are more reflective than the other ones. What if I want to, take the noise texture, its factor, and change the distortion of those lines based on the noise? What if I want to change its scale based on the noise? What are we getting there? Let me Control Shift. Wow. Now that looks really crazy. What if I get rid of these and hit Control T with Node Wrangler and adjust the rotation of this texture? Wow. What about the Z direction? What about the scale? Now let me go back to my Principled BSDF. What does that do? Wow, it looks like a bunch of lines, patterns. And now you can see that, wow, we only have one face here, but it looks like we have a striped pattern here. I really encourage you just to have fun and explore things. And when you're ready, to go online and search for other procedural tutorials out there, because there's a lot of them out there, I do encourage you to have some fun first. Okay, so let's create our first procedural material together that I'm actually going to be using for this project, and it'll be a wall texture. Although we're creating a room, I kind of also want to go for a wall, so I was looking up random images of old ancient houses. And just by observing it, like any other big problem, you want to take your large problem, which in this case is creating a wall texture, and then break it down into its smaller parts. So just by observing it, we kind of see some cracks here, and I guess the image isn't that good, but there's definitely some cracks here that you can see, similar with over here. And at the bottom here, it's generally a little more darker and kind of like fades up and gets a little bit more clear. In the center here. And that makes sense because a lot of objects are smaller, like this wheel or whatever this thing here, and it's gonna like hit the wall and scrap off paint. There might be flooding, people might accidentally kick the side, people might kick up dirt on the side, and so on and so forth. So it kind of makes sense that the bottom would be a little bit darker. So we kind of have three areas. We need some sort of noise texture for the cracks, and then we need some sort of like gradient texture where the bottom is darker. And then of course we need our base color. So I encourage you to pause the video and try and give yourself some time to figure out how to make the room texture with the blended noise texture with the bottom to be a little bit darker. And then when you try, come back to the video. Okay, so the first thing we need is definitely a color ramp node, because that's how we get multiple colors, right? So let's do color ramp. And for this color, we can just arbitrarily send it to here. And for this color, let's just set it at something like purple. And then let's add one more in the center. And let's just make that like bluish. And let's just plug in the color for this color. Now again, we're just sampling from the center right here, which is why we only see a flat solid color. So if we want to make random samples at different grayscale values between 0 and 1, right, we can use a texture that's based on some mathematical formula that someone developed. So again, if you search for texture, you have a lot of different kinds of textures. We want a gradient texture. So let's search for a gradient texture and let's just plug it in. this right here. Again, you can preview it just like this, and you can see this is what the gradient texture looks like. Now, just to help visualize this a little bit easier, I'm going to go to Material Preview, and I'm also just going to add a cube and link the material, just so we have the same material here. And you can see it's more visually clear what's happening now. You might be saying now, like, Andrew, we did something really cool, but how does that really help me at all? I don't understand what's happening and how you figured that out. So let's take a brief look at the mathematics of what's happening behind the scenes, because at the end of the day, everything is a little bit about math. By default, this gradient texture, it needs to know how to position itself along your object. So in order to do that, we use directional vectors. So you probably remember from like middle school or high school when we were working with vectors and trigonometry and linear algebra and that kind of stuff. By default, this gradient texture is using a vector that's pointing in the x-axis direction. So let me just create that real quick. I'm going to shift duplicate, right click, cancel, p separate by selection. Then I'm going to right click, set origin to geometry, go into edit mode, E extrude this out, E right click, cancel, scale it up, E, and then just, well, that's like a really large vector, but anyway. So you can imagine by default, our directional vector is 1, 0, 0. When you normalize vectors, you pretty much just get a direction. We're interpolating between the direction, so 0, 2, 1, right? Which is exactly why across our cube here, we're getting 0, we're sampling 0 here, and then we're linearly interpolating all the samples to 1, and then that's why we see this color over here. Cool. So what if we wanted to go from bottom to top, like we said we did? Well, again, we can do Control T with Node Wrangler for a mapping node, and we can rotate it along the y-axis 90 degrees. And now you can see what happens. It goes from top to bottom. So when we rotate it 90 degrees along the y-axis, just like here, RY, and I'll do 90, take a look. Our directional vector is now pointing from the bottom to the top. So now that it's pointing from the bottom to the top, it essentially shares the same exact directional vector as a vector that's pointing up in the z-axis direction. So now we're linearly interpolating between 0 and 1 in the z-axis. And that's why this is happening here. So now this is the time to talk about texture coordinate systems. So for generated objects, it's going to be based on the object's local space, which means essentially take into your object's rotation to determine where it starts. That's exactly why on this object here, the bottom, quote unquote, bottom is this color, and the quote unquote top and the left on this side is quote unquote this color. Actually, let's make these a little more distinct here. Again, if I rotate along the y-axis, if I move it like this, you're like, oh, that's clearly the bottom. But now that it's like this, it's like, oh, that's clearly on the right side, right? Wasn't it just at the bottom? So in order to quote unquote fix this or adjust it, we can do Control A and apply a rotation. And now you can see it follows the same exact pattern as this one right here. Okay, so let's revisit the Blender documentation and take a look at what generated coordinates do. So it says automatically generate texture coordinates based on the bounding box of the surface as a range from 0.0 to 1.0. So what is a bounding box? I mean, we were doing it when we were holding different items and scaling it like so. You know, what is a bounding box? Well, you can imagine a bounding box is like if you drew a box around your object, what would it look like? So for this thing right here, it doesn't look like a box, but if you were to draw a box around it, it would definitely look like a box. Same thing with here. If I move this over here and I scale this in, you can imagine that if we drew a box, it would be this length width, you know, up to the width of this. Over here, come over here, come over here, you know, over here. So if I just draw that real quick, so from top view, the bounding box of selecting this would kind of look like this. So selecting this and this object would kind of look like that, right? So obviously it would start from down here, but you know, just like length and width wise, that's kind of what it would look like. The bounding box, you can just imagine it goes to this height and it goes to the bottom height there. So when you select one object, then since this is a box, well, it's just the bounding box is going to look the same as this cube itself. We know that an object is made up of a bunch of points. Like we know there's vertices, and we also call these points. But like this entire face, every single thing you see that makes up this face has a point, because if there's no point on this 3D surface, then there would be like a hole or something, because we need to take into that mathematical calculation. So we can imagine generated, let's just assume this right here is the front of the cube. That means we can say this corner is 0, 0, 0. This right corner would be 1, 0, 0. right? This corner would be 0, comma 1, comma 0, right? It's in the positive y-axis, as you can see up here. And then the one that we can't see back here, we can just say that's going to be 1, comma 1, comma 0. Now, all points in 3D space are actually technically vectors. In this case, from the object's local space origin point. Since we're using generated coordinates, the origin is going to start at one of the corners. So that means at this point here, we technically have a vector like this. Same thing with like a center piece over here. We can say that's probably 0.5 in the x, 0.5x, 0, 0 in the y-axis direction, and 0.5 in the z direction. So we would have like a vector like this. Now, the reason we distinguish between points and vectors is because vectors are typically associated with like magnitude or like some sort of direction or velocity and things like that. Whereas points are usually just like absolute values that you have in space. So even though points are technically vectors, we still conceptually distinguish between points and vectors. Okay, so now that we know that our object is a bunch of points in 3D space, which ultimately determines, you know, the physical pixels on our screen, how to color something. How do we take into consideration these vectors, given that we have a directional vector for our gradient? Well, if you remember from probably middle school or high school, you've dealt with this thing called the dot product before. And it basically tells us, you know, how similar are two vectors. In this case, against Khan Academy, it says how much two vectors point in the same direction. So the dot product is actually exactly what Blender is doing behind the scenes. We have this directional vector, and then these together, we have our coordinate system, or a point in 3D space that is also a vector that is taking the dot product times our gradient textures directional vector. So there's multiple formulas to calculate the dot product between two vectors. So I'll show you the two common ways, like which is this, which you saw in Khan Academy, and then also like this, a really common way of doing it. Here you can see these two symbols means the magnitude of A and the magnitude of B. In order to calculate the magnitude of a vector, we square all its values. So 0.5 squared plus 0 squared plus 0.5 squared. And technically these should be in parentheses. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. And then we take the square root of that whole thing. So if you remember, this is the magnitude, but it's also just technically the distance formula if you want to find the distance between 2 points. So if we do this mathematical calculation, is we get 0.25 here, 0.25, 0.25. So add 0.25 plus 0.25, you get the square root of 0.5, which equals about 0.707. Now the magnitude of 0, 0, 1, it'll just be 0 squared plus 0 squared, which is 0, plus 1 squared, which is 1, so it's the square root of 1, which just equals 1. So we multiply this result by 1, so it'd just be 0.70, right? And now, like the formula says, we take the cosine between the two vectors. So since our directional vector is completely up, then the value of theta, or the angle between these two, is just 45 degrees, right? And the cosine of 45 degrees, surprisingly, is this exact value right here. And multiplying this value by the same exact value ends up getting 0.5. Now, why does that make sense? Well, we're taking the square root of 0.5, which is this. We're multiplying it by 1, so it's just the same thing. And then it just so happens that the cosine of 45 degrees is also the square root of 0.5. So in the end, we end up getting 0.5. And I can show you right here on this calculator, the cosine of 45 degrees times the square root of 0.5 is just 0.5. So this resulting value, 0.5, is going to be the quote-unquote grayscale value to sample from our color ramp at this point in space on our mesh, which is exactly why right in the center right here, we have this color. Now the other way to calculate the dot product might be easier here. So if we look at here, you basically just take the values, multiply them by together, x times x, y times y, z times z, and then add all the resulting values. So let's do that. We did multiplication earlier. 0.5 times 0 is going to be 0. 0 times 0 is 0. So add these together. And then 0.5 times 1 is going to be 0.5. So what is our result? Well, our result is 0.5, which is the same thing that we get here. And of course, the same value that we're going to be sampling from our color ramp here. So you can confirm this with any point along our generated texture coordinate system, taking the dot product to our gradient directional vector. Like for example, this entire bottom, why is it, the value of 0? Why is it sampling here? If you take a look, everything in the z direction, which is our directional vector, is 0. And everything in our directional vector in the x and y is completely 0. So the result will always be 0, 0, 0. So if 0, 0 is always the resulting formula, then we get 0 plus 0 plus 0. And what is that? Well, it's just 0, right? So that's why the entire bottom is the 0 color here. Okay, so now we know how the gradient texture is working. So even if I have something like this, why does it show exactly what we kind of expect still? We can visualize that there's some sort of bounding box here for our generated coordinate system, right? So it's kind of like this around our object. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Why is this a completely different shape from a cube, but it's still working properly? Well, again, let's just assume that this corner is 0, 0, 0. Well, let's take a place like here. Now we can say that's probably like 0.5 in the x direction, right? We're looking at the x direction here at a slight angle. And then in the z direction, it's going to be 0.5. And then it's not completely to the end of the bounding box. It's a little bit in between, right? Because we have that little bit of thickness. So that would be like 0.9 or 0.8 or something like that. And then we have our directional vector again, which is 0, 0, 1. So look what happens again. If we multiply 0, 0 plus 0, 0.5. In this case, the only thing that actually matters is the z coordinate of that point in 3D space. So if I create a curve real quick, just to simulate our vector, and let me just shift right click, shift S, selection to cursor, and let me just delete these vertices. So even though we have a vector that looks like this, right? The only thing that matters at the end of the day when we do our dot product is the z coordinate. All the x coordinate and the y coordinate didn't actually affect the mathematical calculation at all. So we still get that blue color right here. So again, if we want to make a easier distinguishment, we can just change this, right? Which I think I accidentally did when I was recording the last 5 minutes, but oh well. All the grayscale values the gradient texture is generating between 0.441 just to use this color rather than a linearly interpolated version. If you actually want a constant, rather than keeping them close together, you can just come over here and change the interpolation mode to constant. And look what happens. We get that stripe pattern, just like when I was talking about adding loop cuts for this mug to add that stuff. Well, now we know how to make something striped just like this. Of course, we would just take this color, right? Copy the hex value here and place it for this color right here, like so. And then we have something striped, and then we can just adjust the sliders here to determine our stripe for our mug texture. Or of course, additionally, we have this mapping node, and you can adjust it like so. I was planning to go into the math behind that one as well, but I feel like it would take really, really long, and this video would go on for hours if I explained every single mathematical thing behind the nodes. Now remember, we want the top to be lighter than the bottom. So I'm going to get rid of the center one, and I'm just going to take this value and just make it a little bit darker. And voila, part 1 of our material is completely done, just like that. We have a darker bottom, and we have a lighter top. Now, over time, you'll find out that there are multiple ways to do the same thing, because at the end of the day, all these nodes are just math behind the scenes. So you could do some really complicated node setup and actually have the same result as someone that has a lot less nodes than you do. Over time, you'll get better at developing intuition and kind of just like knowing what's available to you. So I'll just give a short example for this one. Instead of using the gradient texture node, there's this other node called separate XYZ. And if I go to the Blender documentation here, you can see that it splits a vector into its individual components. So we know that the generated coordinate system does 0 to 1 in the y-axis, 0 to 1 in the x-axis, and 0 to 1 in the z-axis, based on the Optix bounding box center. Why don't we take the generated coordinate system, use that as an input, and then we only care about the z because we're going from bottom to top, so we can just use that z and plug it in the factor. And take a look at what we get. We literally get the same exact thing, whether I use the gradient texture here or the separate XYZ. So in this case, there's actually no dot product calculation at all. We're just taking the directional vector directly 0 to 1 and sampling those values. And you can also see here that I don't have a mapping node. I could add a mapping node if I wanted to. Let me duplicate and put it here. But now it's messed up because we rotated 90 degrees. We actually don't need to rotate it at all. You might also be wondering, okay, if this is quote unquote, like you said, better, Andrew, then why does this even exist in the first place? Well, for our use case, this is quote unquote better just because there's less setup and things to change, less moving parts, less mathematical calculations, and you kind of just intuitively understand it a little bit better. Maybe not because I went into detail here, but over time, this will become easier to understand than this, if that makes any sense. Now, there are a lot of use cases where, taking this approach and the flexibility of this approach is necessary compared to using separate XYZ node. For us, yes, quote unquote, this is better, but does it really matter? At the end of the day, no, it doesn't really matter. No, it's just about getting a result and, you know, developing your intuition on how to get a result. Part 1 of 2 of our texture is done. So let me get rid of this. And now what we want is a noise texture. So how do we do that? Well, we're going to create a noise texture. We're going to create a color ramp to sample from, like so. Plug the factor over here. And to mix the colors, we're going to use a mix color node, drop it in here, and we're going to change it to multiply. Then I'm going to take this color and place it in here. And now you can see we have that noise as well as the darker gradient here. So of course we can always preview the noise texture just to see what that's generating. What kind of values, maybe we can make it a little bit bigger. And then we can Control Shift click the color ramp just to see the color itself. So maybe we want to make this a little bit brownish and this to be, I don't know, maybe like a pinkish too, but like a lighter pink. Maybe let's increase the intensity about this just a little bit, like so. And let's go back to Principled BSDF. Let's go to Render View and take a look. We have a darker bottom. We've got some noise around here. Maybe we can increase the darker spots a little bit more. So we got a little bit of grungy noise dirt around our walls. All right, so we kind of have our gradient texture from darker to lighter. And then we have our noise texture, which is like rugged dirt and wear and tear. So the last thing we need are cracks on our surface. So how do we do cracks on our surface? Well, we could create another multiply thing, create another choice texture, and then make it a little bit darker and then probably stretch it so it looks like cracks or, you know, like wavy lines and so on and so forth. And that would be okay. Whatever style you're going for, that actually might be better than what I'm about to show you. But the way I'm going to be doing it is plugging a noise texture into this normal output right here. If you remember early in the video, we talked about how people often use normals to quote unquote fake geometry. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing. So you'll notice that it's a purple input, which means it takes a different kind of input. So we have to use a bump node. So if you search for a bump node and plug it in the normal just like that. Now nothing's going to change because there's no height information put into this bump node at all. What if we add a color ramp to that? So let's add a color ramp. Let's plug the color data, the grayscale value of the color data into the height values. And then let's add a new texture here called a Voronoi texture, which is just another formula that someone made up. So if you look up, you know, Voronoi texture online or like Voronoi noise, you'll see different formulas for different kinds of popular noises that are often adapted and reused for different scenarios. Again, you know, these are just mathematical formulas that someone came up with. And let's take our Voronoi texture, its color data, into the color ramp factor. So, and voila, just like that, we get cracks along the surface and we didn't add any extra geometry for these cracks whatsoever. So if I preview the Voronoi texture color information, you can see that we have a bunch of random different colors. So when I take that color information and use it to sample with the color ramp, it's converting it to grayscale and sampling from my grayscale color ramp, which is determining the height or quote unquote our, you know, kind of cracked or like depth of our quote unquote cracks. So if I preview the color ramp, you can see, yeah, 0 and 1s for the height information. So basically what's happening here is that the distinguishment between the two colors, the borders, is going to determine the intensity of how big that crack appears or how deep that crack appears. So if I go back here into the Principled BSDF, notice that from here to here, there's a very, very solid looking crack here. Whereas over here, on there, it doesn't look like it's as deep of a crack. And why is that? Well, if I go to the color ramp, you can see that the shade of gray here is very close to the shade of gray here. Whereas over here, the shade of gray is very distinguished between these two. Okay, so now you might be wondering, okay, how do we get fewer cracks? Well, we can just take our color ramp node, right, and just bring up the blacks. And you can see as I preview my thing, all the blacker areas, the less distinguished ones, are not going to have that many cracks. You can see the cracks are here because there's a clear distinguishment between these grayscale values, whereas in the black areas, there's very, very few cracks, if any at all. Okay, so what if I want to make more cracks? Well, I could probably increase the amount of scale here on the Voronoi texture. And now you can see we increase the amount of cracks like that. What if we want to increase it in another direction or another way? Well, again, we have our mapping node, right? So we can do Control T. Let's reset this scale to 5. I think that was the default. And look what happens when I adjust the scale in the X. So think about what's happening here. It's taking our generator chord system 0 to 1, and it's increasing scale of our entire texture. This is just adjusting, the scale within its own mathematical calculations, whereas this is adjusting the scale of the entire vulnerary texture along the generated axis. So that means if you want more, of these in the z-axis, well, then you just increase the scale on z, right? Cool. And now you get like this sort of pattern, right? However, for this one, when you're adjusting the scale, it's just adjusting the, the cracks rather than the amount. Now, of course, you can change things like the location as well. So you can take a look at this set of crack here. If I move it in the X direction, you can see we're adjusting the location of it. Now you might be asking, why when I move in the positive X on this mapping node, it's going in the negative X direction, and why when I move it on the Z direction in the positive, it's going down. How does that make any sense? Well, I was going to explain that in this video, but I feel like you can figure that out on your own. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Just to recap, this is controlling the entire texture. The texture is just controlling its own mathematical formula. So if you want more noise patterns, of course, you can just duplicate this, come over here, create another multiply, plug it in here, plug it in here. This time, maybe we can make our noise texture really, really small like this. Let's make this color like, I don't know, like red or something. Let's make this color like bluish. And let's go back to our principled BSDF. And now you can see that we have a really, really small noise. All right, so just to recap what we have, I kind of just moved things around a little bit, but you can also join them together to create a frame. So if I do Control J, you can see it'll create a frame that you can click and drag together. So what we have here is our dirt bottom gradient, which I'll also put for my label here, which is technically also the base color, but whatever. And then we have a larger noise, so we can probably Control J and just call it large noise for dirt. And then over here, we have smaller wall texture for plaster like thingy mabobber. And I'll just copy that into label as well. And then over here, we have wall cracks. Control J, wall cracks, just like that. So at any point, if you want to adjust the wall cracks, you come here. If you want to adjust the small wall texture, you can come over here. Adjust the larger noise to appear like dirt, you can adjust here. If you want to adjust the bottom gradient, you can come over here and adjust that. So I just want to say congratulations. You created your first quote unquote professional level procedural material, and we only covered the foundations and basics of these shader nodes so far. Just with these foundations, you can create so many different kinds of textures and explore so many different routes from here. Like you can use another noise texture to adjust the scale of this noise texture, and so on and so forth. And you kind of understand intuitively, even though we haven't done it yet, what that actually does. Now, the other really, really cool thing is we actually understand the math behind everything that we're using on these nodes. And if we pick a random point on our object, we can go through the mathematical calculations to find out the resulting color at that point in our 3D space on our object. So hopefully, by covering these foundations in this section, when you explore your own materials, you have kind of a starting point to explore. And hopefully also when you go and explore more complicated procedural materials and procedural material tutorials, you kind of have like a baseline understanding of how to follow things and what people are actually doing in those tutorials. So I'm going to hit Control Spacebar. By the way, I'm using Control Spacebar just to maximize my scenes like that. So if you just hover over something and hit Control Spacebar, it'll just maximize that scene. You could also just come to the View tab in any sort of viewer and just go into area and do toggle maximize area. I'll also say you could probably sell this procedural material for $1 or $3 and honestly get like a few sales. So another small tip, if you did Shift D to move these around and then you later want to change something like this pen right here, I want to add, a base black to the tip here. Like for this tip, I want to give it a base black material and assign it, but these aren't instances. So these don't update because they're not instances. If you did Alt D, they would have been, but that's fine because you can just do Control L, link object data, and then they'll become instances. However, since we are baking, we actually have to go one step further and select all these and do F3 and do make single user object and data. That way they're completely independent objects. Another issue you might encounter is when you join two objects, your procedural material changes and glitches. That's because if you're using the generated coordinate system, that's based on your bounding box. And when you join two separate objects, they become one single object and the bounding box updates, right? Which means your coordinate system also updates. So you'll probably have to shift your mapping node a little bit to make your procedural texture work again. The other alternative is you can bake first and then join your objects later. So if you don't want to mess with your mapping nodes and want to join your objects later, you can actually totally do that perfectly fine. Another thing you might have to fix is your normals. So I covered this in my previous video, but you can come up to viewport overlays and check face orientation to see which direction your normals are pointing. Everything that is visible, we want it to be blue because the 3D software needs to know which side of our completely flat geometry is the side that should be interacting with light. So for these, you can just select them and go into edit mode, Alt-N, and hit flip, just like that. If you want, you can hit A to select everything, go into edit mode, A to select everything, and you can probably do recalculate outside and see if that helps. And actually it did solve all our issues. You might also have issues like this where you accidentally delete a face, and just like I did, so I accidentally deleted this inside of this computer. So I'm actually going to shift Alt and just select all those and just do Control E, bridge edge loops. Now the shading is messed up here because I've shade smooth on here. So there's kind of two ways to fix it. One, you can do shade auto smooth, or since this area here needs flat shading because it's two flat faces, you can just right click and, well, make sure you're in face select. You can just right click and do shade flat and it'll shade these faces flat, whereas everything else would be shade smoothed. Or again, you could just do shade auto smooth and that would work as well. Or alternatively, you can select the edges that should be sharp and just do control E and do mark sharp here. And now you can see that also fixes the shading issues that we have. So you also see like these other small issues here, like this is red on the inside because it's hollow. If I go in here, you can see it's hollow, which means in the 3D environment, when I'm looking through here, I'm gonna see straight through it and see this table leg instead. So to simulate that, like I did in my previous video, you can go into solid view, come over here and do backface culling. And you can see, I can see that table leg right through there. That's what we would see in Three.js. So let's turn off backface culling. Okay, so to fix this issue, let's just confirm my max camera angle is going to be here. So you can see we have some redness here. Honestly, this might not be an issue here, but whatever. So we'll have some issues over here. So let's just get the top and a little bit of the side. So let's go into edit mode. Let's click on this. Let's hold control and select around here. It'll pick the shortest path there. I think we can hold control and pick these two faces as well. And then maybe this one. And I think I'm going to select this top over here too. Whoops, let's get rid of this. I don't need to select that. And okay, we're kind of selecting these faces right now. And oh, whoops, I accidentally selected that. And for some reason it's accidentally selecting that. Okay, so these are the faces that are blue on the outside, which is what we want, but we also want them blue on the inside. So what I'm going to do is just shift deduplicate them, right click cancel, and then scale it down just a little bit. And then I'm going to hit Alt N with them still selected and hit flip. And now we have a fixed thing. So if I go back into out, go to the max angle here, no red, max angle here, no red either. Cool. And of course, make sure to fix things that are floating and things like that. To make this glass material, I just used a glass BSDF, turned down the roughness and index of refraction. Now it doesn't really matter how you make your glass because there's multiple ways to make glass. I just did it this way because it was the quickest. We will be replacing the material with a glass-like material in Three.js. If you're curious on how I made like the fish and stuff, again, they're just subdivision surface modifiers. So I think earlier in the video I used round cubes, which are pretty much just cubes with subdivision surface modifier. So for the fish specifically, I just added a cube, give it Ctrl+2 subdivision surface, and I applied it first. And then I went to edit mode, just scale it up, took these top faces like so, inset, E-extrude, GX. Same thing with the back here. I think I just extruded here, I don't actually remember. I might have inset first. And then I extruded out, scaled it out, And then once you get a general shape, you can just add Control 2 with another subdivision surface modifier, and you get a fish really, really quick, just like that. All right, so now we're ready for baking. So baking is the idea that you save some sort of information beforehand. So when you come back to it, it becomes easier or faster, more performant, or it just saves you time later down the road. So baking can be done for a lot of things like animations, but for us, we're going to be doing it with the lighting. Everything you're seeing when you're in rendered mode is being calculated as you move your screen. That's why it's so laggy for some people, and that's why we have the noise threshold and everything. And that's exactly why when we go into the shader editor and we adjust the lighting, we can see these updates, because everything is being calculated mathematically behind the scenes. And these mathematical calculations, like the ray tracing, basically, simulating how light bounces, would really, really hurt the performance on the browser. Since we have static lighting, or lighting that won't change, it's better just to save that as part of the texture. So this color change between this lighted area and this lighted area, that information can just stay in that texture. That way, when we use it, we don't actually have to use any lighting because the image looks like that already. Then obviously the downside of baking your lighting is that you can't have dynamic shadows for your baked lights. You can still use baked textures and real-time lighting for shadows, or you could use like simulated planes that act like shadows. But for the baked-in shadows like these, they can't really be changed, in real time easily. So you can see on this website, I think it won Site of the Day on awards, they also baked their textures. And you can see here they baked his hand with the lighting source there. So that's where the shadow is. But his hand is moving, but that shadow is not updating. So while we get better performance, we lose a little bit of realism. But, when your site is really interactive and there's a lot going on, very, very few people are going to be paying attention to that shadow. So here's another website that won Site of the Day on awards.com. You can see they have some fairly realistic lighting like here. And none of this is actually real-time lighting. So if you take a look at their textures, the lighting is actually baked into here. You can see at some point the GLB model that is on this file is mapping to one of these light rays, which is why we have all this realistic looking lighting. So since the lighting information is stored directly in the texture, we don't have to do any expensive real-time mathematical calculations. If you remember when we were working with procedural materials, we had to UV unwrap our model in order to place a 2D image into our simulated 3D space. So we're going to be doing the same thing, except this time we're going to be creating our 2D image texture and trying to unwrap our 3D model and place it into that texture and save that lighting information onto that texture. Now, depending on how large your scene is, you might need more than one texture. I'll say from my experience, I feel like I might have to go for more than one texture here, possibly two. So how would you know? Well, honestly, you probably wouldn't until you started baking just to see what results you get. Now, you might be asking, okay, Andrew, how did you intuitively know that you might need at least two textures here? Well, first, it's definitely based on how many objects you have and the size of those objects, as well as what kind of material is on those textures. When we bake, we generally stick to powers of 2. So let me draw like a cube here. So we have like 1024 pixels by 1024 pixels, which is like 1K, and then 204080, right? 204080 by 204080, and then 4K 4096 by 4096 and things like that. So since your image has a specific amount of pixels you can use about it, if you have a bunch of large objects, that means they're going to take up more space on your texture, which means more resolution and more pixels, whereas smaller objects on your scene are going to take less. And this should make some sort of intuitive sense. If it's smaller, then the resolution doesn't have to be as high. It's the same idea when you scale up an image, it starts getting blurry, so you need a higher resolution in order to prevent it from getting as blurry. However, this isn't a general truth, because if you have, like, for example, a really large face that isn't really primarily part of your scene. For example, back here, what you can do is take its UV and actually scale it down and make it really, really small. So yes, this side would look really blurry, but now other areas of your scene can take up more of that texture and get a higher resolution. So if you keep this large, for example, it'll take up more pixels, and then possibly some of your other models that you want more detailed will become, a little bit more blurry. Another factor affecting this issue is the type of material that's actually on your object. So if it's a flat color like this, then you actually don't need as much of a larger area compared to if it was like a realistic PBR material. A blurred solid color would look quote unquote less blurred than a material that's very, very detailed. So for example, this poster right here, it might be smaller than my chair, but my chair might actually take less space on my texture just because this has more detail and I want it to have a little bit more detail and more pixels to bake in there. So when I said 2 textures, I meant 2 4K textures because I kind of want to maximize quality rather than like load times. And I think with compression methods, given that most of mine are solid colors rather than PBR materials, it should be low enough. Now, there are a lot of advanced compression methods, but I'm not going to get it into this video. Or you can watch my Minecraft video where I talk a little bit more in depth for some more complicated compression methods. Okay, so when we're baking and UV editing, there's this other tab here that we generally use called the UV editing tab. Same with shading, which typically when you're doing lighting and material, you go to the shader tab or the shading workspace to, work with that. That way you kind of have like a separation of concerns. But, I've just gotten so used to just creating my own workspace in the default layout that I don't really separate them anymore. You can also come over here and create your own workspace if you wanted to, but Blender does have these separate workspaces for us just with like some sort of setup already. So that's what I'm going to be doing for this video. I'm just going to create a new tab here and create a UV editor. I'm going to get rid of the shading and I'm going to get rid of this as well. And I'm going to make this side a little bit smaller, just like that. One of the most difficult things about unwrapping is unwrapping it well. So when it comes to simple objects like cubes, all these primitive objects, if you go into edit mode, they have, a default unwrap that's very good and continuous, right? Now it's really straightforward for a cube because, well, Blender gave it to us, but what about more complicated objects like this? How do we know we UV unwrapped it properly? Well, Blender actually has this really helpful thing, and it's called a UV grid. So if I come to the shader editor and I search for an image texture, so I'm just going to Shift A, search for an image texture, like so. Create a new image texture, and you can just call it whatever. I'm just going to call it UV grid helper tutorial. And then since we're going for 4K, I'm going to click and drag down here and do 4096, just like this. And then under generated type, instead of blank, you can do UV grid. Now we don't need an alpha channel. We don't have any transparency, so we can uncheck that, but honestly, it doesn't really matter if you keep it there. Create a new image here, and then click and drag that into the base color. So I'm on the wood material because I selected this here. So let me just copy that to the cube, like link materials. Let's go to material preview. And now you can see everywhere that's using my wood material is now using this UV grid. This UV grid will show us a lot about our unwrap and how proper it is. I think I said it earlier in the video, but areas with similar amounts of detail and space should have roughly equal sized cubes or squares in this case. So here it actually seems that these aren't terrible, but you can see that some of these cubes are being a little bit stretched, but it's fairly consistent across the whole thing, which means it's probably not as big of an issue. Now watch what happens when I go into edit mode and start distorting this. Take a look at that. That means if we had an image, any other image across this face, it would start completely distorting. Like this poster, if I go into edit mode and start dragging that, take a look what's happening to my image. That doesn't look great. So this UV texture kind of helps us determine that. It'll also show us, distinguishly where are the seams or the areas that we cut it out. For example, here you can see that there's definitely a clear seam over here because the blocks aren't really continuing and there's like a hard line. So when you're unwrapping and cutting seams, you kind of want to find places to hide those seams. Now, if you want to see the stretching, you can actually come into the UV editor. Let's actually open up our UV grid helper like so. And when you go into edit mode, make sure you're in edit mode to see everything. You can use your middle mouse button to click and drag over here, come over to overlays and turn on UV stretch like so, just like that. And generally what you want is everything to be this solid blue color, which means there's very, very little stretching. And if I take one of these UVs and move it, you can see it's changing color, which means it's definitely stretching really, really hard. And you can also see that updated on my texture as I move this around. It's really, really distorting just like that. So I'm just going to undo all those changes here. I'll also say, notice when I select over here, for some reason, it's also selecting vertices over here. Now, how does that make any sense? If it's the same vertice, why is it appearing over here as well? Well, in real life, imagine, when you're like doing reverse origami or like, trying to wrap something from a 2D onto like a 3D object, you need areas to cut, which we called seams. So the areas that we cut, or the seams, they quote unquote split it into two visual vertices, but essentially it's the same exact vertice. And they don't have to be right next to each other on your UV map. If you don't understand whatever I'm talking about right now, that's totally okay, because I feel like you'll get it as we go through this chapter. So by default, when I hit unwrap, Blender already has, a default area that it quote unquote marks seams for us automatically, but we can also mark our own seams and unwrap there. So you might be wondering, okay, how do I even know where to mark seams? It doesn't really make sense. I can visualize it for a cube, sure, but like what about these other objects? So there's a few methods that I'll talk about in a little bit, but first, I don't actually like adjusting the material itself to use this UV grid texture. And the reason for that is just because it requires an extra step. So I'm just going to unhook that. I'm going to still leave it here, but I'm going to unhook that and bring my wood material back in here. What I'm going to do instead is come over here, make sure you are in solid view. If you come over here and go into color, you can select texture. And what texture will do is it'll use your image texture as what you're seeing on the UV. However, if I still go into material preview or rendered, you can see that it's still going to see the wood. It's only in solid view. So you'll often see people use matte caps like this one, which kind of helps with if you have any shading issues. You might have seen, some things like this, which kind of highlights, the edges and cavity maps and things like that. You can also see like you have this cavity option here as well. So a lot of options, but it doesn't really matter for us at the moment. Right now, I'm just going to go back into Studio and I'm just going to use texture. Another thing I like to do when I'm editing, instead of, having to mark seams like Control E and mark seam and then A and then unwrap and then, do an unwrap. So what I like to do instead is do a live unwrap. So if you come over to the options in edit mode and do live unwrap, and then with live unwrap enabled, when you use the shortest path like Control and pick shortest path here, what you can do instead of select for edge tag, you can do tag seam. And now as I hold Control and pick my shortest path, it's going to live UV unwrap for me. So you can see as I'm holding Control and clicking on my sides, it's updating my UV map just like that. So instead of always having to hit AU unwrap, it will just unwrap for you as you start marking your seams. To get rid of them, you can hold Control and pick the shortest path, and if there's already a seam there, it'll just get rid of it for you. So I'm just holding Control and get rid of these seams right here. So earlier in the video, I mentioned about UV unwrapping intuition. So now I kind of just want to talk a few of those now. So when it comes to UV unwrapping, what you generally want to think about, even when you're unwrapping complicated objects like this, or this, or this, or this, is try and think of it as its default primitive object. That'll be a little more clear once we get started, but even some of the most scary looking models actually have very, very simple UV unwraps if you think of them in terms of primitive objects. And what you'll find is a lot of them are going to be like cylinders, like in a sort of cylinder sort of unwrap, or a cube. So if I go into edit mode, you can see by default, it's unwrapped well. Now we don't see any seams here because, it's just built into Blender, but what we can do is hit A to select everything, UV, and come to seams from islands. So every individual set of connected UV faces is what we call an island. So here we can do UV, seams from islands. And now you can see we have those seams on over here. Take a look at how they do it. They cut out the top and they cut out the bottom. Now, again, just imagine you had a piece of paper in this shape and you need to flatten it into 2D shape. If you cut off the top and cut off the bottom, let's just come over here and clear the seam with Control E, clear seam. Also right click and do add to quick favorites. I have it quick favorites, so it's showing remove, but add it because it'll speed up your workflow. So if you do Q, you can just do clear seam instead of going to Control E and clear seam. Or again, you can set your own hotkey if you wanted to. So take a look at what happens when I removed their seam. We get this extreme stretching here. Now, what does that make sense? Well, you have this thing here that we call a ring. And imagine you had a piece of paper in this ring format and you had to like flatten it on the ground. That would be impossible without ripping the paper. In 3D, you can't like rip that, right? So instead, they just display it as stretching. If you want to flatten a ring, you need to chop it up somewhere. So it can be anywhere across the ring. You just need to break it up somewhere so it can flatten. So we just mark seam and look, we get it back. So this is something that you'll see over and over again, even in complicated objects, which is why I kind of wanted to mention that. The second general intuition when it comes to unwrapping hard surface models and maybe even organic models is to look at individual parts as individual primitive objects. So kind of tying into the first general guideline. So if I go into edit mode and like I inset this, for example, and then extrude it downwards, you can see, okay, now we get some differences in the UVs compared to this and this. Generally we want to keep everything right the same size. Now obviously different circumstances and things like that, but general rule of thumb, you want to keep everything roughly the same texel density, and then you can tinker with that a little bit later, but I'll get into that a little bit later. So in order to fix this, how would we fix this? Well, if you think about it, just ignore the rest of this cube. Honestly, if you want to do like this, Control I, and then hit H to hide it, like just view this for a second. What does it look like? If you said cylinder, you would actually be kind of correct. We have a ring and then we have a bottom face. If you said cube, you would also be correct. But in this case, the cylinder unwrap for this quote unquote cube actually works a lot better. So if I do Alt H to unhide that stuff, we already know how to unwrap a cylinder, so we can just apply it to this same sort of area here. Hold Alt, select this loop, Q or Control E, mark seam, and then we can just select this bottom face. It'll select all the sides for us. Control E, mark seam. Now we're getting somewhere. And then of course we're getting that distortion because we have a ring that we can't flatten, right over here. So we just pick any sort of one of these corners, just like on the cylinder, Control E, mark seam. And take a look at that. We just fixed up this entire place. So because we cut this out from this side of the cube, we can now just envision this entire side of the cube as the same as any other side of this cube, which means we can just unwrap this like a normal cube now. So we can just do something like this and just shift, Control E, mark seam, and then down the side over here, like so. On this one as well, Control E, mark seam, and take a look at that. We have our default cube unwrap, and then we have our side unwrap over here. So what you see here is we have a quote unquote cylinder and then a quote unquote default regular cube with, some sort of extra geometry there. Now you might be asking, okay, why do we just have one seam? Why not place it here and here and here and mark seam is there as well. I mean, that's perfectly valid as well. But again, we're trying to minimize the amount of seams. But if for some reason you do need those extra seams there, then you can totally do that. But for us, that isn't really necessary. All we really need is just to cut out the ring once. Okay, so I kind of hope that clears up UV unwrapping, as you'll find that a lot of really, really complicated objects can be broken down into their primitive shapes. So just ignore the fact that for every single material, I copy and pasted the UV grid helper into their materials. So I just went through each of them and just Control V, paste it, and made sure it was the active one. Which you can see here, everything's really large because none of the UVs are set, but they'll update as we update our things. So let's unwrap our first thing together, probably this piano over here. And all these green edges means they're sharp edges. And that's likely from our weighted normal modifier, or when we used bevel and we did hardened normals, we're marking all these sharp edges. And then typically when it comes to UV unwrapping, if you want to go the quick way about it, you can just hit U, unwrap, and do Smart UV Project, and 66 by default works fairly well for hard surface models. And if you hit unwrap, you can see that, we get a not too terrible unwrap here. And then you can do what we did previously, Q seams from islands, and then you can kind of just go in edit mode and see, what sort of unwrap they give us here. So from far away, it doesn't seem too bad. And this is honestly passable because we're working with solid colors, and for the most part, there's minimal distortion. Professionally, it looks a little bit weird, right? Like over here, you'd kind of expect it to continue the loop rather than go up and then down over here. Same thing over here. It seems like it kind of like goes janky to the left and whatnot. Same over here. It seems like this doesn't really continue, goes to the side. So, and if we look at, these other areas, again, here you can see this is symmetrical geometry, but over here it's going on the left. And then here it's going on, well, it's also going on the left here, but like left relative to this side. And this is like left relative to this side. So it's a little bit inconsistent. And then here we just have a basic cylinder, but they're adding like multiple seams across the cylinder, which are just extra seams. So even if I get rid of these, for example, Q clear seam, like nothing's going to change over here because we already have one that's breaking the ring over here. Yeah, it's not the perfect, but it does save you a lot of time. Now the UV unwrap may not be perfect, but it does give you a general guideline on how to approach your model. So here we have a lot of bevel modifiers. So if I add a cube real quick, and let me just link one of these materials with this. Well, I'm just gonna manually bevel this, like over here. When you want to unwrap this beveled cube, you might be wondering, there's so many edges. There's like one here, there's one here, there's one here, there's one here. You know, it's like, which one do you select? You know, in the past, there was just one single one, and now there's like multiple. Well, again, honestly, it really depends on what your priority is. Generally, what I like to do, like let's say your only goal is to minimize distortion along these sort of corners because that's where it's going to have the most issue. Then what you would do is have a seam on every single side of the bevel. So for example, I'd select, well, actually I don't have to select all of them. I can just select one, Shift G, select similar area, and I'll just select all of them because, you know, they have the same length and width. And I do mark seam. Now, of course, we have all this distortion because this entire thing, if I select this face and do Control L, you can see, you know, imagine trying to flatten that out. So what we can do is probably select all of these, right? Shift G, select a similar area, so we get all of these, and do Control E, mark seam. And take a look at that. We get something that is very well textile density optimized. Now, obviously, the downside here is we have all these extra seams here. So we could get rid of these. So if I do clear seam, you can see it goes from something like this to something like this. So yes, we have some distortion and stretching here, but you know, at least it continues now, and the distortion is very minimal. Of course, if you marked every single edge, you know, as a seam, we would get perfect blue every single time, right? Because everything is just its own individual face, but that's way too many seams. If we made every single corner like this, then every single corner would be like this. And that would be a pretty good unwrap if your goal was to minimize distortion. Now, what if your second goal is to minimize the amount of seams possible? Well, if you look at it, again, you can see a ring here, or if you want to visualize it this way, you can do that as well. Then maybe you can just unwrap it like a cylinder. Distortion might not be your primary goal, but minimizing seams are. So you could have like one over here, mark your seam, and then maybe one over here, Control E, mark your seam, and then anywhere along the ring, you can fix that just by marking a seam. So you can just pick somewhere where no one will see or less frequently see and just mark the seam there. And take a look at what we get. We get fairly equal textile density, just a little bit stretching along the sides over here, of course. But for all intended purposes, we minimize the amount of seams and it looks pretty good, equal in textile density. If you kind of want to get the best of quote unquote both worlds in this scenario, you can try and do what UV Project is doing. So unwrap here and hit Q, seam from islands. You can see what they're trying to do. They're kind of just trying to slice along the center bevel. In this case, we don't actually have a center bevel because we have a even number, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I had one with 5, which I'll just create real quick, Control L, link materials, and here I'll just Control B, center one. So this should have 5 here. And then now I do UV unwrap, Smart UV Project, unwrap, Q, seams from islands. You can see what it does is it cuts through the center. Now it's cutting everything. So we have 6 individual faces. Now originally I said that was bad because there's no relationship information, but since we're doing baking and we're not using this map for texturing, this is kind of ideal in the sense that it will fit along our UV map with other objects very well, and we're maximizing the amount of texture space along this entire object. And of course, you know, since it's a beveled cube, I went back to the one with just 3 bevels. And then of course, you know, since it's just a cube, you can use the same method that we did to unwrap the cube. And you can see here we get the default cube unwrap, except with the beveled areas obviously being stretched there. So there's pros and cons to each of these methods. It depends on what you're working with as you expand your knowledge in Blender. For us, does the method actually matter? And the answer is no, because our seams aren't going to be that visible when we bake. And since we're working with solid colors, even if we have some major distortion like this, that means over here would have a lot less resolution compared to over here. But since we're working with a colors, when they're blurry, will look a lot more similar to each other from a high resolution and low resolution area compared to things like PBR materials or like actual images, you know, that we had on the photo frames and things like that. So we have a very flexible way to approach our unwrap. So just when you're unwrapping, you don't actually have to care about, you know, what method am I using? Is it the best? You know, is this right? Whatever. Just try and follow the general guidelines. Like across the areas, you want similar sized squares, you want to minimize distortion, and you kind of want to minimize the amount of seams. But again, you know, that really actually ends up depending on your use case.
So you'll definitely see me use a lot of different approaches and methods when I'm UV unwrapping. I'll try and explain why I'm making that decision as I do it. But honestly, sometimes the answer might just be because I want to save time. And that's kind of like the only reason. Because again, we're doing this for baking a texture rather than exporting it to texture or texturing it. So we could actually have extremely sloppy UVs. Like even on over here, we could have like one UV like this. And if we baked with this, even though it's distortion, this would actually look perfectly fine. Because essentially what we're doing is we're taking that solid color and spreading it across the texture like this. But again, with colors, it can be very, very blurry and it wouldn't look any much more different than a place with more pixels of colors. Not always, but you know, a lot of times it will be. Again, I kind of want to unwrap in the proper way in the event that you come back here and you want to export it to another 3D software to texture in, or you want to apply a PBR material. So that means under Object Data Properties, we can come over here to UV maps. If you applied PBR materials, you're by default using this default one that comes with every object called UV map. So this is the UV map for texturing. We want one for baking. So all we can do is just create a new one and call that baking. And it'll just clone your UV map. So here I didn't use a PBR material. I didn't use UVs to match this either. But again, that doesn't matter because we used a solid color in here, or quote unquote a procedural material that doesn't use UVs to determine how to texture on it. Now something that did use the UV to determine how to map our image texture is something like this computer screen over here. So if I hit home, this image here, if I go into UV map, I used this UV map to map my image texture onto the screen perfectly. So here we have one UV map for mapping the texture to the 3D object. Now what we need is a second one called baking. And this one will be taking this 3D model and putting it on a texture to bake with all the other textures. So for example, if I have this one highlighted at baking, this one highlighted at baking as well, you can just go into edit mode, Smart UV project together. And now they're sharing the same texture. Now, right now, it looks mixed up because I have baking highlighted, but you can see this render icon here, which means during baking process, it'll use this map for the image texture when it's baking on this active baking UV map. So if you want, you can just leave it back there for now. We'll get to that when we get to that. Okay, so when it comes to this piano, I'm going to hit all and clear seams. Let's just do it manually for us. Now I've made a sort of a small issue here because now if we were to do this manually, we would have to mark a seam on every single one of these. Whereas if we did an array modifier, unwrapped one of these piano keys and then used array modifier and then applied the array modifier, then we would only have to unwrap one of these keys because they all have the same geometry here. Now that's an easy fix because what we can do is just select all the keys, like one side on the keys. Well, actually box select might be faster here. Oh, I don't want to select the piano. Maybe just in case we just do something like this. And we can do Control L and just delete those vertices. So now we have one here. We can do Control L and P separate by selection after selecting it. So we can actually go into local view here. And I'm just going to be going for the UV unwrap method here. So quote unquote the best of both worlds. I'm just going to put one over here. Mark seam, Control E mark seam, or Q mark seam if you have it quick favorites. Now when it comes to slicing off the ring, I'm going to put it on the side because that'll be less visible than over here because all the piano keys are next to each other. So what we can do is just do over here, and same thing on this side, we can just put it on the side because that'll be hidden. Again, we want to hide our seams as best as possible. So that's why I'm deciding to put it on the side there. So if I go in here, hit A, you can see we have a pretty good unwrap with even texel density. Now we can just do our array modifier stuff again. Oh, I forgot to mention, you might be wondering, okay, why didn't I put a seam at the bottom? Well, that's because I deleted all the faces at the bottom, so there's nothing to cut out there. If you left the faces in, yes, you would also have to add a seam on the bottom there. Yeah, so I just redid the array modifier. By the way, if you did save your original piano in a modifiers collection, you could have just used that one. F3, convert to mesh, applies that, and then we can join it with the piano, or you can wait after we're done with the rest of the piano. So now if I go into edit mode, you can see all of them have the same exact unwrap, which is really, really nice. I'll also say if you go in here and you get a slightly different result when you're unwrapping, it's probably because you're using a different unwrapping method. You can see there's different kinds here. And if you take a look on the Blender documentation, you can actually read what each of these does. When it comes to hard surface models like the ones we're working with, conformal generally seems to work the best for us. So that's what the method that I'm going to be using at the moment. Now I will also say, since all of these have the baking map when they're actively highlighted, they will be sharing the same exact texture. So as we unwrap more objects, like for example this one, the piano and the key over here, since they're sharing the same UV map, they're going to be sharing, since we have both of them on their baking UV map highlighted, they're going to be overlapping each other. Take a look what happens when I switch this to UV map. Now we only see one of the texture sets. If you want to do manual packing with your bake texture, what I recommend you do after you're done unwrapping something is just to scale it down and just move it off somewhere into oblivion. That way when you revisit it and do like enter tab mode here. Now is it that big of a deal? Honestly no, because you can always just move it later. You don't have to select both of them, you can just select one and then move it out later. Or depending on your method, if you unwrap them together, let's say we just go conformal, then Blender will try and pack it by default for you with the objects that you selected. So if that's your workflow, then you don't really have to move things outside. But if you want to manually pack things, you might as well just move things outside beforehand. That way you don't have to do it later. But again, not really a big deal for us. Okay, so let's focus on each of these individual parts. Like ideally, we probably should not have joined these objects until after baking. That way we can quickly enter local view, but that's totally fine because what we can do is always just select something and then Control I to invert our selection and hide everything else. And then now we can just enter local view. And now you can see we just have this. So here you can see that we already have some sharp edges here. And honestly, there is a really common workflow where you use sharp edges as your seams because oftentimes it works perfectly fine. But again, I'm also trying to minimize the amount of seams. So for a model like this, I'm actually going to take the center bevel and unwrap it like that. So here you can see that we have a loop over here. So I'm just going to continue that across the model. Hopefully that gets everything like so. Let's do over here as well. Just holding Shift Alt. Let's continue over here. And that should get everything. We can mark our first seam over there. All right, and remember, now we have an inset cube here and an inset cube here. So what we want to do is cut it out. So here we can put our cutout over here, just like we did when we had an inset cube. Now this just says bevels. Control E, mark seam. So this is cut out. And then of course we need one here. Control E, mark seam. Right, you can just imagine this is like the box that we did earlier. And of course, now we have a ring, right? It's just spread across several bevels instead of just one continuous sort of loop, instead of just one continuous face. So again, if you want to break this ring, honestly, this ring is probably not that problematic, but again, probably cut it over here, like over here, and then one over here. Again, if you want to minimize the amount of seams, then you can just have one, and that would be it for the entire loop. Again, you also want to take into consideration how effective your unwrap is when you're packing. And generally what we want to go for is everything to be kind of like a square because those are going to be easier to pack with a lot of objects compared to something like this, if that makes sense. Because at the end of the day, the entire texture is a square. So working with like rectangles and squares will pack better than some sort of distorted shape like this. So here you can see I'm combining methods. This time instead of just using one seam for the entire ring like we did earlier, I'm using two and then on each corner just to flatten out things a little bit. Is this overkill? Possibly, but does it matter? Honestly, not for us, it does not. So same thing over here, just like this. And now you can see the result is very few distortion, definitely more seams, but you know, we also have things that are easier to pack. And now we just have this inside piano, right? So let's cut that out. So we can do the same thing, maybe around here, hold Control. I'm just going around the center bevel. Whoops, let's make sure I don't get that over there. Just holding Control, slicing over. Wait, actually, I think I can hit Alt and get this entire loop. Yeah, and then I can hit Alt and get this entire loop. Cool, Control E, mark seam. Oh, I don't want to continue along this edge. Again, if you wanted to do the two faces, you could totally do that, but I'm just going along the center bevel. So I'm just going to continue over here down to this seam, and we can clear these two. So Q, clear seam, and then we can continue this on here. So Control E, mark seam, and let's just make sure, yeah, okay, I can clear these two out as well. Now, are there add-ons that if your geometry is symmetrical, you can just copy one half to the other? Yes, they are, I believe, but most of them are paid, so I'm not going to be using them in this video. So again, we can just continue on here along the edge over here. So Control E, mark seam. We can just hold Alt and hopefully get everything here. Mark seam. Seems to look pretty good here.
We can continue over on this side as well. Again, it's just symmetrical. Hold Alt, Control E, mark seam. So let's make sure it's also getting the back, but it's not, so that's okay. So Control E, mark seam. Sorry, I keep doing Control E when I should be doing Q. So there's an over there, and I think this is going to be the last one. So just over here and connect down there. So if you take a look at our piano, and let me just go Control Spacebar, we did a fairly good job. Again, we cut this out. So this can just imagine it's just like a face. Then we cut this out with our UV unwrap. So the entire thing is just a rectangle. UV unwrap method to have 6 individual faces, right? Like here and here, quote unquote, individual faces, but you kind of get what I'm talking about. That way we maximize texture space and minimize distortions. Yes, we had more seams, but for us, this is going to be a good unwrap. Now we can Alt H to unhide our stuff. We can come back here and just do Control L, Control I, H, and hide, and now work on this over here. Okay, so how would I unwrap something like this? Well, again, you could definitely go for the center bevel. Well, I guess in this case, it's not really center bevel, but you could just, do this on every single side, including the bottom side as well. And that would be a perfectly good unwrap. Given what we're going for, a baking texture, and my background experience, I wouldn't invest more than 2 seconds on this. And what I would do is just select a face like this, Shift G, select similar area, like so. It'll select both of them, Control E, mark seam, and just be done with it. And if I go into the UV, you can see that we get a pretty decent unwrap here. And here you can see that, the textile density is very uniform around here. And, we don't really have to touch anything. Now, if you want to optimize for baking, you probably want to straighten these out a little bit. But for texturing, you might actually want to leave them a little bit more distorted. So if you want to straighten them out, I like using this plugin here called UV Squares. And he's leaving it open source, so you can just download the zip, come into Edit Preferences, Add-ons, Install from Disk, and you can see I have it over here, checkmark. So when I hit N, you can see that I have this thing here called UV Squares. And to use it, you have to turn off UV Sync Selection. You can select one of these that was not square, and you just select it, do Control L, do Control L just to select the entire thing. Select one of these, and then do Control L over here, and do 2 grid by shape, and it will actually just make your UV look like a shape. Now, of course, it's distorting because we're definitely going to need more seams in order to counteract that distortion. But again, we're baking here, so this distortion actually doesn't really concern us at all. So here we're maximizing for packing, but we are not optimizing for texturing. So for us, again, I wouldn't spend more than 2 seconds on unwrapping this. So I'm just going to leave it like this. And this is honestly good enough for a rectangular shape. Okay, so let's do Alt H to get back the stuff that we hid. Okay, so how would I unwrap this? Well, if you look at it, the entire thing is just a giant cylinder with some extrusions. So as long as we cut these out, then the rest is essentially just becomes a cylinder. But instead of marking the seams for every single one of these, that would be kind of tedious. I'm just going to trust that Smart UV Project will handle this for us. So Control L, U, Smart UV Project, unwrap. It looks okay, not much distortion. Hit A to select everything. Q, seams from islands, and that did a pretty good job here. Now it's definitely giving us probably some extra seams, and you can see this is an extra seam as well as here, right? We only have 1 ring, so we don't need 2 seams here, and we actually don't need a seam at all because this deleted face on the bottom is acting like a seam of sorts. So it's already flattened. It can already be flattened without a seam. So we can actually just get rid of these seams over here and all the way back here as well. And again, you can see that it's still working perfectly fine because we have the top half, which is being cut out through a seam, and this is the seam down the side, and the back doesn't even have a back, so we don't need anything to cut out there. So we can fix this over here as well, just like so. Don't need a seam here, and don't need a seam here as well. So everything looks good with our piano so far. Ideally, yes, over here, I probably should not overlap them. There'll be like a black line over here and over here when I bake. But honestly, that might actually add a little bit more realism as well. So is it worth spending the time to fix? Well, that's kind of up to you. So the last thing for the piano then is just this top area over here. And then these, of course, so these are just cylinders. So we can just select these, Control E, mark seam. And then over here on the back, we want to hide our seams. Q, mark seam. Okay, so how to unwrap these? Again, you have multiple methods.
If you think about it, this is just a raised version of this inset. So you could just unwrap it the same way, right? Select these faces, Control E, mark seam, and then now we have this loop. So if you want to save time, you only need one. So we could just put something over here. And this honestly would be perfectly fine for us. And you can see that, yes, we have a ring here, but it's not really too much of an issue because it's not like a completely distorted ring. But you know, if you want to cut it out, you can totally do that. But you know, if you want to do the same thing we did for the inset one, you know, alternatively, if you want to just do something quick and dirty, you can clear seam, just go along the inner edge like this, or sorry, the inner bevel, Control E, mark seam. And this would be a perfectly valid unwrap as well, depending on your goal. Again, there is a ring here, but that's totally okay. And honestly, for what we're doing, you might not actually even need seams for this kind of object at all, because it's only half of an object, and Blender can handle that very, very well. So if I select this entire thing, you know, leaving the key as is with no seams is actually perfectly valid when it comes to baking. So if you want to do that for the rest of these, you can totally do that, and I'll just leave that for the purpose of this tutorial. I'm actually just going to not have a seam there at all. Remember, we're highlighting baking when we're unwrapping here, not UV map. Now, if for some reason all of your scenes never use UV map, you can just use UV map instead of having a second one, but I kind of like to have two separate ones just in case. Okay, so now we can just join these pianos, everything in the piano together, like so. Again, make sure they both have the same UV maps and do Control J. And now we have a very well unwrapped piano, just like that. So right now they're all overlapping, but we can hit A to select everything, and then just U, and again, conformal here, just to see what it looks like. And it looks pretty good together. Super cool. So if you want, again, you can move that off into oblivion. So the fact that we did the piano, you generally have a good idea on how to pretty much do, you know, anything that's kind of similar to the piano now. Anything that's like cubish and extruded and inset, that sort of stuff. So for example, if I go in here and you have no idea where to start, or you just want to save your time, you can just unwrap Smart UV Project, unwrap, and then Q seams from islands. And if you look at what they give you, you can see that they're prioritizing the center bevel. Again, it has some issues here, so you probably want to continue this one up, right? And then you would continue this here and get rid of this seam. That way it's more consistent along where it's cutting. Again, not really a big deal. Or you can continue this one and get rid of this one. Or like we did for some other ones, if you want, you can select the faces, right? And of course, all these other ones as well. And I deleted the back and the bottom, so there's nothing to select. Control E, mark seam. And then of course you have all these corners, so you can cut them out like we did for the beveled cube. And you could just go around doing that for, you know, every single corner. So down here as well. So really up to your use case. And then of course we have a ring here. Of course we have a ring here. Do we have to fix this? Honestly, probably not, but might as well. So anything, mark seam. You can have 4 seams if you want. This is an extra seam that doesn't contribute anything, so we can clear those. The issue there, same thing here. This is a flat face, so the seam doesn't actually provide any value here. Now, maybe if it was like really too long, you know, having a seam will split it up a little bit. So you can see if I have Q here, mark seam, now they can be packed as individual faces like so. But at the same time, you know, now we have to line things up if we want to make it look seamless. So you can see I just went around and added a bunch of seams. But again, if you want to use the other method, that's totally fine. All right, so let's do something a little bit different, like Mr. Rabbit over here. So if I go into edit mode on Mr. Rabbit, what primitive object did we use to shape Mr. Rabbit? Well, I used a cube with a subdivision surface modifier. So essentially we can just treat this like a cube, or, you know, same with the room at all. We can just do the same thing. We can just come over here, select the round side at the top, Control E, mark seam. And then on the corners, we can just slice it off like so. And honestly, if you want to just leave it like a cylinder and minimize seams, this is actually fairly well. So you can see that this is actually not that bad at all. But again, if you want to make it very minimal stretching, you can just do it something like this. Now you can see that the stretching is a little bit better, and this might be a little bit easier to pack than something else. Again, when you're modeling, don't forget to come over here to your UV maps and add the baking UV map. Now you might be asking, okay, why don't you just like place, let me just do this real quick, clear seam. Why not just cut it in here and over here,
And over here, and then just mark seam. Like, that is similar stretching. That looks like equal textile density. Why are you doing all that complicated fancy stuff? Well, on a simple model, yeah, it might not be a big deal. And when we're baking, this seems appropriate for baking as well. But again, when it comes to like texturing and things, your seams are going to cause some issues. And generally, I kind of like to follow the rule, like, treat everything like a primitive object. And that way, you'll just be more consistent over time that way. So yes, you would be right saying like, in this case, okay. But generally, I like to just stick with treating things like they're primitive objects. So same thing with the ear. If I go in here, cube, unwrap here. So I just cut out the top. And if you wanted to just do a cylinder one, you totally could just have one seam to get rid of the ring. The bottom face is deleted, so no seam is necessary there. Same with the speaker over here. We used a round cube, which is just a subdivided cube. You can see that I cut out the cylinder over here. There was a ring in here, and then I added an edge over there. And then since I cut this out, the rest of everything else was just a round cube. So I cut out the top just like Mr. Rabbit and then cut out the sides just like this. You'll notice that we do have some odd little shape here. Does it really matter? Not really, but if you wanted to, you could like continue the seam down here, and possibly this would be a little bit better for baking. Definitely not for texturing because we have more seams, but okay, so let's take a look at something where we use a different method to unwrap, like using sharp edges. So this will come in handy a lot, like when on over here. Now, this is something we probably should have unwrapped first before applying our array modifier. But the lucky thing here is we can use that select sharp edges here. So we can do select and do sharp edges, and you can see it'll select all our sharp edges. And if we do Control E, mark seam, you can see that that actually works fairly well for us. Of course, since we cut out all these cylinders, we do get a bunch of rings. Now, this isn't particularly a big issue for us, but again, we already know how to get rid of seams. Sorry, I mean, rings. And this might be a little bit better to pack. And then it seems like we still have rings back here, so I must have forgot to delete these. So Shift G, select similar normal, and then we can just delete those faces there. It also seems we have like this really long thing, which probably could pack fine, but we might as well get rid of it. I think it's because, so it's like continuing on over here. So we actually don't need to see that at all, so we can just hold Control. Unfortunately, it's getting the entire edge loop and delete those faces. Same thing up here. Control, delete those faces. So now's the good time if you forget to delete some of your faces to actually start deleting them. And delete those faces just like that. And there you can see that, we have a fairly good unwrap here. So I just unwrapped with conformal, and we can move that off into Oblivion if we want to. So again, let's take a look at something that's slightly different. So let's take a look at text, for example. Now, text is fairly similar to these SVG logos. At the end of the day, you can just think of them like cylinders. You have a face over here, a face over here. Well, I deleted the back face here. So you just have a seam along this way. Now, for some reason, even though they're merged by distance, I can't select the edge loop here. So what I'm going to do actually for this is use Smart UV Project and let it handle for us like so. And you can see it does a good job when it's like 90-degree angles. It does a good job finding them. So we can just hit A to select everything, Q seams from islands, and you can see that it does a fairly good job. Now it is giving us these extra seams along the ring here, but this might actually be good in some cases because you don't want it to be too long. If you want to spend the extra few seconds optimizing where to place these, you can totally do that. But time is money, so if you're happy with that, then you can totally just leave it as is. You can also see here they kind of have issues as well. It's going like zigzag again, but is it worth the time to fix? So this text is going to be the same approach when I do the logo. Again, you can just treat it like a cylinder, select the outer loop, Control E, mark seam, and then one of the sides, Control E, mark seam. And this is kind of unnecessary over here, clear seam. So the L is kind of unwrapped properly. If you want to add extra seams because it's too long, the ring is too long, you can totally do that. Again, why spend the extra time when UV unwrap can do it properly? So Smart UV Project, unwrap, this looks okay, Q, seams from islands. So if I look at it, generally it looks okay, but there's definitely some things that would cause, a little bit complicated packing issues like this thing over here, or this L here, Yes, you can put stuff inside, but then it kind of looks a little bit weird that you have something wrapping something that's unrelated. But again, it's not really a big deal. So you can just leave it as is and save your time and move that into Oblivion. So again, nothing really special here. You just select the edge loop. Hopefully this one you can get a complete one. So, and maybe like this, Control E, mark seam. You can see that's going to work fairly well. But again, you know, instead of just doing one at a time, we can just select all of them. Again, make sure for each of these baking is highlighted. Your second UV map, UV on Smart UV project, Q, scenes from islands. Okay, cool, good enough for us. So we can start moving these into our unwrapped collection, and we can just uncheck unwrapped if we want to. So let's take another example. We can review the rounded cube again, or the subdivision cube, right? All of these were subdivided cubes. So you can kind of already envision how we're going to unwrap, you know, take like one of these circles, right? Sorry, I guess they're not circles, but like one of these tops and then cut along the sides. Same with this one. We could do something like here, cut out the ring, and then maybe, you know, have one on 4 corners. And then for the top, it's like a elongated sort of curved cube. So in that case, then it kind of makes sense to cut out the center part and a little bit of the sides. That way, when it's flattened, it can be flattened easily. So if I do Smart UV project, unwrap, Q scenes from islands, you can see that's kind of exactly what we get. They're trying to cut off a little bit of the top, so it's easier to flat this than a completely bent piece of paper. And obviously the angles over here are going to be easier to bend. And when it comes to the headphones, again, they mess up a little bit here with not being parallel. So if you want to fix that, you can do that, mark seam, and you can just clear out the seams over here and add, you know, more seams, and then add seams over here, Control E, mark seam, get rid of that. So that definitely looks a lot better. They actually seem to do the inner one consistently, which is nice. And then same if you want to polish up this side as well, you can totally do that. Is it necessary? You know, is it necessary? Again, probably not, but you know, if you want to be clean, you can totally do that. And maybe we can just clean it up just a little bit more. And then maybe we can clean this up just a little bit more. And then we can keep this consistent. And then we can keep this consistent along the outer edge. Mark seam, Q clear seam, Q clear seam. You know, sometimes it might be better just to start from scratch than update the one that UV Unwrap gives us, but sometimes it's just fun just to have some fun, if that makes sense. So here, I'm just polishing up the corners, just holding Control, getting rid of them. Control E, mark seam. Looks a little bit better here. This one is also not consistent. And then here you can see that this isn't consistent either. Yeah, so if you want to polish them up, you totally can, but you know, not really a big deal for us. Now it might be worth straightening these out with UV squares, but we can actually determine that later once we start baking. So I did a little bit more unwrapping, but honestly, there's nothing really new at this point that you can't already do on your own. So I kind of just want to give you a little bit more tips and tricks and then let you go and unwrap your scene yourself. Now, if you have all the same UV map, so all of these objects have the simple bake here, I'm going to be using a simple bake add-on just because it's a lot faster. It's paid, it's $8, but when we bake, I'm going to be doing it the free way. I'm just doing it this because I'm going to be using this in the future. But don't worry, you know, when we do it, we're going to do it completely free natively in Blender. With this one, which is appropriately unwrapped, we can do Control L and copy UV maps. And you can see, even though these are distorted, they have the same geometry and the copying the UV map works. So we don't have to do anything. And now we can just hit A and then hit A here, Q seams from islands, and you can see all the seams are going to transfer from there. And yeah, definitely, you know, if you already applied your modifiers or don't have a modifier one, definitely save your time with copy UV maps. You can see all these have different distortions and everything, but they have the same geometry, so they all work. Q seams from islands, you can see I just applied them all just like that, so I don't have to manually select every single one. I know there are add-ons that if you have the same geometry like this sleeve, then you wouldn't have to select the geometry on this sleeve as well, which speeds up your workflow even faster. But again, I'm not going to be using paid add-ons. So the second tip I'll show you is that we talked about our subdivided cubes. You know how we unwrap Mr. Rabbit, kind of like this. Well, that's kind of how I did almost every single thing that was a subdivided cube at one point. You can see I just take the top, I find where the middle comes to this diagonal sort of corner, and then I just cut it there, and I do it on both sides. Same thing over here. You can also see that for the microphone here, these were subdivided cubes, so I just cut it like so. And of course I deleted some extra faces over there. And every time I follow this method, I get very, very good unwraps, minimal distortion, and seemingly equal texel density. So that even goes for these. So these were extruded cubes. Like I had a cube over here and I just extruded this way and extruded this way and then added a subdivision surface. So applied it. You can see that we kind of have the same pattern over here. So what I did is I just find these, find where they connect to the other one. For example, on this side, let me just go into local view here, like so. And basically, I'm just finding the areas that have the diagonal and connecting those up. Right here. So we got square, square over there, Control E, mark seam. And now if I just give this a material that we can see that thing on, you can see that we get a great unwrap here, minimal distortion and equal texel density, all just by following the same exact method. And that's exactly the same method actually when we used our iPhone. Same thing when I used my flower, the flower center over here. Same thing with the basket itself. This is also a subdivided cube. I did cut out these extrudes, but you can see the general shape of the subdivided cube is still the same. I just found that edge, found the corner, and cut it out just like that. So another really quick tip and trick, and I guess intuitive idea, is instead of cutting it like this for subdivision surface cubes, because they're so quick together, you could easily just get array with a slice down the middle, like here or here. Control E, mark seam. And if you take a look, that is actually very, very good for what we're going for. It maximizes texture space and there's minimal distortion. You can ignore that because I didn't put seams on those. Now, logically, how does this make any sense? Well, think about if you had a regular cylinder. So let me just add a cylinder real quick and just let me add a loop cut here and then unwrap it. And I'm just going to use conformal. And let me just delete the top and bottom faces and only focus on this area right here. So if you can imagine this and this is exactly just like the cylinder, then that means we can just add a seam down the center. So let's just do that. Control E, mark seam. And now take a look at how we are unwrapping. So essentially what it's doing is taking all these faces and pressing them down. Now in real life, that would be impossible without ripping the paper. So there's a lot of stretching here. But because we subdivided something so many times, like this, there's actually so many faces that when you push it down, it doesn't actually really matter anymore. Look how squashed it is together. So imagine if you had one piece of paper or one half of paper that kind of looked like this and they just asked you to push it down flat on the ground. Well, it would actually be really easy, right? You can imagine like this would scale up this way until it goes flat, and this one would also scale up until it goes flat as well if you like push from this side downwards. And we can visualize that with the cylinder. If I add, let's say, I don't know, like 5 loop cuts. I don't know, that might have been 6. I'll just type 6. Like so. And now I hit U conformal. Take a look at what happens. The ring becomes less of an issue. So if I do it again, I'm going to subdivide, and again, and then I do conformal. So now take a look. You can actually see that we have solid blue faces along a lot portion of the cylinder. And that makes intuitive sense because if we push down on one of these, we have so many faces that the stretching is being mitigated by all those faces. So that's kind of like the same idea that we have over here, which is why we can just cut over here and be perfectly fine. So, if you just want to be speedy, you can just, do something like that. Same thing with here, Control E, mark seam, just like that, and you'll get a pretty good unwrap for what you're going for. It'll pack well, and it has even texel density. So that's exactly what I did for the plants here. These are also subdivided cubes, but instead of cutting it with the diagonals, I just went with cutting it like right down the center middle. Additionally, I'll also say when it comes to subdivided cubes, I did make quite a few topology errors here. So generally, you want to work in quads, yes, but you also want to work in things that kind of have the same size across your object, unless there's like more detail in certain areas. But in this case, you can see that I have multiple faces that are very different sizes across the object, and it's not very ideal. So because the topology is not really ideal, the unwrap isn't really ideal either. These seams, while they are, a subdivided cube, they're in really awkward sort of positions. So in this case,
the bad modeling led to a bad unwrap. For us, it doesn't really matter, so I'm not going to bother fixing it, but just something to note. That is also why I made this over here. And here I changed this to arc, right? So if I apply this, you can see that the topology here definitely looks a lot better than what I accidentally did over here. Here I didn't use arc, so you can see that the bevel looks like this, and it's a little bit messy here. Now, it didn't really end up affecting the unwrap, but going for the arc would have been definitely easier to unwrap, and it wouldn't have been as distorted along the corners. But again, not really a big deal. You can see that I also, for the legs here, I didn't use arc, so we also have that messed up topology here. Again, not really a big deal, but ideally you would want to use arc in the future. So when it comes to the wheels, you can see I also did that half cut method here, just like on the leaves. For the wheels, they're just cylinders, so I cut them like cylinders, right? I just cut them over here and then just slashed on the edge there. So you can see decent unwrap over here. For this middle thing, you can see, it's just a cylinder, so I just gave it one slash over there. For the computer, I just used Smart UV Project. It did a fairly decent job for me, so I didn't really touch that at all. It's a little bit messed up, as you can see, but I just wanted to save some time there. Again, this is all subdivision cube, so it's all of these unwraps were identical, just in different shapes and things like that. Another quick tip is if you can't select by area like we did for the piano, you can just go into local view, go into wireframe, and just box select like this, hold shift, box select like this, and then you have, those faces selected if you want them, and then Control E marks them just like that. Another trick, definitely use Control L, Control I, and H very, very frequently, especially if your objects are joined. Like here, I accidentally joined them early, so it's like, okay, how do I even see what I'm looking at? You could probably do like something like this, and just like select it, Control plus, hide this, or, instead what you can do is just, like we did for the piano, select the individual object, Control L. So now I have seams, so just, it would select the entire thing without seams, but I just do Control plus instead, then Control I, then hide, and now you can just have these two unwrap yourself, and then of course Alt H to get them back. Just like so. So for all the hanging wires and those curves that we converted to meshes, all of them are just cylinders basically. So that's kind of all I did. I just deleted the two caps and then sliced it down along the center. So just using Control. And if you accidentally select the Control and see like a zigzag, just undo and just do it again until you get it right. And then if it's a little bit too long, I just cut it in half over here. So that's why I have this seam here. And you can see just like that, it cut the wire into half and it packs fairly well. It looks really good. Another tip, if you are selecting a bunch of things, I guess I should have mentioned it way earlier in the video, even modeling. If you select a bunch of things and accidentally mess up your selection, just hit Control Z. And if you accidentally get rid of your selection, just hit Control Z. It'll go back to your original selection. So you don't have to select everything over again. So another quick tip for copying your UV maps, instead of typing this every single time, double clicking and typing it for every single object, all you have to do is just Control C, and then on the new object, just create a new one and do Control V, and it will just paste the name right there. You don't even have to double click, it'll just rename it for you. And it won't replace your original one, so it'll just change the name itself. So you can see I still have everything retained there. So before we move on to baking, why don't we render out an image that we can share with our friends? So again, if you don't have a camera, just add a camera and then find a place you like, and then Control Alt Numpad 0 just to snap your camera to view. And then you can make sure to select your camera and then just GG to move it into position. You can see that on my camera, I'm using orthographic. Feel free to use perspective and, do multiple angle renders if you want to as well. I'm just going to be doing an orthographic view. Just frame it like so. Let's go into rendered view and let's find our unwrapped collection and just turn that back on. All right, cool. So now we can just frame this up. By the way, if you want a render region, you can do Control B, and that's why mine is limited. And if you also want to see that, you can come over into scene and you can click render region and things like that. So in here, I'm going to keep it at 2040-80 by 2040-80, but if you want to change your picture resolution, you can totally do that, like 1920 by 1080, reframe, whatever you want to do. I'm just going to go for 2040-80. But the render settings, now we can come over here. Again, make sure you're in cycles. Then under render, we want a very low noise, so this should be good. 256 might be a little bit overkill, so we can just divide by 2. We probably wouldn't notice anything as well. And then we want to denoise the image. So denoise, I'm putting it high and then I'm using my GPU. If you want to optimize it a little bit, you can come into light pass and then change the amount of how many bounces for lights. So you can put that down to like 8. Honestly, you could probably put it down to 6 and have it work fine. And for performance here, you can also come down to memory and do use tiling. And basically what use tiling will do is it'll render your image in chunks. So instead of going like one at a time, and this will usually be faster. So I like to do 256 by 256 chunks, but you know, if your computer's good, you probably don't have to do that anyway. So now that it's good, let's just go into wireframe. It's quote unquote supposed to make your computer a little bit less taxing when you render. If you have your viewport in wireframe, it's probably a marginally minuscule amount, but you know, whatever. So we're just gonna hit F12 and now you can see it's going in 256 chunks across my 204080 by 204080 picture. Seems like it's done. We can just do image, save as, and save it whatever you want to do it. All right, when it comes to baking, like I showed earlier when we were looking at some award-winning websites, we need to put our shared UV map onto a single image texture. So we can actually create that. So just like this texture over here, we can actually start deleting these if you don't want them anymore. And also when I go back in solid view, I'm gonna go over here and instead of using texture, I'm gonna go to material. Again, back to default. Everything seems a little bit weird now because we've been looking at grids for so long. So now what we want to do is you can create it in the material, any material you want, or you can come into the UV editor and just create it here. So I'm going to create it over here in the UV editor. We're going to go for 4K, click and drag my mouse down, 1024 times 4, 4K texture, and we'll just call this texture set 1, but you know, name it whatever you want. I honestly don't know. And then we want to do 32-bit float. This will just make a more high dynamic range image so we get better colors. We're not going to be baking anything with transparency because I don't have transparency anyway here, except the glass, but we're replacing the glass, which I'll talk about just in a little bit. So let's uncheck alpha. Now, when you're baking with color, sometimes the image texture color bleeds into the model itself. Not always, and honestly, it doesn't really matter that much, but I like to go for white. And I'm just going to create a new image just like that. I'll make sure to Alt-S and save this somewhere. And when you save it as a Radiance HDR image. And this will just be an image format that captures a wider range amount of colors. If we bake in like PNG or JPEG or some other lower bit image format, it won't capture as many good colors. Now, it might not be noticeable, but typically if you want the best result, you'll go for like a high dynamic range, and then later you can convert it down here. So basically you have more information and then you go to lower information, which is a much better result than, you know, starting at lower information, if that makes sense. So we're going to start with this. We can just save this image. Okay, so this is going to be our first texture set that we bake to. So we can select, I don't know, any random object, maybe like these or something. Again, make sure they all have simple bake and all of those are the ones that are highlighted. It doesn't really matter which one is being rendered because we don't use the UV map for anything. But just make sure that this is highlighted like so. So now what we can do is, again, you can select each individual one. So you can just do Control plus, select all these set of UVs and just see what that looks like. Here, now's the time where you move around. You know, you can select all UVs and just kind of move them around. See what it gets you, just like so. And now what your goal is to do is to pack your islands. So adjust them how you need and optimize them to in your island. And that's kind of just like that. And it's just like that. So if you want, you can move individual faces. If you want, you know, you can move individual faces, Control L, move individual things, and just pack it to the best that you can. And of course, you don't want overlapping UVs because we're trying to bake lighting information, and if you have overlapping UVs, you know, it's going to bake twice over the same spot and kind of glitch out. The entire goal now is just to pack the island. Now, obviously, if you do this manually, it will take a really long time for our scene. So generally what you like to do is, assuming you all used the same UV mapping method, if you did angle-based for some, conformal for others, or minimum stretch for others, just make sure you remember that when you're unwrapping again. I used conformal for everything, but for these more organic models, like these, for example, you might get slightly better results with like minimum stretch, but honestly, they haven't been noticeable for me. Anyway, let's go here and we can just do U, unwrap and do conformal, and I'll try and pack it for us. Now, what this suggests is that, okay, we can add a lot more objects to the scene, which is great. And if you want to actually pack it a little bit better, you can go into UV and see this thing here called Pack Islands. And then if you hit pack, You can see it definitely uses a lot more texture space now, maximizing the amount of resolution for each area. And then of course the sizing is relative to how big it is relative to all the other objects on the scene. So the larger objects are definitely taking up more area on the space. Now this is also the time to determine how much textile density you actually want on each face. So this might be more clear on like this piano, for example. So if I just take it, move it over here, like so. Right now, if I select this side of the face, it has the same sort of mapping as this side of the face. But the issue is this side of the face will rarely be looked at, if looked at all. I don't know. Maybe I could delete that. I don't know. But assuming you'll see a little bit of it, you could actually make this face a lot smaller on the UV map and then repack it. When you lower the resolution of that face, well, that means you can actually increase the resolution of this place because now you have more space on your texture. Obviously, you'd have to move things around, but you get the idea. So here's also the time where you can like determine that. Now, obviously that takes a lot of time. So would I even bother for this scene? Probably not, because we're working with solid colors. But if you do notice an issue and you do want to make that trade-off, you can totally do that. Also a lot of other options here, but they haven't been working really great for me. In some cases they might work, like average island scale and minimize stretch. You could totally try these out, but typically paid add-ons do this a lot better than Blender natively. So one that I really recommend, it's $39, but it saves you a lot of time, is UV Packmaster. So you can see if I do, let me just do the Blender pack first. So here you can see I did the Blender pack, and honestly it did a fairly good job. Now you can see there's still some extra stuff over here, but look what happens when I do the UV Packmaster pack. It gets very, very much more texture space out of there. You'll see that it also has a lot of other options here. One of them is important is margin, which is also in Blender, by the way. And that's how much space is between your islands. And you need space between there because when you bake, sometimes it bleeds outside of these lines. So those can overlap. And additionally, if they're like touching each other or on top of each other, your colors are going to start mixing and one texture might appear on a different area of the model that isn't intending to have that color at all. So let's go back to these over here and let's just go into edit mode here and let's just bake these. So the way to bake them is for every single material, you have to create an image texture and you have to make sure it's the active one for the texture that you're baking to. So here we can just search for texture set 1 and we don't have to do anything, just make sure it's highlighted, outline. So now it's in this room here. So it's going to bake onto this texture like so. Then we come into render properties like we did before. And we can leave all of these the same. As our image, low noise, 128 samples. However, we want to uncheck denoise here. The reason we want to uncheck denoise here is because Blender has a baking issue in cycles when you have denoise on. And you can see over here, when you are baking, you might get like these black sort of lines here. And that's caused by if you have denoise activated. And this was open 4 years ago and it's still open, which means they're working on it. And you can kind of see like, someone suggested something 3 months ago. So it's still an ongoing issue. So if you bake in cycles with denoise on, you might get some black lines along your seams. So I'm going to check here and we'll use the Blender compositor to denoise our image instead. So under bake, we can do everything. So combined takes into consideration everything. So we're just going to leave everything here. All the lightings, all the contributions, everything like so. Now we don't want to clear the image before every bake. If you do, then you can just attach that, but we don't because we're going to be baking multiple things to it. But if you mess up a bake and you want to clear the image, you can totally just do clear image. And here, this by default is just like how much it bleeds across the seams of your UV islands. That way it'll kind of help, minimize how visible your seams are. And generally 16, the default works perfectly fine. I don't think I've ever had to change that in a long time. Again, make sure this is active and make sure that simple bake and make sure your baking UV map is the one that's highlighted. Mine's called simple bake, yours is called whatever. Oh, and I also forget to mention, like in every single material that your room has, you want to copy and paste the image texture. So in wood, also paste this here, make sure it's active. In outlet, also posted here, anywhere, make sure it's active with the white outline. Okay, now that each of the room's materials has this active image texture, we should be able to good and just bake. Awesome, so just make sure to hit Alt S to save it, and you hit Alt R to refresh your image.
just like so. And now if I go into rendered view, and then if I go here and put this into my principled BSDF, we see completely black, and that's because what we're doing is rendering with this one. So switch the render to here, and now you can see what we get if I go into rendered view is our image texture mapping to this. So let's just go into local view, and you can see that we see here. And take a look, all those seams that we thought were going to be concerns are actually not really visible in the final output, which is amazing. Now you can see all that grain, so that's the noise on the texture, which we can denoise with the compositor later. For all intended purposes, this is actually looking like a pretty decent result. Now, because it's in the principled BSDF, the world lighting is also going to affect this lighting. So pretty cool. So let's move on to the roof then. So I'm just going to unhook that, put this back in here, switch this back to UV map. Not that that actually affected anything because we didn't use our UV map for anything. And now I'm just going to go out of local view, and we do the same exact thing for this. Just make sure for all the materials in this object, which is just wood, this is active and it's already unwrapped and mapped to our texture right here, just like this. So we can just go here and then we can hit bake. And then let's go into wireframe. Now here you can see when I baked, I made two issues. First, I had clear image on for some reason. I thought I'd uncheck that. Oh well. So it cleared my other bake. The second issue is that everything on my texture is black, which suggests that my normals are incorrect. So if I go here, indeed, this is incorrect. So I just have to select everything, Alt N, flip, and now everything should be okay. And we should be able to bake two things at once just by selecting them. So we can just do that and just do bake. Awesome. And you can see that everything baked properly. That's super cool. And again, if you want to preview it, you kind of already know how to do that. So I'm not going to show you anymore. Again, always make sure to hit Alt S to save it. Or if you want to version, you can do image and save as or save a copy, whatever. You'll also notice now again, we get some things like here. So this kind of suggests that something is blocking the light and we have probably an extra face that we don't need somewhere. So if I go into my room, it kind of looks like there's some sort of light leaking in here, and that kind of suggests that it's right here. So if I go into rendered view and just hide this, indeed we kind of have like this face here that no one really sees, and it takes a huge portion of our texture. So what are we going to do? Are we going to lower it and then rebake it so it takes less resolution but it still exists, or are we just going to delete it and hope no one can tell? Okay, so let's take a look at what it would look like if we didn't have this. So let's go into render view. Now this is what it looks like if the floor is there. Now let's hide this and let's go into edit mode and let's delete this face. Now let's Alt H just to get this back. Will people notice from a distance? From close, they can definitely tell that there is nothing there, but from far away, can people tell? And the answer is probably no, which means we don't actually need that face taking up this sort of texture space here. We can actually just leave it deleted. So if you unwrap and pack again, it'll probably be different now that this face is gone. So if you have a different packing, you'd have to clear your image or create a new image texture if you wanted to do it that way. But if you had the same UV mapping on your texture, you could just bake right over the existing colors and it would just replace them. But since our unwrap is likely going to be different now, if I do UV unwrap conformal, UV pack islands, you can see the pack is definitely different here. And of course, if you're packing manually, you know, it's definitely going to look different. So here you can see this takes a larger portion now. Same with over here because we have more texture space to pack. So you can bake in portions, like you can bake these two first, and then with your remaining texture space, you can maybe tack this on over here and then like put it over here, kind of just see, you know, where you can fit it. Like here, for example, you're like, oh, okay, I'm just going to select this, you know, Control plus, select all these, move it over here, like here. And then with this material, you know, you have your stone wall material. You just make sure this is active in your stone wall as well, like over here. Make sure it's active. And then with this selected, you can just bake it onto your pre-existing map, assuming, you know, you bake these already and they're in this format. So you can bake multiple at a time, you can bake one at a time, you can pack manually, or you can pack with UV Pack Master. So again, I'll show you that. And you can see it definitely packs a lot better. So you kind of have a lot of options here. Don't worry about getting perfect packs. Don't worry about anything. Honestly, as long as it looks good, that's all you kind of have to worry about. You know, when you're just starting out, you know, just have fun. Okay, now I kind of just want to talk about a few more concepts when it comes to baking.
So the first thing is, if you plan to animate something, for example, like this coffee, and have it grow from a scale of 0 to a scale of 1, like so. If you bake with the coffee mug active like this, all the objects that you're baking will have the coffee mug shadow here. So that would look really awkward when you're animating from 0, because the coffee mug doesn't exist yet, but there's still a shadow appearing because the image is baked on there. So that means when you're baking like this or this, what you want to do when you're baking these objects specifically is hide the coffee mug during render. You can see this icon right here. If you hide it, it'll still appear in your render. So if you want, you can just do both of them so it's clear like that. But definitely make sure the camera's off. So when you bake, you want to disable the render here. Now, obviously the downside for that is then you don't have a shadow there. So when the coffee mug comes back, there is no shadow here on the texture, so you wouldn't have a shadow there. Now, again, like we looked at the other award-winning websites, that might not be noticeable, even though everything else has a shadow. This might not have a shadow, but, you know, people might not actually even pay attention to that. So here you kind of have those trade-offs. Of course, you can always use a light with a baked texture to cast a shadow, but we are trying to avoid real-time lighting. And you might be saying, well, that kind of defeats the purpose of why we're baking, but sometimes, a lot of times you combine real-time lighting in Three.js with baked textures. For us, yes, I feel like that would be defeating the purpose of why we're baking in the first place. So you could definitely do that approach if you wanted to. Or what you could do is like simulate a shadow, not necessarily the same shape as this mug, but like a plane that looks like, that has like a shadow image texture. And this is a really common method for faking shadows, because here you can see it's kind of like an oval. So if you like have an oval plane with a shadow texture, you could simulate a shadow for it as it grows up. You could like scale up the plane as well. That's just something to consider if you are planning to animate your individual objects. Another thing I want to mention is with the glass, these are also targets. So I moved this into my targets here. Same thing with this. Actually, I haven't split this one up yet, so let me do that real quick. I'm going to select the glass of this computer. I'm going to P separate by selection, and I'm going to move this into my targets. Again, these are the things that we're going to target. Same thing with here. We can also move this to target. So the screen I'll target. This is computer glass, and this is fish bowl glass. So these are things that we're not going to be baking. So when you unwrap, you know, don't put these UVs inside your image texture. It'll just take up space. If you accidentally do it, it's fine. I mean, it'll just waste texture space, but whatever. Now, when you're baking, do you want to disable them from render? So when you're baking, should you get rid of them? Well, you can see they actually contribute a lot of things to your scene, like the shadow here. So if I disabled this in render view, you can see I'd lose some of the shadow that the bowl is giving. And the reflection on the glass might adjust the light in subtle ways along your scene. It might not be noticeable at all, but yeah, so I would probably render with the glass still enabled. Just don't put that on your unwrapped texture. And then this water is just a transparent color. So I'm actually also going to move that to targets. All right, so now you can just organize things. If you want to categorize your textures, like one is room elements, if one is desktop items, you know, you do you, and I will see you on the other side. All right, so I finished baking and I got rid of all my collections and just put them into 4 different collections. Each of these collections are associated with their own specific texture. So I had 4, but after baking, I realized I only needed 2, but oh well. You know, 4 is fine. You live and you learn. It's definitely going to increase the load time, but, you know, it's fine. So now what you should have is a bunch of baked textures. So I have 8 here because I also changed my lighting and baked nighttime as well. So you can do that as well if you want to. So now what we need to do is go to the compositing tab and denoise our image. So if I Shift A and search for an image texture, and we want to navigate to one of these, like this one right here, you can see it's got really a bunch of noise and grain on there. So we can do the denoise. Like so, plug our image into the denoiser, our denoiser into the compositor, and over here, just hit mute this. This is the thing that renders our camera. So we want to render an image instead, which you can come over here, render image, or just hit F12. But before you do that, you need to make sure that under output properties, your resolution is the same as your image texture. So if you did a 2K, make sure to change this to 2040-80. I did 4K, so I'm going to leave it at 4096. And everything should be good to go. And I'll just hit F12. And you can see all that noise is gone.
and the color space has adjusted to the one that we see in Blender. Cool, we'll just use image, save as, and I'll just leave it as PNG. We don't have any alpha channels, so we can just do RGB. We will be changing this format later anyway, so we can just save as this for now. Okay, just repeat the process with all your other textures, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, now's the time to save incremental, save a completely new file, or duplicate everything, you know, up to you. I like to just file save incremental, so I have a completely new file in case I mess something up. And we don't need the UV editor anymore, and we'll leave the shader tab open for a little bit. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is adjust origin points and join objects together if you haven't done that already. So for example, I don't really plan on animating any of these because I baked the shadow in with them. So I'm just going to join everything that I'm not planning to animate. I'm just going to be joining them all together just because it'll save on draw calls. If you don't know what those are, that's totally okay. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to join it with the room itself. So you can see I just call that cube. Now is also the time if you want to rename stuff. You can also rename stuff as well. So I'm just going to go here. I'm going to Control J. I'm just doing Control J. And maybe it's better if I do this in solid view. So let's just see. I'm not animating this. I'm not going to animate 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 this. And not going to animate this. So I'll just join that all. So I'll just join everything with the room here. Just like this. Control J. And then what is this? Okay, I'll also just Control J and join with the room. So my first texture set is actually just one object because I'm not animating any of these, which is awesome. So now what we can do is get rid of the original UV map because remember, simple bake is the UV map that's mapping to our texture. So we can get rid of this, and then we can create a new one called first texture set, and let's just make sure this works. So we'll just search for an image texture just like so, open it up, navigate to your first one or whatever one you created, and you can just plug it in just like that. It'll look a little bit off, but you know, that's fine. Just make sure nothing looks suspicious. So you can go in local view, of course, and just inspect it. Look for seams, look for lines that don't really make any sense. And if you have to rebake things, you know, you can totally do that if you want. So I don't see anything particularly noticeable, but you know, if you do see some sort of line or some sort of issue, you know, don't be afraid to just go back into the UV editor. Let's see, UV editor, and open your image texture. So this one is called first texture set day. And let's say you have like a small black line, you know, don't be afraid to just like move it just a little bit. And like I showed early in the video, it might mess up the colors, but a lot of times it might not mess up the colors. So don't be afraid to do that if you notice something. Again, if you are familiar with Photoshop, or some other photo editing software, yes, you can like paint on here or fix up the color, or use like AI auto correction to fix up, you know, certain lines and areas like that if you want to. But for the most part, this looks good to me, so we don't really have to touch anything. And yes, I forgot to delete the faces back there, which I can actually do now before we export. Like, yeah, I'm wasting space on my image texture, but we could also delete the geometry, but honestly, I'll just leave it in there because it's there. Disable deselect for first texture set and re-enable for the second texture set. And I don't think I'm going to animate any of these, so I'm just going to hit Control J to join them statically. Okay, so in this second texture set, you'll notice that I have 3 spheres here, and these I just added and I did not put them as part of the bake, but these are targets that I will be targeting. So I'm going to actually just move them into our targets class and rename them to like fish, and then rename it to like fish bubble 1 or something like that, and fish bubble 2, and so on and so forth. That way I can easily target it in code and, you know what it is later. So I guess in the end, my second texture set is only one of these. If you want to, you can create, you know, get rid of all these materials and, you know, create a second texture set and hook it up, just if you want to validate that it works. So we just did that. So second texture set. Of course, this is optional, or if your workflow wants you to export the image with the model, but again, we're keeping it separate. So here, actually, this actually kind of saved me a little bit because I forgot to remove the UV map on all of them. So we get rid of it, and okay, everything works again. So it's really important that when you export, this is the only one that you have when you export. Continuing on in this texture set, what I'm going to do is animating the scale of these. So I'm actually going to leave them separate. So what I'm going to do is select all of these, hit Control I believe. Hit Control I, and that'll select everything else in my texture set but nothing else because I disabled the selection for all my other collections, which is great. And I don't plan on animating any of these other ones. So what I'm going to do is just come over here and Control J and join them just together like that. Now the materials messed up because I used generated coordinates, but again, we don't even need materials at all. We just need to get rid of the UV map here, leave simple bake, and we can just actually get rid of all the materials just like this. Again, we can do first texture set. We can copy this, change this to third texture set, and just open our third texture. Same thing for these. We can just get rid of everything. We can change this to third texture set. And then with this active, we'll do Control L, link materials. Now it's messed up because we still have UV map here. So let's get rid of UV map like so. And we still need to get rid of light wooden on all of these as well. And this one is, I didn't get rid of the UV map on that one. And this one, I accidentally got rid of the texture instead of, okay, cool. So everything seems to be good. If I right click, select objects, yeah, everything seems to be good in this one right here. So it seems like I still have smooth shading modifiers, which is fine. I can just convert that to mesh. I don't think that'll actually make any difference. So anyway, I just converted it like so. So let's move on to the fourth texture set. Now, since I'm going to be animating these later, I'm going to move that into my targets. So I'm going to call this my work button. This one I'm going to call about button. About button. This one I'll call contact button. Contact button. And I'm going to move these into my targets. And then I'm also animating these. I don't really know what to call this, so I'll just call it hanging plank 1. Actually, let's use a number. Hanging plank 1. And then I'll call this one hanging plank underscore 2. So I'll just move that into targets as well. So far, it seems like I moved all my targets into targets, and then everything that I'm not targeting, I just joined together as a single object. So honestly, I'll just call this first, and I'll just call this second. If you want semantic names, you can totally do that. I'm just gonna do first, second, third. Okay, for the fourth texture, let's see. I'm going to probably animate the boba. So I'm just going to change that right now with an underscore, add Plushy, put that into targets. Let's see, I do plan to animate these as well. So I'm just gonna move that into targets as well. I do think I want to animate this. So I'm gonna move that into my targets collection. Cool, just like that. I don't think I'm animating anything else. Again, if you do, then you can leave them separate and move it to targets. So I'm just going to select everything here, and I don't know, it doesn't really matter which one. I'm just going to select one of them, make it active, and just Control J and join them. And then I'll just call this fourth, like so. And if you want to, you can get rid of all the materials. So let's just, for the sake of completeness, let's just get rid of all the materials on fourth. And let's just do texture set. Fourth. Of course, we can hook up our fourth texture set just to see how it looks. Cool. And let's just get rid of our UV map. And again, go and inspect it for any flaws and any issues, and to see if you need to rebake or delete something and whatnot. Cool. Okay, so this is all I have. And then for my targets, these are the things that I'm going to be animating in code. So if you have a lot of them and you want to do them in order, what I recommend is giving some sort of ID, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That way you can just use like a loop in GSAP rather than having to manually target each one. If you don't have an ID, I mean, you could probably select by computer_fan. So that is also technically quote-unquote ID. You have a lot of different variety methods, but your naming convention now kind of determines how easy it will be for you to code later. So do you need a naming convention? No, but it definitely speeds up your process here. I think for me specifically for this project, I don't think I will be animating anything in specifically in order. Maybe the computer fans, but for the rest of them, I think I'm just going to do it manually. All right, and yes, all the objects here still have their materials. If you want to replace them with their appropriate textures just to check, you totally can. Again, just make sure for the ones that are baked,
you get rid of UV map and just leave your baking one. So you might have named it baking. I called it simple bake. So up to you. So I'm just checking that right now. So screen, I didn't bake it, so that's why it's just leaving that. That's totally fine. Twitter, I baked, so I'm going to get rid of this. YouTube, I baked, I'm going to get rid of this. So let's see. Screen, I didn't bake. GitHub, I baked. Fish bubble, I didn't bake. Fishbowl water, I did not bake. That's also going to be a target. Glass, I did not bake. Contact button, I already replaced. So these are all baked. Cool. All of those are baked. And then the ones that I didn't bake, I just left the original UV map there. And I almost forgot, but now we want to check our origin points. So this one, I think I'm going to scale like this. So I'm just going to go into edit mode and probably just move the origin point here. So Shift S, cursor to selected, right click, set origin to 3D cursor, just like that. So this is kind of what I like here. Let's see, this one can scale from this origin point, which is okay. These share the same origin point. These also have their origin points in the center. Let's see if that looks okay. So scale here. So what I'm kind of envisioning is this comes out, this comes down, and then these kind of stagger and come out a little bit delayed, but almost at the same time. Same thing with these. So I wonder if I scale from here or if I scale from the bottom instead. Let me check. What I can do is just shift right click just to try it, hit period. On my num key, 3D cursor will just go up here, and then we can just see. Yeah, I think I like the scaling coming down from here instead of the center for these. Again, that's kind of up to you. If you want, we can probably just select this, Shift S, cursor to selected, and then right click, set origin to 3D cursor if you wanted to do that, or you can just eyeball it, honestly. Shift right click somewhere, right click, set origin to 3D cursor. You know, it'll probably be close enough. Same thing over here. I'm just going to shift right click arbitrarily. Let's go back to bounding box center. Let's see. Yeah, Boba Plushy is a little to the left, so I want to fix that. Let's go into edit mode. This time I'm going to, oh, I accidentally did not. Okay, this is an issue. So this just took up space on my image texture. Could I rebake? Absolutely, but then I have to repack everything and bake everything again. So whoops. Oh well, but at least I can delete the geometry, so I'll save a little bit of memory there. Anyway, sorry, the reason I went in here is to set the origin point. So select that edge loop there, Shift S cursor to selected, right, go into object mode, right click, set origin to 3D cursor, just like that. Cool. And that looks nice. It's scaling just like that. Cool. Now, actually, one thing I want to do is, honestly, we probably should have done this before I was moving things around, but I want to give them the names for the textures that they have right now. That way we don't have to like manually set it later. Honestly, this is kind of optional step, but you know, whatever. So like, you know how these separate components are all mapping to the third texture set? Well, instead of like typing them in, I'm just going to like filter in code all the ones with the name of _third. So I'm just going to tack this on to the end of everything that maps to the third texture set. So I'm just going to go down and, I got rid of the material here. I think this is texture set 4. Okay, so this is texture set 4. So I'm just going to call this fourth. So this is called fourth, third, second, first. So I'm just going to check if this exists in the string because, you know, it's just a string. So chair top, this is over here. And let's just take a guess. Maybe texture set 3. Okay, sorry, I said 3, but it's 4. So it's going to be fourth. And YouTube, Twitter, GitHub should be the same as Boba Plushy. So I'm just going to confirm that with Control L link materials. Yes, they are. So I can just copy fourth for these. So for these, I can do that. Twitter, YouTube. Okay. So it seems like just by coincidence, the ones that I am animating or interacting with, like having clickable, just happen to be from my third and fourth textures. I guess that was just a coincidence. The ones that aren't baked, like my bubble or my computer screen, I didn't have any sort of ID for them underscore because there is no texture to map to. So I'll also say, if you want to create like hitbox zones for objects, like let's say this is your about me section and you want to be able to click on there. If you don't want to use the complicated mesh itself, you can always make like a hitbox geometry like this. Just make sure you name it something like hitbox underscore about underscore me or something like that. And you can just make this invisible
in Three.js, but still clickable. So that means you would have like a click zone over here. For the navigation itself, I'm just going to use their own original mesh. Yes, if you use a less complicated mesh, performance increases. However, this is a very simple mesh, so the difference in performance is probably very, very small, so it's not worth creating hitboxes here. But if you want to create hitboxes for your things to raycast and hit to select later, you can totally do that. Otherwise, I'm just going to be using like the actual objects themselves to be clicked on. All right, so when you're ready, you can just hit A to select everything. This shows that these are selected, but they're not because I disabled selection for them. So, make sure you got everything. Super, super cool. Now we can just do File, Export, GLTF/GLB. Remember export settings so you don't have to change it every single time. Only limit to selected objects, right? We don't want to export the lightning camera and things like that. And our mesh, UVs and normals, great. Material, no export. We are not going to be exporting our materials with our model. Shape keys, we don't have any of those. Armatures, none of those. Skinning, none of those. This is okay, and we have no animations. So I'll just call it room_portfolio, but name it whatever you want, and I'm just gonna hit enter and enter, just like that, and save that. But if you are curious and you just want to see how things are, you can just hit A and export it with the PNG materials. So all of these, I have them with their PNG materials. So I can just do File, Export, like so, and then include, let's go to Data, let's go to Materials, let's do Export, and I'm just going to export this with Materials, _with Materials. Then we can just navigate to GLTF report. You can see it's right here, room portfolio with materials. It's really large. Now you can see what we get, and everything seems to look good, except the ones that I'm replacing later, like the glass and the water. But for the most part, this looks pretty good, so we can continue on with the coding. Alright, so I'm going to be using Vite as our bundler. If you don't know what a bundler is, basically it just takes all our development sort of things and compiles it down and optimizes it for browser, because the browser can only read like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and WebAssembly, and there's all these other different kinds of development tools that help speed up our development process. Bundlers do a lot of other things as well, but that's kind of like the general idea of why we're using a bundler. So I'm going to use Vite because it's very, very quick to set up, and it works well for these kinds of projects. So here I just navigated to my path. I'm just going to copy that. I'm just going to CD just to go in there. And then with this copied, let me just copy that real quick. I'm just going to paste it in here just like so. So I'm going to assume that you already have Node installed or one of these like Bun or Yarn, some sort of package manager. I'm just going to be using Node.js. Honestly, that doesn't really matter for this tutorial as long as you have some sort of package manager. I'm going to call this room portfolio, but name it whatever you want. I'm just going to go for vanilla JavaScript in this video, and I'm just going to go with vanilla JavaScript like that. So I'm going to go into that directory or that folder that they called me. I'm going to do npm I, which will just install the dependencies listed in the package.json, which we can't see yet. Then I'll just do code . And if you have VS Code installed, it will open your directory into VS Code. So here you can see that. And then package.json, I just installed this because this is the only thing in package.json. So let's just run npm run dev to make sure this works. And indeed it is working. Super, super cool, just like that. Okay, so let's install some dependencies that we definitely need. So we might come back to this. So I'm just going to do npm I install for Sass, GSAP, and definitely Three.js. So I'm just going to do all of them just like so. Now let's get rid of counter. We don't need this. Get rid of it. Actually, we can just delete it. I'm just going to delete that. Don't need this or this, so we can delete those. In main.js, we can just get rid of everything here except the import. We can leave this as SCSS, and then we can rename this with SCSS. So I just hit F2, same hotkey in Blender as VS Code, and your folder system actually, well, at least for Windows. Here we can just get rid of everything. I don't think we really need to touch anything here, so let's just get rid of that. Let's also do our default reset. So box sizing, border box, like so. M0 for margin 0, P0 for padding 0, just like so. And we can just get rid of this stuff. We'll come back to this in a little bit. Now in index.html, so I'm just doing Control P to quickly navigate to search for files. And you don't actually have to type it. You can just like type arbitrary characters that you know are inside, so you don't even have to spell it correctly. And you'll just jump to that file. And here we want to create our experience that just wraps our canvas in case, we need to work with that. So, and inside we want our canvas where our Three.js scene lives. And I'll just call that experience canvas, just like so.
Okay, let's set up our folders. So I like to do models, and I also like to do, well, now since we have textures, I'll do textures as well. So basically the public folder is a static holder asset that Vite will use to know where to find their static assets. If you change this from the root directory or you change the name, you will have to create a vite.config file and adjust it there, but we don't have to do that, so we can just leave it as is. And then I had like one for images as well. We might come back and add to this anyway. All right, so before we put our model in here and our textures, I want to compress them. That way it'll reduce on the load time. So one thing I like to do with my model is put it through Draco compression, which is a really common compression method. In the past, when you exported from Blender, there used to be a compression thing you could check and it would do Draco compression automatically, but for some reason it's been removed and I never bothered to look up why. Anyway, that's fine because we can use gltf report to compress our model. There's a lot of other methods which I cover in my Minecraft video, which you can check if you want to, but we're just going to use this one. And what we're going to do is come over down under export here and change this to Draco, just like so. And then we don't have to touch anything here. We can just hit export and it'll download it for us. And you can see it's only 1 megabyte compared to our original one, which is 12.5 kilobytes, or 12 megabytes. And you can see that, it looks identical. Super, super cool. So we should just be able to drag that in there. I'm going to actually change this to old. So I'm just going to hit F2 and I just want this one called room portfolio. Cool. And I would just put that into models. To compress our image textures, I'm going to be using this Squish, which is made by Google, and we're going to convert it to WebP because WebP is optimized for the browser, and it typically has the best image quality to file size ratio. Not always, but typically, and we don't need any other sort of format for us, so we're just going to be going for WebP. So I'm just going to click and drag there. I'm going to change this to WebP, just like so. And then on the left, you can see before, and then on the right, you can see after. So you can see it definitely gets blurry over here. So make sure to just be aware of that. So I think I'm going to increase the quality a little bit. Okay, it seems like 90% quality seems pretty good. From far away, no changes, but like close away, even there was no changes. So let's just download that. You can see this is only 732 kilobytes, whereas our original one was 19 megabytes, which is kind of crazy. All right, so just repeat that with the other textures. I'm just going to click and drag this here. If you want to adjust the quality slider, or if you just want to leave it at 90 and just do it and be done with it, that's totally fine as well. All right, so when you're done compressing, you can just click and drag your textures into textures right here. And then maybe we can be a little bit more organized, and I'll call this room. Inside room, I'll do night, and then I'll also click over here and do day. And then all the day ones, I'm just holding control to select every single opposite one, move it into day, and then hold shift to select everything in between, and then just move it into night. And then additionally in textures, we probably want a video texture. So I'm just going to create a video texture there. Sorry, a video folder, and we'll put a video there in a little bit. I know Blender also has this option here called Create WebP when you export. Honestly, I've never used it before, but maybe that's like an alternative if you want to. We could have also saved our image instead of as PNG as a WebP, but honestly, I've never had the chance or bothered to try it out. So that actually might be a faster solution if you wanted to look into that. Okay, let's start going into main.js and start setting up our Three.js experience. So I kind of explained it really in detail in my previous video, so I'm going to try and rush through this part of the setup, but more of just a refresher. So the first thing I need is a canvas for my renderer to target. So again, I'm just going to use document.querySelector, and I'll just get my experience canvas just like so, and it was a class. So I'm going to put a dot there. So semantically, it would make sense if we also gave this an ID. So I'm also going to do ID hashtag. Oh, sorry, that's not a hashtag. That's a quote. And then I'll just copy and paste this in here just like so. And then we can just do hashtag here now. Cool. Then I'm going to just copy all of this stuff to make it speed up a little bit. This is from the Getting Started docs, creating a scene. So we can just paste that in here just like so. Hold Alt to move this up. I want it at the top like so. So we're just creating a scene that we add stuff to. We're creating a camera, adding a cube, and then animating it. So this function I want to, and I'll be changing this one just because I like looking at an arrow function better. So I'll do const render equals arrow function. And let's move all this logic into render, and then let's just call render
down here. Then we need our window.request animation frame, so it loops on every single frame, and we just want to pass in the render function. So we call it once, and then this will keep on calling itself over and over again. Okay, so let's update. We don't need to append anything here. We don't need to set the animation loop. And then I want to store the sizes of the inner width and inner height into a variable that we update. So in the event that I want to change it later, so I'm just going to call that const sizes equals, and we'll set the height equals to window.inner height, and we'll set the width equal to window.inner width, just like so. Put a comma there. So now what we can do is just Control D, select the next instance of that, backspace this out. Let's call this width, and we need sizes, so I'll do sizes dot width. So same thing with the height, Control D, select the next instance height, and let's just change this to sizes dot height, just like that. All right, so let's go to style.css and let's make our canvas full screen. So what I'm gonna do is go into my index.html folder just to make sure, okay, I caught it. I guess we can also just change this to an ID, and let's just Control X to quickly delete lines or cut lines. So I just do experience like so, and I'll just do hashtag experience, which is my div wrapper. I'll make it fixed. I don't know if I want to change that later at the time being, so I'm just going to position fixed, just like so. Make its height take up the full, and take up the full page, just like that. Top 0, left 0, doesn't really matter here. And then we can just overflow hidden everything, just like so. Now, if you're using normal CSS, yes, we would put this outside like here and target this experience dash canvas like so. Now, since we're using SCSS, we can actually have some visual idea, and it can follow the same sort of hierarchy as it does in our index.html, and you can leave it inside instead of outside. If you want to leave it outside, that's totally fine as well. I'm just going to put it inside hashtag experience, and then we just want height and width 100% as well. Okay, let's Control W to close those real quick. Let's go back to main.js and let's set up our renderer. So it needs our canvas that we passed in. So I'm just going to set that canvas to our canvas that we created over here, and then anti-alias to get rid of those jaggedy lines. We're just going to set that to true right now. And then let's adjust the pixel ratio. So renderer.set pixel ratio .math.min. So I explained this in my previous video. If you need to look that up, you can totally do that. But basically, it's just how many pixels it takes to represent a certain CSS pixel. And you generally don't need more than 2. Anything more would probably be overkill and, you know, take performance when there's not much difference. So, and of course we need to make it responsive, because right now if I resize, nothing's going to adjust. So we know how to do that, but just a refresher this time, we can add our event listeners over here, event listeners, and I'll just do window.add event listener, and I'll call it on resize. So every time this resizes, we're going to get an event. So what we want to do is highlight sizes.width, and we want to update this to the new window inner width and height. So I can post that, left arrow key to go there, enter, backspace this out, hold Alt for 2 cursors, equals, and window.inner width. And we can just change this one over here to height, just like so. So we adjust to the new one every single time. We need to update the camera. So update camera. We need to update the aspect ratio, which is this second parameter right here. So camera.aspect equals size.width divided by size by height. Let's get rid of this right here. And we need to update the renderer. So let's just update the renderer as well. Update renderer. We need to update this. And yep, I almost forgot, we need to call update projection matrix in order for it to actually update. And now you can see that if I go back here, it's fully responsive, just like that. Super, super cool. Okay, so now I want orbit controls so we can move around our scene. Remember, it's right click to pan, left click to rotate around. So if we come to the docs, we can see how to import orbit controls. So I'm just going to import that. I'm just going to go to the top of my documentation, just paste that there. Sorry, I said documentation, I meant doc. Then let's just copy this, const controls equals new orbit controls. And let's just place that under our camera over here, just like so. Like so, we don't need to place it here. We can just put it over somewhere over here. Cool, let's just place our camera position over here, just so it's kind of grouped a little bit. We'll move things around so it's not that big of a deal. Like here, controls.update, and now you can see it works. I can move around and so on and so forth, but this time I actually want damping. I think in my previous video I didn't use it. Damping just makes it so when you release your mouse, it still moves a little bit after. It kind of gives this smooth sort of effect. So you can come to their code here. You can see it's just controls.enable damping true, and then some sort of damping factor there that you can adjust to your likings. So I'm just going to place that right over here. Control E, just get rid of that. And that's also why we have controls.update in the render loop this time, as you can see from their comment. And if you want to get here, you can go to the GitHub open source repos or in Three.js examples, and then just hit the code icon right here, and I'll navigate to this right here. Okay, let's load our model. So we're going to use a GLTF loader, but before that, we need to set up a Draco loader, which is located in Node Modules under 3. So again, this is just the entire GitHub repo pretty much. 3, it should be under examples, JSM, and then under libs, you can see this thing here called Draco. We just want to Control C to copy this entire folder, close Node Modules folder, and right in public folder, just paste it right there. So here in the Draco folder, you can see that it's got like some decoders, encoders. So let's create our loaders. I guess we can just put it up here with everything else. So I just call this loaders. But before we create them, we need to import them. So if you come to Three.js documentation, you can see how to import them right here. So we're just going to copy that for the Draco loader. We can just import it just like that. Texture loader by default seems to come with the 3.nodemodules folder, so we don't actually have to import anything special there. However, for the GLTF loader, yes, we also have to import something here. So we're just going to import that just like so. Cool, so let's create it. Again, we have our textures that we need to load. So let's create our const texture loader. Texture loader equals new 3.textureLoader, like so. And this should be new, sorry. Now, in order to use the Draco loader, we need to set the decoder path to that path that we just created. So we can just copy all this stuff right here. And let's just place that in here. Get rid of this. So now we don't have to path to it like so because we moved it into our public folder. So what we can do is just do /Draco/ just like so. And we need to use our GLTF loader. So you can see actually they showed us here as well to set the Draco loader here. So let's do it again, const loader. So actually let's do camel case here, and I'm just gonna call this Draco loader like so, and I'm just gonna double click, copy and paste that like so. And then for this one, we can just leave, I guess this one as loader. So here, I'm just gonna copy this. I guess we could have just used this docs instead. Oh well, whatever. Let's just copy this, Control X, like here, and then we're just setting the Draco loader to the Draco loader that we created. Model loaders. Whoop, I also misspelled this, so let's just fix that real quick. So let's create some, let's create like a map. That way we have keys set to each of these because I don't want to do the same thing twice. So let's just do const texture map. And I'm going to give the keys the same as the ones in Blender, right? _3rd. So it'll be 3rd, 4th, and then 1st, 2nd, 3rd, so on and so forth. So we'll just do the same thing. So the keys for this object will be first, and I'll have a day and night version. If you don't have a night version, that's fine. I'm just going to have a night version as well. And then we need our path, pass into our texture loader. So we'll just navigate to the path of this right here. Again, it's in the public folder, so we should just be able to do texture/room/day, and we'll just call it first texture set day.webp. I forgot a slash here. Copy and paste this over here as well. Let's put some quotes and let's just change this to night like so. And now let's just shift alt down arrow. Let's change this to second like so. We forgot the comma. Whoops. Let's add a comma here, and let's do that for 3rd and 4th as well. 3rd, of course, organize it how you split up your textures, but this is how I did. And then I'll just select this and do Control D and change this to 2nd. Do this same thing here, Control D, change this to 3rd. Over here, change this to 4th, like so. Just the name of my textures over here. I forgot to change this one to night first. Whoops, that's totally okay. We can just select that and paste night there. We have an object with all our paths that we can pass into our texture loader. Now let's store them in another object when we're loading them. So let's create that right now. This way we can just easily access them later. So textures equals day, and this will just be an object as well, and night, so we can have an object here. So this is the one for the loader, and then this is the one after they're done loading, we're going to put it into this object here. Okay, so all the Three.js texture loader really needs is just a path, so that's all we're going to do. And the way we're going to do that is with object.entries, just, you know, some built-in JavaScript function here. You can see what it does. It will split up each of these entries into their key and to value, and here they're just printing it out as a string. using a string literal, which is why it's appearing like this, but that means we have a key. So what we would do instead is our key would just be like first, second, fourth, and then our value would just be our path. So let's go. We'll just do object.entries, and we'll pass our texture map in there. And then for each of the keys and paths of the keys, and we can just call it paths. We can just call it paths. They call it values. We'll just call it paths. We're gonna load that specific texture. So let's see. I forgot a parenthesis here, and I need another one over here, just like so. Okay, that's good. So let's create const day texture equal to our texture loader, and we just want to load paths.day. So remember, paths is the value. So essentially what we get is this, right? And then we're just doing dot notation to access the day path. And then we want to put in this, let's call it loaded textures, sorry. So loaded textures dot day. So we're targeting this object right here, and we want its key. And then we're going to create a key, and we're just going to set it equal to day texture, like so. Okay, so let's see what we're doing with one iteration. Oh, sorry, this should be key, not keys. Let's see when we go through one iteration, what happens. So we come over here, we target day, we get the path, we pass it in, we load it up, and then we set it into over here. And now if the key does not exist in over here, in this object, it'll create it for us. So what happens through one first iteration is day will have something like this first, and it will just be our day texture, like so. So this is our first iteration, what we get. And then of course, you know, as we repeat, it's just going to continue on. So this would be like first day texture, this would be second day texture, and then this would be second, and so on and so forth. And then we also want to do it for the night as well. So if you want to confirm that, you can just print it out. Okay, so let's just do the same thing for night as well. So let's come over here, the same thing here. Let's just do Control D, Control D, Control D, and just change this to night. And now let's load the GLB model. So we can do loader.load. It takes a path in the first. You can see right there, URL. So again, we just do models. It should just be in /models. Yeah, okay, so /models /room portfolio.glb. Let's grab that GLB, so we'll just call it GLB. And on load, what are we going to do? So this is the second parameter here. So once it's completed done loading, this callback is going to be triggered. So the first thing we want to do then is to assign our objects those image textures. The way to do that is using the traverse method, which we covered in the previous video, but it just goes through your entire GLB's children and their children of children. So let's just do glb.scene.traverse. And we'll just do child, like so. And if the child is a mesh, we want to update its material, so is mesh, like so. And if it is, then we want to loop through all our keys for the texture map and check if the child name contains that key, because we named it in Blender that way. So we can do that with object.keys. Again, this is a built-in JavaScript function that returns the keys of your object. So I just do texture map. And then same thing here for each of these keys. We're going to check if the child.name includes the key inside the string. And if it does, then we'll create a new material. So I'll just call it const material, new 3.mesh. We don't need any real-time lading, so we can use a mesh basic material. And we just map our loaded textures, so the object that we created up here. And by default, I want the day, so I'm just going to hard code day here. And then we can just pass in the key, which will be first, second, third. And then we can just set child.material equal to that material. Now you don't have to create a variable if you don't want to. I'm just doing it for organizational purposes. And then of course, the last thing we have to do when it's done loading, so let's make sure I get in here, is to add it to the scene. So I'll just do scene.add and glb.scene of our glb file. And then whoops, this should be key, not keys. If I go back to the browser, this is what we have, and it looks messed up, but it's because Blender and Three.js uses a slightly different coordinate system on terms of their starting point of 0, 0. So what we need to do is for the textures themselves, we'll just set them equal to .flipy. Just do .flipy equal to false, like so. And then we can also do that for the night one. Again, if you don't have a night one, that's totally okay as well. Cool. Now it looks a little bit washed off, and that's because we need to set the color space of our texture. So now what we can do is the texture.color space equals 3 .srgbe color space, just like so. Same thing for the night as well. And now you can see that it looks exactly like it does in Blender. So if you take a look at the documentation, by default, the output color space is 3.srgb color space. So we don't actually have to touch the renderer's one. Cool. Now, one thing you will notice is take a look at Kirby over here, or actually any seam that you have on your object. You can see that as I get farther and farther away, the seams are becoming more and more noticeable. Even though they don't appear on my image texture at all, the seams are still appearing. Now that's because of this thing called MIP mapping, which basically, tries to improve performance by reducing image resolution, right? Because if you're really far away, it's like, why do you need all that resolution? So sample areas around your seams, right? And since you have like gaps between your seams, sometimes it's just completely black, which is why the seams will start appearing, because it's like sampling that black color instead. So what we can do to fix that is actually change the way that Three.js handles things. So if you go into the Three.js documentation, you can see here that it's about how the texture is sampled. This is a little more complicated and getting into the weeds of stuff, but just to know that we're changing it to the same thing that the mag filter has, which is 3.linear filter. And basically, instead of just like taking the sampled color that they got, they're just going to linearly interpolate between the colors. So that's all we're going to do to hide those seams. So we'll just do if child.material. We can check if it has a baked texture by checking if it has a map. So right, we attached the image texture to the map property of the mesh basic material. So if it exists, it means it has a baked texture to it. And then we can just set child.material.min filter like so equals to 3.linear filter, just like so. All right, and this should be inside our traverse function. So let me put this in up over here like so. And then scene should be outside of our traverse function. We don't need that in there. And then, okay, I misspelled this. This should be map.min filter. Now, if I go back, take a look, we don't see the seams when we go far away anymore. I also want to change the field of view. 75 seems a little bit too high for this. So I'm going to go to camera, wherever we created this, and I'm probably going to put it at like 45 or something like that. Yeah, cool. So this feels a little bit better. I think in Blender it was 35, but yeah, so just adjust it how you want, but I think 45, or maybe we can try 35. So yeah, so 35, 45 doesn't really matter. Seems okay to me, and everything seems to be working, which is great. Okay, so now what I want to do is if the child material includes glass. So this one includes a map. So now we just want to check if child.name that includes glass. So this time I'll just do glass, and I capitalized the G. We could just do 2 lowercase if we wanted to. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. And if it does, then we want to set child.material. We want to set that child.material equal to a new glass material. So you can separate it if you want. And this time I'm just going to hard code it. So physical material like so. And we'll set some properties like transparent. We'll set it equal to true. And I'm kind of just basing it off the parameters here. So it's in Three.js examples. If you look up materials/physical/transmission, you can see what we have here. I think I'm just going to copy and paste this, honestly, just right in here because it looks good to me, like so. I don't think we need a lot of this, so probably don't need color, don't need this specular color, probably don't need to touch that. And then I'm going to use this HDR as the reflections. So I'm just gonna go for, I don't know, like 1K honestly, and just download this here. So I'll just do HDRI to cube map and convert it through here. And I'm just going to add the HDRI here, and then I'll just convert it to cube map like so, and save it. We want them split up, so let's select this one right here. 256 resolution. Yeah, I think 512 will be okay. Then we can just hit process just like so, and we can just save that. And then here we'll get a cube map. Let's convert all of these to WebP using Squish. So let's go back to Squish and just compress all of these to WebP. Cool, so they're all compressed, and you can see I reduced the file size a lot. So let's come over here and we can call it Skybox. I think we can just call it environment map. Well, I'll call it Skybox because that's kind of what it is as well. This will just be useful once we have reflections. So I'm just gonna click and drag those in there. So you can see they're a little bit blurry, but that's totally okay. Now, in order to load a cube texture, we need to use the cube texture loader. Let's place it with the rest of our loaders. So probably up here. And let's just do const environment map like so equals, and whoops, I misspelled this, environment map. And this is under /textures/skybox, and then we can just do Control D to select the next instance. And let's just change this to WebP because all of ours are WebP. Now in our glass material, we can set the environment map. So we can just do environment map equals environment map, just like so. Now if I go back, we should see some sort of reflection. Yeah, so we do see some sort of reflection along the glass, which makes it a little bit more realistic, just like that. Cool. The next thing I want to do is do the fishbowl water, which has a little bit of an alpha. So we can do the same thing here. If child.name includes a water, then we want to create a new basic materials. Yeah, I'm just going to set it equal to the child material. I don't feel the need to separate them anymore. I was planning to do that originally, but not for this. So let's go back in Blender and just copy this hexadecimal. The last two are the alpha channel, so we don't need that. We just need the color. So what we can do is change this to color. Let's do Control E to delete all right. By the way, I'm saying Control E, but that's like a custom shortcut that I created myself. So if you do delete all right, you can see that I set it to Control E. So we can just do 0x and paste our hexadecimal there. And we can set transparency equal to true. And then we can put the opacity at like 0.6. I think it was 0.66 in Blender. It doesn't really matter, but we can just check. So now if I go back here, you can see that we do have the water material and it looks nice, but we can't see it behind here. And that's kind of the issue with transparency. But that's fine because we can fix that simply by setting this equal to false, depth right. So this way, the renderer doesn't determine which one is blocking the other one. They just blend together. So what we can do then is just set depth right equal to false. Whoops, sorry, not a semicolon. And then we can just copy and paste this in here somewhere just like so. And whoops, I forgot the comma. And I just realized that this is also inside of our object.keys, which doesn't make sense because these are separate. So what we can do is just move them out. So I'm going to, let's see, glass. Let's just get this parenthesis out here. We want it outside, but still inside if child.mesh. We just want it outside of our texture mapping loop. And then we can change this to else if, just to make it a little bit more explicit. Save it like so. And then here we can just do an else like so. And then let's just move our object.keys function inside of that bracket up there, just using Alt up arrow to move it up a line. So now if I go back, you can see that we can see the water and the glass. Okay, let's check for any errors in the console that we might not. Light intensity is an exposure. It's not a property. Okay, let's just get rid of light intensity and exposure then. Cool, those are gone. This is from one of my plugins, so you can just ignore that. I also just realized we have two objects that are using the glass material. So we're creating a new material for each object, which is bad. We just want to use the same exact material. It's like creating two materials in Blender, but not changing a single parameter in each one of them. So it just takes up unnecessary space. So let's come over here. Let's just do const glass material, like so. And let's just set it equal to the material that we created. And then we can set the glass material equal to this. Sorry, the child material equal to the glass material. And then we can just copy this else if and just paste it over here. And then we want to check for bubble. And then I'll call this white material. And I will just create a new mesh basic material like so. So I'm just going to call this const white material equals, whoops, let's get rid of this. And I'll just do hashtag FF. Don't need transparency, don't need this, just like so. And now you can see I have my little bubbles there. Okay, now we just need to set our screen. So I'm just going to do else if, and I'm just going to change this to screen. So in order for this to work, let's change this to a new mesh basic material. So this time we only have one screen, so we don't have to split it out. We can just do equals new basic material, and then for the map, we can just put it to a video texture that we will create in just a few seconds. So let's see. Okay, we just need to get rid of that equals. Let's just create this video texture with our other material kind of areas. So we need to create a video element first. If you want to put it in your HTML directly, you can totally do that. I'm just going to do it in JavaScript, so everything's in a single place. So I'm just going to do document.createElement, and it'll be a video HTML element, and we'll set its source, video.source, let's see, equal to let's see, where do we put it? Okay, slash textures slash room slash video. So it should be in here. So I have a small video here that I'm going to be using. So, you know, use whatever video you want. Just make sure the file size is kind of small. Cool. So this is called screen.mp4. So I'll just call it screen.mp4, just like so. I want it to loop. So I'm just going to shift alt down arrow. I want it to loop. So I'm going to set this to true. We're going to set this to true, just like so. We have to mute it if we want to autoplay it. And I don't have any audio anyway. So I'm just going to set it to true. Then we can set then autoplay to true. It will, if you don't set, sorry, this should be muted. If you don't set muted equal to true, autoplay won't work. That way they just prevent you from, like, if someone loads on a site, it'll just like bombard you with extremely loud noise and things like that. So the same thing is true with audio. And then we can just tell it to play. So we can do video element dot play like so. And typically if you just want it constrained to its own space rather than full screen, you just do plays in line. And also set that to true. For us, I don't think that will actually really matter. And then to use video texture in Three.js, you can just see that it's built into the 3 export by itself. So we can just get the video element and create it there. But again, we don't have the HTML element. We're creating it with JavaScript. So we can just use that instead. So let's just do const video texture equals new 3.video texture, and we just grab the video element right here because it's just an HTML element stored in this variable right here. And let's just make sure the color space is the same. I don't actually know if we need this or not, but it's better safe than sorry. So I'm just gonna 3 sRGB color space just like so. And then we can just place the video texture. Well, actually we already did that. All right, this should be good. Let's go take a look and see. Okay, let's see. Failed to load. No supported source was found. Okay, it's probably a glitch somewhere. Let's see. I mean, the path is probably wrong. Slash text rooms, slash room, slash... Oh, video is separate. So, whoops, my bad. Cool, take a look. Now our video is on top of our computer screen. Super cool, just like that. So, of course, we also need to do video texture. Flip Y and set that to false as well. And sweet, now it's upright, just like that. Oh, by the way, if you feel like the screen is a little too standoutish, given that it's under the shadow and whatnot, you can totally probably reduce the opacity with the mesh basic material, or if you want reflections as well, you can totally change this to a mesh physical material, just like our glass material, and then play around with some of those settings as well. So you could totally do that if you wanted to. Additionally, if you want, you can put a plane around here. You can either create that plane in Three.js, or you can create it in Blender and re-export your model. You know, really up to you. I might do that a little bit later, but for now, I'm just going to move on. Okay, the next thing I want to do is set like a default camera position, because right now, every time I refresh, I start here and then I have to like zoom out and then pan just to get like a good, decent view. Come into my render function over here, and I'm going to log the camera position. So I'll do dot position, and let me put that in a console.log, console.log camera position. And I also want to log the orbit controls target, which by default, this vector 3 of orbit controls, it looks at 0, 0, 0. So we also want to change the target as well. So we can do controls, we called it controls, and we'll just log out the target there. And we'll just do console.log. I just want to split it up, so I'm just going to put like something there. Okay, now we just find a good camera position that we like. This seems pretty good, so I'm just going to scroll up once on my mouse wheel, just like so. And I'm just going to copy all this. So let's open this and let's open this. All right, so let's just make sure to copy these values. So I'm just going to copy this over here. And I'm going to go into perspective camera, and I'm going to do set and just paste this in here. Now, I don't want to save my file yet because it'll hot module reload and I'll lose these values. So I'm just going to copy these now. And for controls over here, I'll do controls.target.set, and I'll just paste this in here. Okay, now we can get rid of all this other stuff. And then we can just place some commas here. Let's get rid of all this stuff as well. Cool. Let's get rid of that. Alt for 2 cursors, save like so. Let's get rid of these. Cool. Now, both position and controls.target, they're both vector 3s. You can see right here, target is a vector 3. If you go to vector 3, all vector 3s have .set, which just sets the XYZ components of this vector. So that's kind of all we're doing instead of using dot notation like I had earlier. Now you can see every time I refresh my page, I'll just start with this camera angle, which is really nice. And we can just comment this out for now. We might revisit that in a little bit. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is make the things that I want to actually be interactable in the Three.js scene, like these buttons over here and this and this and this. And the way to do that is using the Three.js Raycaster, which I covered in my previous video, but basically it shoots a ray from your cursor. Well, for us, it'll be our cursor through our simulated camera, directly forward ahead. And if anything is intersecting with that ray, it'll find out. And then you can sort of listen to that intersection event and then, handle events. So it takes intersect objects, which is just an array of objects. And since our GLB file has a bunch of objects in there, the only way we would be able to prepare our Raycaster for that is if we manually typed each name, because unfortunately, even though we put all our interactable targets into our targets collection, that doesn't really translate to Three.js. So what I should have done before exporting, which is fine, is just honestly add a underscore target here. So then we can just check that everything that is indeed a target will be hit into our Raycaster. So only give the underscore target ID, whatever you want to call it. If you want to call it like Raycaster and just check if the name includes Raycaster, you can totally do that as well. And actually, I feel like that might be a little more clear because we have these other targets that are also targets, but they're not being Raycasted. So maybe what I'm going to do is select all these. We're going to do that batch rename again. Just out of the selected ones under target, I'm just going to replace it with Raycaster. Whoops, I guess I didn't need to do the underscore, but anyway, yeah. And now what I'm going to do is just copy Raycaster for everything that I want Raycaster. So yeah, see, these I don't want Raycaster, so I'm not going to give those to you, neither the fish bubbles, but these ones I definitely want to give the Raycaster. So anything that you want to be clickable or like hoverable or listen to some sort of event, definitely give it a Raycaster for sure. Now I left this in here originally, but now looking back in the browser, I will never see that back face ever because I'm capping the rotation to like this and this. So there's no point of keeping that there. It's just taking up file size in our geometry. Yes, ideally you would rebake because it took up a huge portion of the texture, which you could fit other objects in there. So yes, it's a complete waste, but oh well, at least we can save on some file space. But if you want to rebake, you totally can, but that takes a lot of time. So I'm just going to not do that. Let's just make sure we can delete these as well. So I just want to make sure that I'm getting only that. Let's just delete those vertices. Cool. Yeah, so we'll never see those back ones. Okay, cool. We could cut this as well and then just save up on that amount as well, but it's not really too much of a big deal. We don't have to be too perfect about it. Oh, here, I guess for this back, we can do that. So we can add like a loop cut. Let's just leave it halfway just to be safe. And then let's just delete these vertices here. Again, we're wasting texture space because we bake the full length rather than just a little bit, but that's totally okay. So again, I'm capping it to here so they'll never notice. Another thing I'll say is if you accidentally messed up a baking and you don't want to bake again, you still have sort of, ways to get around that. But for example, this lamp here, I kind of want it to be its own target that I animate in and bounce in. So what I can do is select everything, Control plus, just to increase my selection more, get everything there. Again, if you don't have that, you can do select more or less right here. And then I can do P separate by selection, and I can rename this to lamp and underscore first, and then move this into targets. Now, obviously, if I go from a scale of 0, well, actually, let's reset its origin point first. So I'm going to right click, set origin to geometry, and then control period, GZ, and just snap it down to the bottom here, control plus, just to confirm that. Okay, so if I scale it like this, if the scale is 0, let me just hide it with H real quick. You can see that this place is black, and that would look kind of awkward from far away. Actually, luckily for this, no one can really tell, but we can possibly get away with is texture painting a color over here. So you can do this in Photoshop. Normally what I would do is in Photoshop, I would like circle this area, select this area, and do content aware fill, and then it'll kind of fill in that area really, really nicely. But Photoshop is paid, so I'm not going to be doing that. So you kind of have like two options here. You can hit period key just to jump to your UV where it is, and you can see over there what it's highlighting is that sort of thing there. But since this is roughly the same shadow area, we can actually just move this and map it over somewhere here. And now you can see, well, now the color is a little bit off because that area is darker than over here. So, but from far away, you can see that actually no one can tell whatsoever.
So if you want to do that, you can do that, or you can try and get away with just scaling it down. It might look a little more blurry, but it might be better, more seamless this way. Now you can see it definitely looks a little bit more seamless. So you might want to grab some of these edges just to move them a little bit, make them a little bit darker as well. Just move it back over here. Yeah, so from far away now, no one can tell that there's anything messed up there. So if you don't want to use that sort of hacky method, what you can do instead is actually paint right over these. So again, you can also do this in Photoshop, but let's see. Okay, it's right here on the image texture. If we go to texture paint and we navigate to, okay, we're already on here. Let's just see where it is. So this giant bulb right here. So what we can do is probably sample some sort of thing here and just like repaint it. So if you have Photoshop, you'd do the same thing in Photoshop as well. So we can like sample a color from there and like just paint over there. Like so. And of course you have options to adjust your brush, which I'm not going to be covering in this video, but that's something you can do as well. And you can see I'm just going over there. You can adjust your strength if necessary. And of course you can always resample your colors to like get a darker place, and then hit F to make your cursor a little bit smaller, Shift F to control the strength. And then you can just like paint, the details back in there, and you can see I'm just like painting the lines back there. So if you want to sample a color really quickly, you can just hold Shift X and you can see my color is updating up there, and I don't have to hit anything after Shift X. I just do Shift X and it'll sample the color. So here maybe I want a little more of this color over here, so I'm just texture painting back. And then what you can do then is, you can see that asterisk means it's not saved, is do Alt S and save it. Then let's go back into your shader editor or anywhere that you have a shader editor. So somewhere over here, like so. I have first texture set, just hit Alt R just to reload images. And now if I go into solid, let's go back to rendered. You can see we kind of patched up that hole. Yeah, it definitely looks a little bit messy, but if you had good texture painting, you could polish that up and make it look nice. Typically though, again, what I do is like I go in Photoshop, I just select that area, I do content aware fill or generative AI. But now you can just do like remove background and it'll like do effectively the same thing. I'll also say, yeah, don't accidentally delete things that, whoops, I accidentally deleted something and I don't have undo available because it's so far deep, which is a little bit tragic, but that's fine. And this is why we do file save incremental, because I can just go to, let's say this one, I might as well just save this file. And here, luckily, we still have this here. So let's see, cube.001. Cool. We can just shifty look at this, move it to a new collection just called messed up. That's totally okay. We don't care about the name here. Let's just go back to baking tutorial. Save for sure. Okay, now with this, all this messed up, what we can do is just select these. We could join them if we wanted to. I feel like I'm just going to select all these and just delete these vertices like so. Let's come here to file, append. Let's search for that one that we had, collection. Let's see, where's our messed up one? Okay, we just added it. Cool, now it's here. So we can just get rid of the UV map, and it should be fine if we just have simple bake here. And then this was with texture set 1, so we can change the material for our first texture set. Cool, works. And now we can just delete this bottom face over here. Let's go into local view just to make sure that, yeah, back face is deleted as well. Okay, now we can just join this back with the first texture set because I'm not going to be animating it. Cool, so there is the power of saving versions. That would have been catastrophic to fix otherwise. Well, maybe not that bad. We would just fill in the top and then find it on here and just map it again, but whatever. So when you're done with everything that needs to be done, you can just hit A to select everything, file, export, GLTF. We shouldn't have to touch any of this because we kept it. Remember, export settings. Yep, no export of the material. I'm going to version this into V1. That way we have a fallback in case we messed up something. Again, don't forget, if you made any edits in Blender to your texture, make sure to compress it again. And then for your GLB file, make sure to put it into GLTF report. And again, change this to Draco and just export it and download it somewhere. So that's all I did. And then I just changed the original one to _V1. I just replaced the textures over here. And then the new one that I just created, I called it _V2. And then I just changed the path to _V2. If you want to just replace the old one and keep it as room_portfolio or just delete that one, that's totally fine as well. Okay, the next thing I want to do is go to GitHub and create a new repository. Typically in my previous videos, I would just push at the end, but that's typically not my workflow at all. I set up get, right from the get-go, so we might as well just do it now. So I'm just going to name it Sua Kim's Folio, but name it whatever you want it, just leave it public. And I'll create the repository for now. Then I'm gonna assume you have Git installed, so I'm just going to do this real quick. Git init, git at remote add origin right here. Then let's change it to main. I think by default I already have it to main, but I might as well just in case. If you want to leave it as master, that's totally fine as well. Let's just git add everything. Cool, and then let's do git commit just like so. And let's just git push dash origin main. Sweet, it should be pushed. Sweet it is. So let's go to Vercel and let's create a new project in Vercel. And if you connect to your GitHub account, it should automatically find your latest repository push. So you can just hit import just like so. And it should automatically detect your Vite with no issues here. You can see that it finds our output directory, Vite build, everything seems to be fine here. We don't have to edit anything and we can just deploy it. And now every time you push, by default, it will automatically make another push. So if you wait about 2 or 3 minutes, you should be able to see it when you visit this URL every time you make a new push. And yeah, you can just already share this with the world, which is just your initial one, but every time you push, it should be updating. Super, super cool. Okay, why don't we do something simple first? And let's make the fans rotate. So I'll say that these two are number 2 and 4, which means it has to rotate, I think, along the Z axis. I'm not sure. And then these will have to do along the Y axis, given my intuition. So we can have const Z axis fans like so, and we'll just have an array of fans that we want to target. And then here we can have like Y axis fans. Now let's just go to our loader.load function. So over here, our fans are baked. So we want to come into this else statement over here, and we can just check if child.name includes. We want to check for fan because I have that name in Blender, just like so. And if child.name includes, let's see, we can just do fan underscore 2, which is kind of overkill, but whatever. It works, it works. And then we can just do or fan underscore 4. Then we'll do Z axis fans, and we'll just push the child there to that. Otherwise, what we want to do is push to the Y axis, like so. And just like the default rotating cube that they give us in the getting started, we can animate our fans. So animate fans, we can do Z axis fans like so. And then for each of these fans, we can just add to their rotation. So whoops, sorry, I should call this fan. And then fan.rotation.z plus equals, we can just do 0.01. I think that was like fast enough with the default rotating cube, and it might look good for the fans. Shift alt down arrow, change this to Y axis, and then this one can be Y instead. And now if I go back here, you can see I have some rotating fans. Looks like Z axis is not the right call, it should be X axis. So let's just Control Shift L for Z axis with a highlighted. It'll select all the instances, and we can just type X axis here, and then we can change this to X. And now you can see we have some rotating fans just like that. And if your rotation is really wonky, again, make sure that your origin point is in the center of your fans. All right, now we need to create a Raycaster and then normalize our device coordinates such that the Raycaster can calculate appropriately. I explained this in my previous video, but basically in the browser in JavaScript, it starts 0, 0 in the corner and it goes to like whatever, like 1000, 1000 in your browser window or whatever resolution it is. And basically what this does is makes your center 0, 0. And if you go to the left, it's -1. If you go to the right, it's 1. If you go up, it's going to be 1. If you go down, it's going to be -1. So we can just reorganize everything later, but I'm just going to do it here. Window add event listener, like so. And this one's going to be mouse move. They use on pointer move, and this works, but it has issues with iOS devices, which means you have to use like touch move instead. So I'm just going to split it out into mouse move and touch events rather than just using pointer. All right, let's just come over here, create an arrow function. And we want that event object that comes in there. So let's come over here as well. And of course we need these to update. So I'm actually just going to leave it as pointer because why not? The variable name is least, but we will be updating it in the mouse move. So let's just take a look at, we can just type pointer.x equals. And now the event object should be similar to on pointer move as for mouse move. So we should just be able to copy and paste this and have it work.
Let's Control D and change this to E because we call it E. If you want to call it event, you can totally do that as well. All right, let's come into our render function now. So let's just go back up, shift enter to go back up 1 instead of down 1. So you can see that if I go shift enter, it'll go up to 11. So I just went up from 1 down to 13 to quickly jump to it. And now we can just copy this stuff. So Raycaster set from camera, check if the intersect objects, and then do something with it for each of the intersected objects. So we can just copy that anywhere here. Let's just do Raycaster. And of course we want to pass in our intersect objects. And I believe we called it Raycaster objects. Maybe we could have called it intersect objects. Oh well. Now also when I am hovering or I have an intersection, I want to show that the pointer is clickable. So I'm going to change the cursor if intersects. If there's some sort of intersection, it doesn't matter what it is. So if it's greater than 0, it means we're intersecting with something. We're going to set the document.body.style.cursor, and we're going to set that to pointer. Otherwise, we're just going to set it to default. So we can just leave it at default like so. And this should be working like so. So if I go back and hover over here, you can see my mouse moves to pointer, and when I get off, it's not. And everything's turning red. Super, super cool. There's some things that I don't want clickable, but are still showing the pointer icon. So these are going to be an issue here. And then these are not showing up either as red, even though they should be. So if I go back into Blender, it becomes clear why these are not highlighting, because I didn't give the Raycaster ID to it. So I would just give Raycaster ID to them right now. So I'm going to put it into Raycaster under Raycaster. And I accidentally gave it to Fishbowl Glass, which I'm going to get rid of. And then I also gave it to Computer Glass by accident. And now let's just give it to GitHub. We'll just attach Raycaster over there. Now, another thing we should add for the UI is everything that we want to show the pointer. When we hover over it, we can do that. So this one, we can do underscore hover or underscore pointer, you know, whatever you want to call it. And if you want like different effects for each one, then you can actually tag on multiple IDs. And then depending on that, you can adjust it accordingly. Exporting and compressing only takes like 5 minutes each time. So, you know, it's not a big deal if you have to come back here later. So my work button, I want it to show pointer. Cool. So so let me just copy that. And then for about, I'm just going to hit period to jump to there. I'm going to attach the pointer ID to that one. Same with contact. And whoops, I guess I should have done it for these at the same time that I added Raycaster. So these are ones that I definitely want to show that you can click on them. Again, do it for whatever you want on your scene that can be clickable. And if you don't know, you know, you can always come back here later and do it another time. Okay, so let's just hit A to export again. File, export GLTF. Let's do room portfolio version 3, v3. Again, you know the drill. I'm just going to export it. So same deal. I'll put it into GLTF report, downloaded it, put it into models, and just change my path right here. Okay, let's come back up here. And let's create a let current intersect. So all the current intersected objects, we'll just do current intersects like so, like here. And let's just come back down over here. And instead of setting const intersects here, we can set our current intersects over here. And then we can Control D, change this to current intersects. If current intersects, there is a current intersect, that means it will return some sort of thing. So greater than 0. We can just set like some const value here called current intersect object, and we'll just set it to the first intersection. So whatever's in front, we're just grabbing the first intersecting of the ray. So basically just what's in front, and it should just be dot object. And then we can just check if current intersect object dot name dot includes our pointer ID that we gave it to. Then we can show the pointer, otherwise we just won't. So let's just make sure I have this inside of this. Cool. Let's see, do I have one here? Cool. Now in the event that there's no intersect object, we still want to be able to reset the cursor. So we want to also put the else on the outside of the if statement for this one as well. So we'll just set that back to default as well. So now if I go back, I should hover over the ones with pointer ID, they should show the pointer. And then the ones that don't, like this Boba tea here, and these light bulbs that I made them like so, but all of these show the pointer, which is awesome. These are the ones that I gave the pointer ID, and then these ones don't. By the way, if you have no idea what I'm logging here, you know, it's just a bunch of objects and I'm just accessing a bunch of object data. So that's all that is. At any point of the time, you can just log it out and you'll see all the object and what I'm selecting. Okay, let's get rid of this color thing. We'll revisit this in a little bit. Now let's create our social links so we can just get those working right now. So I'm just going to put it up here. Let's just do const social links, and I'll make this an object. So we have GitHub, and I'll just set that to, so I'm just going to set that to github.com like so. And I'm going to set YouTube just equal to youtube.com. So I'm just going to paste that there, shift alt down arrow, and let's control D and change this to Twitter. Now let's take a look at our so what we need is an on-click event listener. So we can just do window.add event listener, and we'll do click. So once we click on something, we can check if our current intersects array has a length of 0. That means we're intersecting something. Honestly, we could use a current intersect object global variable if we wanted to, but you know, we can just do this anyway. And then we'll just do const object equal current intersects. Again, we'll just get the first one like so, dot object. And then for each of the social links, again, we're going to use object.entries, so the key and the value. So object.entries, go for the social links. We'll do for each of these social links, we'll get the key, which is GitHub, Twitter, YouTube, that sort of stuff. And then I'll just call it URL. They call it value in the docs, but we'll just call it URL. And whoops, need to do it like so. A function here, and whoops, I'm missing another parenthesis over here and one over here. So if object.name.includes the key that we're looking for, right, which is just GitHub, YouTube, that kind of sort of stuff, then let's just do const new window equals window.open. Open, so we're opening a new window here, and we want to set some things for this new window open. For example, the opener, we're going to set it equal to null. These are just security things that are best practices. They're very common. If you've ever worked with links before, you've definitely seen this done. So we're just doing it in JavaScript instead. Window.location, we're just going to set it to the URL associated with that key. And then just more stuff, window.target equals blank. Whoops, target. And then .rel, just more security stuff here. No opener, no referrer. Whoops, that should just be 2 like so. So now when I click on these, it should work. Well, okay, YouTube works, Twitter works, GitHub does not work. GitHub does not work, which means I probably misspelled. I probably had a capital H in Blender. I don't actually know, but it's probably because of that. Yeah, okay, it's because of that. Sweet. All right, now we just need to display our modals when we select our navigation buttons. So let's go into index.html and set those up. So I'm just gonna place it here. I want 3 modals, so I'm just gonna do ×3. And then we can have like an about, and then we can have like a contact. And then I think my last one was work. Let's just put it in the same order. Honestly, it doesn't really matter, but I'm just going to keep it the same order. Now what we can do in style.css is just target these modals. So I'm just going to do the generic stuff for the modals. So I'm just going to make all of them the same style for now. So I'll just do modal, and I'm just going to do the generic position, absolute, like so, just to center it real quickly. Top 50%. Left 50%, just like so, and then translates -50%, comma, -50%, just like so. And let's just make the font size really big, so like 32 pixels, like so. Let's go back to index.html, Control P, index.html. Let's put some stuff in here, so I'll do work, and we'll just copy and paste that a bunch, and then I'll do about here. And then for contact, we can write contact and a bunch of other random characters after that. And then let's just set their z index to like 999, so they're in front of everything, just like so. Cool, and you can see that they're all there right now. Now I want to hide them and then display them. So what we can do is just let's just set display equal none for now, and later we'll fix that. Also inside of index.html, what I want first is an exit button. I'm going to create another HTML element here, and I'll just call it modal exit button like so. And I'll just type exit modal here, something really large and noticeable. And then I guess I should have just done it appropriately, but whatever, we can just do it now. And then I'll just do like h1 modal title. And then let's just move our random spam inside of modal title. I don't actually know what format I'm going for yet, so I'm just doing some dummy content for now. So cool, we have a bunch of modals with a title and an exit modal, and these should be a button. Sorry, hold Alt, double click, and let's just place button there. All right, let's go back to main.js. And let's do Control W just to quickly close that. And in main.js, we want to select all our modals. So we can create an object for that. That way we can just loop through them later. So const modals equals just like so. We have work and we have, let's see, about and contact as well. So we can just do something like so. And let's just place 3 cursors here and document.query selector like so. And all of them have the modal class. So we can do .modal and then just their appropriate thing. So this way, whoops, 0 out there. Sorry, backspace, I mean. And then we just selecting both their class names. So it says, so I'm going to be using GSAP, the animation library, to animate these modals coming in. So we need to import that. So what I'm going to do is come up here, just import GSAP from GSAP, and then we can create our functions that animate our modal. So we'll do the first one, const show modal, and we'll pass in a modal here like so. And let's see what the issue, oh, it didn't recognize a space area. Okay, that's fine. And then we can just immediately set the modal.style.display equal from hidden to block. So as soon as we click on one of our bottom options, it'll click show modal, it'll pass in the modal, and we'll just set it to block. And then when it comes to GSAP animations, you have to set your initial states with GSAP itself. Otherwise it might glitch out. Not always, but sometimes you do. So in this case, I want to set, I'm just going to go for a basic opacity animation for now. So I just do set modal, and I'm just going to target the opacity of the CSS property, and I'm just going to set that as default as 0. And then I'm just going to do gsap.to, take the modal again, and this time I'm just going to set its opacity equal to 1. And whoops, sorry, this should be a semicolon like so. And we can just make the duration really quick. I think by default it is 1 second. So now I'm just setting it to 0.5 seconds. And then we can have one for hide modal as well. So let's just come over here and let's just change this to hide modal. So we're going to come over here and we'll just set this opacity to 0 now. And sorry, opacity is misspelled here. It should be opacity like this. Cool. And then on complete, we want to display none. So it'll be opacity 0, but we still can click on it. So afterwards, we want to, once the animation is done playing, we want to set it back to none, display none. So we'll just copy this right here and let's add a caret over here and then just set this back to none, just like so. Okay, now we should just be able to go to our click. So in here, our buttons already have underscore Raycaster associated with it. So it should already be a part of our intersect objects that we are checking for here. Okay, so let's just come here and now we should just be able to check for those. So let's make sure I'm out of the entries. That's cool. We already have this, so I'm just going to copy this right here actually. And we want to check for work button. If it is, then we can show our modal and pass in that modal. So we'll just pass in modals.work. So remember, this is the object that we created up there, and we're just accessing the work, which was selecting the document query selector, the modal. Then we can do else if, and let's just copy and paste this, because why not? Whoops. Let's just copy and paste this, because why not? Let's change this to about. Let's place some parentheses here, and then let's just copy and paste this one more time. You could use else if you wanted to, but you know, no reason to do that. And then let's just change this over here. Let's change this to about. Let's change this to contact like so. All right, so if I go back, these should work. Let's see, child is not defined. Okay, that's probably because, yeah, down here I was traversing child for mesh name, but now we called it object. So sorry, this should be object. So Control D, select next instance, change that to object. Oh, random, but I did give it a background color of black. So if I go back, it should be working now. Let me click here. So yeah, it's working, but okay, I forgot to do the exit button. So invalid property duration. Yeah, I misspelled that. Okay, so we can just fix that real quick. Let's just Control D, duration like so. And then now we can select all our buttons. So we can document.query selector all, and I forgot what I called it in index.html, modal exit button. So I'll do alt left arrow just to jump back to where I go. By the way, if you want to jump to where your previous cursor location, you can just use your alt left and right arrow keys, or you can just come up here and click here. We're going to select all our modal exit buttons. Oh, sorry, I keep saying buttons and then adding the S in there. And then for each of these buttons, what we're going to do is add an event listener. So button.add event listener, and it'll just be a simple click. Let's grab that event listener. That event object. And we need to find the modal. We could pass in the modal if you wanted to, but I'm just going to find it. So we can do e target.closest, and we can pass in the class name .modal. And then of course we can just hide modal and then use the modal that we found to hide and play the animation over here. So if you don't know what closest is, basically what it does is your click events happens at this button. It's going to search up your hierarchy for that class. So basically like searching for the parent. In this case, the parent itself is just .modal, but if you had a deeper nested thing, it would go up one level and keep going until it find it. So if I have my click event on this button, well, it's going to find this modal because I'm going up, and then I get this parent here. So that's just kind of like a neat trick to speed things up. So now if I go back and hit my work, hit exit modal, you can see everything is working just like so. Super, super cool. I also think now's a good time to push because we started getting something. So we can just do git add everything, git commit -m, and let's just say, I don't know, starting modals, working, basic, and we can do something like something random just like so. And we can just do git push just like so. All right, we're getting somewhere. Okay, now what I want to do is fix the touch events because right now, when I click on it, I have to click twice for this to activate. And when I click on this exit button, sometimes it glitches out and it will like flicker. You can see it'll flicker there. And this is probably because we have so many concurrent events. We have orbit controls, which takes a bunch of touch events. Then we have our Raycaster that's detecting a click event, I believe. And also the HTML element. So there's kind of all these conflicting events. So let's try and manage that and fix that right now. So what I'm going to do is add a touch start and touch end. Unfortunately, like I said earlier, pointer move, it'll work on Android and PC, but there's issues with iOS devices with pointer moves, so we're splitting them up. So I'm gonna do touch start like so. And then once I hit my finger on the screen, tap the surface, that triggers a touch start event. So that's when I want to update my pointer for the Raycaster camera. So I should just copy and paste this over here. Now, instead of this event object, we need to grab event object.touches, and we want to just grab the first finger that you get, .clientX. So basically, the event object has this thing here. If you want, you can just console.log e, but it has this thing here called touches. And let's say you put 3 fingers on your screen, 0 just gets the first finger that landed on your screen. So that's kind of all we need. So we're going to do the same thing over here. .client y, and this calculation should work. If I messed up something, we'll find out later. Now we also want to do e.prevent default because we have like scrolling behaviors on mobile and things like that, so prevent those default behaviors. And then we have to change this into a active event listener by setting the second parameter over here. And then we want a touch end event listener, and this will, so when they release their finger from the screen, this is going to trigger. So let's change this to touch end like here. Also e.prevent default, and let's create a new function here called handle Raycaster interaction. That way we don't have to do it for the click as well as the touch start. By default, click is supposed to convert to touch events on mobile, but again, we have so many conflicting events that I feel like it's glitching out. So let's just create a function here, and I'll just call it handle Raycaster interaction like so. And let's make sure I put parentheses here, so I'm calling it fine. And let's just grab this if statement here, Control X to cut it, Control V to paste it in there. And then here we can just pass in the function instead. So handle Raycaster interaction. All right, so this should be working. And now if I go back here, let's hope this is working. And yeah, you can see now when I go here, it's working when I click. And then let's just make sure in desktop. Yeah, okay, so it's still working in desktop. Great. And we don't get any errors. Cool. Now you will notice there is one issue. I can't click this exit button anymore. Honestly, that's probably again with a bunch of overlapping events. I don't actually know, but I'm just going to assume that that's the issue because click should convert to touch. So what we can do is add a separate touch event using the same exact thing. So we can just copy this over here like so. Oh, I also forgot passive equals false here. So passive equals false, well, not equals false, but passive false. And we can just change this to touch end. We don't need touch start, right? Because if they tap down, there's no event, but as soon as they release their finger, there will be an event there anyway. So touch end will be fine. So because click might also accidentally trigger on the mobile device, what we can do is add a flag variable, and that checks if it's a touch, then don't fire the click one. So we can just do let touch happened or something like that, and we'll set it to false. And then if this one is triggered, we'll just set this equal to true. So we'll set this to true. And then if touch happened over here, if touch happened, just guard clause return and don't do anything. So if I go back here, let's just take a look and check. Cool, that seems to be working. Now let's go to desktop. Okay, exit modal is no longer working, and that makes sense because once we have a touch event, then we go to desktop, this is still true, and it's just constantly returning that guard clause. So it's not executing anything here. So let's actually just move this up above here. And then once a mouse move, we can just like set touch happened back equal to false. That feels a little bit hacky, but honestly, you know, I feel like that. Okay, let's go from desktop to mobile. Contact, let's go back to desktop. Still great, it works. Yeah, seems like a sort of a hacky solution, but I feel like, so if I figure out something, you know, make sure to check the code for updates. But for now, that seems to be working for us, so I'll just leave it as is. All right, so let's come into source and let's create a styles folder, and this will kind of just like hold everything in here. So let's do fonts.scss, which I want to do right now, so we can have a custom font for our modal design. I'm not going to go into too much of the modal styles in this video because I kind of just want to focus on the Blender and Three.js part rather than the styling, but you can style it however you want. Once you have your fonts that you want, just click and drag them into Transfonter. So here I just have my font OTF file that I downloaded online called Multi Forces, and the other one is Shifty Notes. Both of them are public license and created by Niskala Huruf. So definitely check them out. Definitely check the artists out there to support them. And what we want to do is convert it to WAF and WAF2 files, which are the web fonts, and fix vertical base metrics. Sometimes the fonts will have, and basically what it'll try and do is like match up your font alignment, because sometimes depending on how you made your font can appear in line, but like the actual spacing will be a little bit different. For the most part though, if you make your font correctly, this won't really do anything whether you leave it on or off. So I'm just going to leave it on, and I'm just going to hit convert, again WAF and WAF2, just like so. And then we can just download our font face kit. So here you can see that we have our fonts, and then we also have this style sheet thing here, which we can open in VS Code. Let's just copy that and paste that into our fonts.css. And then let's take what else they gave us over here, and let's just drag that. Well, actually, let's create a new folder here first, and let's just call it fonts. Let's just click and drag that into fonts. Cool, so we have our fonts right there. Now we need to go back to fonts.scss and update the path. So we can just come over here and navigate Control-Shift-L to select all the instances and just do /fonts/ like so. Then let's just go to style.scss and import it so we can use it. So we can come over here and we'll just do @use, and we'll /styles/fonts.scss, just like so. Let's add our semicolon there. Another thing I like to do is have a reset. So we can do a reset.scss. Now the idea behind a reset is that different browsers have like different paddings and margins and defaults and things like that. So resets.css will just keep everything consistent. If you look up CSS resets online, you'll probably find a lot of different ones, but this one seems to work really well. So I'll just use this one. Credits to Meyer Web, and I'm just going to paste that into reset.scss. Honestly, for what we're doing, it probably doesn't really matter. But, you know, might as well. I just wanted to let you know that I do typically, you know, use a reset.scss. And then another thing I like to do is definitely have a variables.scss file. All right, let's get our first variable. We could go back to Blender to get the color, or we can use this thing here, which I use a lot. It's a color picker add-on. I totally recommend it. And you can just like grab a color anywhere on your screen. So that looks pretty good. And you can just copy that. And then in variables, we can create a variable here. And I'll just call it base purple. But, you know, if you want to give it a actual proper naming convention, totally go for it. And we can go back and maybe get like a base pink or something. And then I'll just shift alt down arrow, call this base pink. Well, it's actually really cool because my VS Code theme is also kind of following the same theme that we have for our portfolio. What a coincidence. Base black, and we can just do #000, and then let's just select a color here. So I don't want it to be completely black, maybe just like something slightly black. And then we can do the same thing for white. You know, maybe instead of #FFF, we can do something that's whoops, I forgot semicolon here. A little bit less white. I don't know. It's really up to you though. So back in style.scss, let's also just import variables.scss, and we have to give it a namespace. So I'll just call it as vars, but you know, call it whatever you want to call it. And now what we should be able to do, let's just, for the modal itself, let's just do a max width of like 700 pixels. And then we'll just take 100% of the width, just like so. Then for the background color, let's just do vars dot, and then let's get our variable. So I forgot what I call it already, which is embarrassing. So let's see. Yeah, we can just do base white for now. And if we, you can always change it. So I'm just getting this variable over here, and let's get rid of display none for the time being. So here you can see, okay, we see it now. And yeah, we have the hashtag FD, which is what we're seeing right here. Super cool. I actually don't like how it's white. Maybe we can get like something that's over here or something like so. Let's just create that, and let's just do base light purple like so, and then let's just change this to base light purple. If you want to set the font family up here or wherever you want to use it, you can now access it. So you just do it whatever you want to call it. So maybe call it this, like so. And then you can have a fallback to like enter or whatever you want to do. System UI, same thing, whatever you want to do there for the fallbacks. Yeah, so you kind of have all the general idea when it comes to styling. Yeah, so now just have some fun styling your modal, or if you don't want to use a modal, you can do something else like a full screen overlay or some other canvas transition or whatnot. But you kind of have the general workflow now that I typically use. I also like to, when I'm working with SCSS, use @include_media. And this is a really easy way to make breakpoints in SCSS. Of course, you could also just do it in native SCSS as well, but include media kind of makes it a lot simpler. And then every time that you have like a breakpoint, basically you make like an object of breakpoints. So like mobile is like 20 pixels or whatever, and then desktop is like 787 pixels or whatnot. And then you have these breakpoints, and then in here you just do @include, and then your breakpoint. I think it's like less than or equal to your breakpoint over here, and then it'll just pretty much look like this. You don't have to type all the media screens and everything every single time. So that's kind of just a really nice way to make it responsive. So you'll probably also see me use mix-ins, which is part of SCSS, but basically they're reusable styles. So like display flex and justify content center, all this sort of stuff is very repetitive and appears in multiple places. So basically you just create the style once. Basically you just create it once, and then you can just use it in multiple places just like so. That way you don't have to copy and paste a bunch. Of course, you could also just add that class to the HTML element as well, or you could just do it in SCSS as well. And of course, feel free around to play with the GSAP here. If you need a timeline, you can totally do that as well. So now what I want to do is when I hover over these, I want some sort of user feedback in terms of like scaling or whatnot. So yes, you could again check for name, but I'm going to come back here again, and I'm going to have one more. So I'm going to call hover. So every item that has a hover, I'm going to add a hover effect for it. And then for the ones that I want different hover effects, I can do like, for example, over here, I can do like hover_2 or hover v2, whatever you want to do it. Just give it some sort of ID that you can easily check for later. That's what I'm going to do for all of these. I'm definitely going to give it _hover. That way, when I hover it, I can apply like a small, like a scale effect. And C, we'll just add hover effects to all of these. Yep, so just give hover to whatever that you want. And make sure everything that you have a hover effect, you also have the Raycaster ID for as well. And of course, order doesn't really matter because we're just checking if the name includes that. So you know the drill. I put it in GLTF report, downloaded it, changed it to _v4, and then just changed the path here. All right, so now we need to track the hovered objects. So let's just come up somewhere. Honestly, I don't know where. We can just put it over here. And let's just do let current hovered object. So this will keep track of whatever we're hovering. And we're just going to set it to null. Then, of course, we need to go to our room portfolio in here and check if the child name includes hover. So yeah, we'll just come over here and do hover. If you have another one like hover_2, you can also do that here as well. I'm just going to do one initially here. And then in here, what we need to do is, because when I hover over something, we're going to change it from an initial scale and rotation or whatever parameter you want. If you want to change position too as well, you'll need like an initial position. So in order to store that, we could attach it to a custom object, or we can just use this thing here called .userData as part of all object 3Ds, which includes our mesh, where it stores some user data that you can put in yourself. So we can just use this instead. So since I'm going to be adjusting the scale, rotation, and maybe position, we might as well just do all of them. We'll do child.userData.initialScale. Just create a new 3vector3 to store that in. So 3.vector3 like so. And then again, another built-in method here. By the way, I'm just telling you this stuff, but like it's listed in the documentation if you don't know what they do. So here you can say just copies the past values into that vector that you're calling on. So we'll just copy the child.scale, and then for rotation, we can do initial rotation like so, and we'll do child.rotation. Now this should be a Euler angle rather than a vector3. And then we can also do position here. So we can change this to initial position, and we can change this to child.position. And then we need an isAnimating flag, because when we're hovering over it, it's going to keep triggering the play animation. So we need some sort of flag to say, okay, only play it once. So that's what we're going to be doing now. So just child.userData isAnimating, and I'm just going to set that to false because it's not animating by default. Okay, in our render function, so here we already check for the current intersected object or the currently hovered object, right over here. So we can just check if the current intersect object, its name includes hover, like so. If it does, then we can play the hover animation. So let's just do play hover animation. And I think if you have different kinds of hover, then you might want to have an additional parameter here. But what I want to is definitely the current hovered object, which we created up there. And then the second parameter will be if we are still hovering that or not. So let's just set that to true because we are by default hovering. If this is true, if it's intersecting something and it has the name of hovering, it means we're hovering it. So we set it to true. And let's just come up here and create that function now. So I completely forgot what I just called it. Play hover animation. Okay, cool. So play hover animation function, whoops. We want to take in that object that we're passing in, that we're hovering, and is hovering. So if we're hovering it or not. Now we don't want to play this if the object is animating, so we can just have a guard clause already, object.userData. So we created this earlier. We haven't set this yet, but it's just in advance is animating. So if the object is animating, we don't want to animate it again. So we'll just return it and like so nothing will execute. So if this is false, well then once we're hovering, then that means we want it to set to true. So object.userData, userData.isHovering is animating, and we want to set that to true because now it's animating. So if we're hovering, let's play our hovering animation. So we can just do something arbitrary. I don't know if we need a timeline yet, so I'm just going to do gsap.to and then object.scale. So we just get the object scale. We can set its x to object.userData, that initial scale that we had originally, .x, and then we can just multiply it by like some sort of random factor here. And I'm missing a comma here. And then we can just shift alt down arrow twice and then do the same thing for y and z. But if you want to give them different scalings, or if you only want to do x and y, I honestly don't know yet because I haven't done it yet. So I'm just going to do all of them and see what that gives me. We can set like a duration of like 0.5 seconds. And then I definitely want to ease in for like some stylistic effect. So I think what I want to do is bounce in, possibly, I don't know. And then we can set how strong that is, and I'm just taking a wild guess here. But if you want to like actually look at it, you can actually see the ease visualizer on GSAP over here, and you can see how the ease would appear on like your scale and things like that. And then you can also make like your own custom ease. So right now I'm doing bounce out, so it's kind of like so, and then you can like adjust this over here. And then you can just copy it and then use it yourself. So that's really, really cool. And actually looking at this, I think I want to do bounce out, not bounce in. So let's just do bounce out. And then we can do the same thing except for rotation. So let's just do object.rotation. And then let's just change this to initial rotation like so. And I forgot what axis it is. I only want to do it on, I think it was x-axis, because for our fans that were oriented the same way, it was on the x-axis. So I'm going to take a guess that it's x. And I'm going to add like, I don't know, math.pi, and then maybe like divided by 8 or something like that. This might be a little bit too much rotation, but we'll see. And by the way, if you don't want to use like unit circle values, that's totally okay. You can just like multiply it by like 0.01 and then just go trial and error from there. So since both of these have the same duration, we can just put the onComplete in either one of them. So once this is done completing, that means is animating is back to false. So let's just put in that callback on complete, like so. What do we want to do? We just want to, whoops, this should be equals. We just want to set object.userdata.isAnimating, and we just want to set that back to false because it's no longer animating. Also, sorry, I just realized this should be is hovering, not just hovering, sorry. Okay, so if we're no longer hovering that thing, then what we can do is play the reverse of it. So let's just copy and paste this right here, over here, and then we can just get rid of the things that we created here. So I'm just going to 3 cursors with Alt, Control X, get rid of that. And then we can make it faster on the way back. So we can just do something like this. Okay, so yeah. Okay, now we need to make some adjustments to the render function. Here I messed up. We don't want to play the animation on the current hovered object. We want to play it for the current intersect object. So every time we intersect a new object, that's when we're going to play the animation. The current hovered object will be the object that is in a hover state, and this will keep track of when our mouse leaves, and when it does, we'll play it, but we'll play the go back to original scale and set this second parameter to false. So what we want to do is current intersect object, and then let's check if current intersect object does not equal the current hovered object, which means we changed objects. So then we can move this in over here. Then we want to play the new animation for the new currently intersecting object, if that makes sense. Now we also need to update the current hovered object after we play the hovered animation to the current intersected object that we're. Then for the current hovered object, if we're playing this new one, then we can set the old one to play back to its original scale stuff. So then we'll just check if current hovered object, like so, and we'll just do play hover animation. Maybe that's not the best function name, whoops. Anyway, we'll pass in the current hovered object this time, and we'll set it to false. So trigger that else statement and play this one going back to its initial state. And then in the event that there is no current intersect object and no current hovered object, means we're not hovering anything. We want to set everything back to null. So again, just like over here, with our else statement with the document body style cursor default, we just want to paste if current hovered object here. Then we'll set it play again, and then this time we want to set the current hovered object equal to null, just like so. Okay, so if I go back and take a look, it seems to be partially working. If I leave before the animation continues, it's not playing, and that makes sense because of this guard clause right here with is animating. It's just going to remain true, and then it's just going to cancel it out. So what we can do instead is actually do gsap.killTweens. So we can do gsap.killTweens, and we'll do object.scale, because we're attaching tweens to object.scale, right? And this is what we're targeting right here, as well as object.rotation. And if you have position, you can do that as well. I'm actually going to do that for position as well, because I feel like I'm going to plan to do that in the future, just probably off camera or something. And then we actually don't need this user data thing here at all. And let's also get rid of child.userdata right there as well. Okay, so basically what's happening here is once this is playing, if we leave our mouse initially, it's going to trigger this play hover animation, and it's going to kill that tween. So it'll take whatever partial it is. Let's say like we start at scale of 1, and it's at like 1.1 when our mouse leaves. GSAP is just going to kill this tween and then play this tween instead, right? Because we're no longer hovering it. And it'll just take that scale that it paused at and then immediately just go to the initial scale. So this should be working now. So now if I go back, you can see I can hover over everything and it'll work perfectly fine, just like so. So here you can actually see this is why you probably need different versions for rotations, because some of these, you know, they don't feel good with the same animation here. So here you can see I also have an issue because I had overlap. Those areas are black. So that's something I'm going to be fixing in Blender. We already know how to fix that. You can adjust your UVs or you can paint over it. And let's just go into local view over here. Let's just see. So it's just the top face over here. It's just the top few faces over here. Let's just hit period key just to see where that is. And I feel like we can just possibly bring it forward just like that. That actually looks pretty nice. Also, if you want to add 2 loop cuts here and just move that section, you could totally do that as well. But I don't think I need to do that, and I don't want to add that extra geometry. So let's just see where this is. So people are barely going to look at the back. Here, we could probably use like a knife tool and slice through it. If you don't know what a knife tool is, that's totally fine. But I think what I'm going to do is just honestly just maybe I think I don't know what this is. I think that's the roof, but I'm just going to use the roof back instead. And yeah, that solves our issue as well. Of course, it's not seamless, but very, very few people are going to be paying that much attention. Here, I don't know if this is an issue or if we even see the bottom, but let's just hit period key to jump to it. And if you can't jump to it, it likely means that these are not on the same area on the UV map. So these probably are. So these are not. So let's see, where's this one? Oh, this one is also part. So we can move that here. And then this one and this one and this one. Hopefully these are in the same area. Yes, they are. So here, so for this one, I can also just move it to like our, wherever that is there. So yeah, again, we're wasting texture space by baking that area because we're not even using it anymore, but oh well. Fast solutions. And honestly, we could probably only have baked one sign and then just use that sign's texture and not bake any of the other ones. That would have probably saved up a lot of texture space and we could have put like a lot of stuff. So yeah, just do it for the other signs and I'll see you on the other side. And then again, now is the time to add your other hover effects and you can just check for that. Basically what I'm probably going to do off camera is like do scale factor, and have a lot of other things like want scaling equal true. And then if I want scaling, then I'll do the scaling. And if I want rotation, then I'll also do the rotation. And then this value will be determined like if object.name contains v2. Like we already know it contains hover, so does it contain v2? If it does, then scale factor equals like 1.5. And then scale factor would just be here. And then I'll just update scale factor based on the object name or ID or whatever you want. So I'm not going to show that because it's mainly just if statement checks, but that's what I'm going to be doing off camera there. All right, let's disable orbit controls and Raycaster when the modal is open. So what I'm going to do is just have some sort of state variable. So probably, honestly, it doesn't really matter where. And just do let is modal open, and we'll set that to false by default. And then if it is in show modal, what we can do, actually, let's just put it above the show and hide stuff. We can set is modal equal to true, and we can just controls.enabled and set that to true. Again, those are the orbit controls that we had. Sorry, I mean false. We should set that to false because we want to disable it. And then we can just copy and paste this into hide modal as well. But this time we're going to set this to true, and we're going to set this to false. And now in our render function, all we have to do is just have a guard clause or an if statement for our Raycaster. So let's see, where is our Raycaster stuff? It's right here. So if does not equal, so if it's false, means that we can do this. We can check for the Raycaster and we should just be able to place it right. So now this seems to start glitching out everything. And that's probably because when we bypass the Raycaster logic, none of this stuff is being set. So it's like messing up. So what we can do is come over back into show modal and update all this stuff. So if current hovered object, then we can just do the Raycaster stuff here, play hover animation, current hovered object, and we'll set that to false. And then we'll just set the current hovered object equal to null. And then we can also just set document.body.style.cursor, and we can set that back to default. And we can set that back to default. And then we can also clear all the current intersect objects, and we just set that equal to an empty array. And now if I go back, cool, it works. Now if you want to wait to enable controls, you can put it on complete here. Like if you had some extra animation or something that you wanted to like wait until you went back to your original position and then you enable controls again, you could totally do that here as well. Also forgot to mention, don't forget that we need to also put is modal open here. Whoops, sorry, is modal open. And if it is, then we just want to return guard clause for touch start and touch end. Because if you have like an overflow on your modal that's open, it will prevent that default scrolling behavior where you like touch and drag to scroll. So that would require you to use the scroll bar instead of just touching. And the scroll bar might glitch out a little bit. So make sure to have this guard clause here as well for the touch start and touch end event listeners. All right, now let's limit our controls so they don't see the back of this area. So if you remember, when we first started, our camera started like smack dab right over here. So that means if our camera spawned over somewhere over here, over there, so the origin is somewhere over there, which means we want a maximum of 90 degrees in this way. By default, a maximum of 90 degrees this way is already in place, but we can also go underneath the surface. So here we actually want a minimum of 0 degrees. So we just have to set this and this, and if you want to be explicit, you can set the top one as well. So the polar angles, you know, just like North Pole, South Pole, if you want to be explicit about it, you can set it. So for definitely the min angle, we can do controls.min polar angle, and we're going to set that to 0, so now we can't go below the floor. And then we can set the max, so like when we drag down instead, we can set it to math pi divided by 2, or 90 degrees, right? Just like on the unit circle over here, pi divided by 2, like so. And then again, if you don't know where these properties are, you can go to the orbit controls documentation and it'll tell you what these actually stand for. And then I want to set the left. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, but when we go left, we don't want to go any rotation, so we're also going to set that to 0. So we'll call that min azimuth angle. That's what they call it, and we're going to set that to 0, so we can't go any further left. And then controls.max. That's your angle, and again, that will also be math.pi divided by 2. So now if I go back, you can see I can't go left anymore beyond this, and over here. Yes, our camera starts here, but those properties are relative to the camera starting position. So you can see that we can't go below, and we can't go above, and we can't go to the right. Super cool, so we're kind of constrained here. Now, another thing I want to limit is the distance that they can go in and out, because if they keep going too far, you know, then they'll see emptiness. So we can change that. We can also prevent how close they get. Again, these are also properties in the documentation, and I'll set this to like 5, and then controls.max distance, I don't know, I'm just going to take a wild guess and say like 50 or something. So now you can see if I dolly in, I can't go any closer beyond this point. So maybe you want them to go closer. I don't know, kind of up to you. And then when I go farther away, this is going to be the max zone that I'm looking for. And then on mobile, this seems to be okay for mobile as well. So the next thing I want to do is limit how much they pan, because I don't want them to like pan off over here, you know, into oblivion. Now the way we do that is by limiting the target. So by default, orbit controls has, you know, well, we have a camera, right? And then orbit controls has this thing called a target that it looks at. So if we constrain the target to a certain location and the target only can move within this location, then we essentially also limit, you know, how much a user can pan. Okay, so in order to do that, it's easier just to edit orbit controls. So hold control and just like click here just to quickly jump to orbit controls code. And you can see here, this is all the orbit controls code. So let's just copy this and let's come into our own area. Source over here, we can create a new folder called utils, and then we'll just call this orbit controls.js. Let's just paste this in here. And then for our main.js, instead of importing it from our node modules package, we'll just do /utils/orbit controls.js, just like so. And you can see it still works. Cool. Okay, let's go to the orbit controls that we created. Make sure you're not in the node modules one. Okay, so in our orbit controls, you can put it anywhere. We're going to create a min and max pan. So let's do const min pan, and we'll just set it equal to a new vector 3. This time we're not using dot notation because they imported it with object deconstruction. When we did it, we did import everything as 3, so that's why we're doing 3.vector3 in here, but here they deconstructed it, so now we don't have to do 3 dot. So now we can just set some stuff. I don't know, maybe I'm just gonna guess, maybe like -1, -1, -2, something like so. And then here I want them to be able to go up in the y-axis like 5 units, and then, you know, maybe a little bit on, you know, this will just be the other corner pretty much. So we can try something like this, and let's change this to max pan. And now what we want to do is find the area where the pan is being set. So there's probably some sort of this dot target area or something. So if we look for target, yeah, we have this dot target. So this is where at some point they're probably setting this somewhere, so we can just search for that. Let's see. This dot move target to pan location. Cool. So okay, so we should be able to just clamp over here. So now we can just do this dot target dot clamp, and we'll put our min pan and our max pan in here like so. And again, a clamp is a vector 3 method, as you can see that I'm hovering over there, which you can also find in the documentation if you need to. So now if I go back here, you can see that my pan is limited. I can go a little bit to the right, and then over here I can't go any more below that. Cool. and I can't go any more above 5. So if you want to increase that, I feel like I want to increase that. You can definitely play around with this. I definitely want to be, and I can see I can go much higher. So yeah, just play around with it until you get something that you like. Okay, so now what I want to do is have some intro animations. So basically, once we load on the page, things animate in like this over here, just to catch the user intention, areas that they can click on later. So, but before I talk about that, I just want to talk about, you'll notice a few things like the fish going up and down and the chair going left and right, and why I didn't show that. And the reason I'm not covering that in this video is primarily because it's very, very similar to when we were doing the fans. Basically, I created a variable, and then I checked for the name, and then I just set that child, and then I just set that variable equal to the child if they find it, and then in my render function, I just animate it like so. There's not much different than what we did with the X and Y axis fans. Now you might be looking at this and thinking like, wow, this is extremely tedious. You have to check for the chair name every time, you have to check for the chair, you have to assign a variable, you have to do all this thing. That's kind of extremely tedious. Is there a better way to do that? And the answer is actually yes. And the reason I didn't do it in this video is probably because I wasn't planning to animate so many things, honestly. But the general idea is when it comes to your naming convention, what you can do is, like our names are like really long, like Raycaster and then like third and so on and so forth. The idea, instead of having to always check the name and always creating a variable and all that sort of stuff, is you just create like an object and you'll just call it like const items, whatever you want to call it. And then you can use like a split string or regex, however you want to split up your string. And this like first part can be like your key or your object. So it'll just automatically generate a key called chair top for you. And then you can also check what other things are included in that string, like Raycaster, third, so on and so forth. And then associated with that, you can have those specific properties. So here you can have like the mesh, which would just be the child itself. So you'd automatically generate the childs. So instead of having to always create a variable and accessing it, you can just do items, chair top dot mesh. That way you don't have to, create so many variables. And then any item you want to do, you can do that. And then have other properties like Raycaster, and then maybe true. It doesn't have to be Boolean. It could just be a string too, like Raycaster. Otherwise, it'll be like null or something if it doesn't have the hover effect. And then when you check if it has Raycaster, you don't have to check if, check for the name again, so on and so forth. You can just do items.chairTop does, dot Raycaster. And if it's null, honestly, just don't even put it in the object. That way, then you just go through the list of items and then check if, and then you just check, like does chairTop have the property of Raycast? Like if, if items.chairTop.Raycaster. And then if it doesn't, then it's like, oh, okay, it doesn't have Raycaster, so don't do anything about it. And obviously, when you have a loop, this wouldn't be manual. This would just be, whatever item you put in here. This would just be the key that's going through the loop, right? So this way you don't have to create so many variables and check for it and do all that stuff over and over again. And honestly, if I knew I was going to animate these many things, I probably would have done that in the first place. But I just thought that, hey, we just doing it one time, it's not a big deal. But now it's becoming a little bit of a big deal, but that's totally okay. And it's kind of too late to change it because we would have to change a lot of things. So we're just going to finish out this video just by creating more variables for our final animated objects. Yes, it'll be a little bit tedious, but copy and pasting helps a little bit. So one thing I definitely want to animate, like I said earlier, is these planks in here and then these coming in here. And then I guess everything else is kind of a little bit more optional. But the reason particularly not only for visual appearance, but also to, let the user know what are going to be the more primary areas for you to click on it. So in order to animate these to a scale of 1, well, then we have to set an initial scale for all of them to be 0 or however you want to animate it. So it could be a rotation that you set initially as well. So I'm not going to bore you with typing that out, but here you can see that I just found my name, and then I set the child scale, and then I set all the variables here equal to the child as I go through there, if we find it. Now again, you'll see a lot of redundant code here, and yes, this isn't great. You could also go back into your Blender file, and for each of the things you want to animate, you can do _animate, and then check for that, and then set all the scales with animate to 0, 0, or whatever you want, like if animate and hanging plank _1, then do this instead. Otherwise, just set 0, 0, 0. Here, it's like we're just hard coding everything. And again,
And yeah, like I said earlier, you know, I would definitely go for a more automatic approach than what we're looking at right here. But you know, it's totally okay because at least you know people know what we're doing here. So it's a little bit crazy, and you know people are gonna judge you for it, but you know it works, and you know at least it's readable in a sense. Okay, so now what I want to do is create a function like play intro animation. So I'm just gonna do play intro animation, but name it whatever you want, and I'll play it as soon as we add our GLB scene. Our scene, we're going to later move this after our custom loading screen is done. So I'll just come over here and do function play intro animation like so, and I want the side over here to play at the same time as my Boba stuff over here. So what we can do is create two GSAP timelines, one for the set over here and one set for over here. If you want to, you don't have to use GSAP timelines at all, and you can just like hard code when it animates in, and that would work perfectly fine as well. Additionally, you could use one GSAP timeline rather than two different ones, and then adjust the timing factors on the single one rather than two. Again, that's really up to you. I'll be doing two timelines, one for here, one for here. Now you might be asking, okay, if you have three different ways to approach this when it comes with GSAP, which one's best? And for this specific idea, for this specific project, all three of them are perfectly valid and they're probably equal in terms of complexity. Honestly, it's probably just up to your preference at this point. If you wanted to, again, you could also go back into Blender and give them IDs and names to automatically generate a timeline for you in a specific order rather than hard coding it yourself. However, I will be hard coding it just so it's a little bit clear. So the first thing I'm going to be doing is creating a const t1 GSAP timeline like so. And I want to set some defaults, which means every time we play an animation, it has these certain animation features. So one is probably duration, and I'll set that to 0.8. So every time one of the meshes scale, it'll take 0.8 seconds. I also want to do the same thing with their ease. All the eases will be backed out, and I want to probably put in a intensity of like 1.8. Again, if you don't want a consistent ease, you can actually just replace the ease in the timeline itself and it'll override the default. Cool. So now what we can do is use t1.2. So 2 in GSAP just takes your original value and goes to the new value. So we'll do plank1.scale, which is what I call hanging plank 1. And I'm going to set its z to 1 and its x to 1 as well. You can see that that's exactly what we get. And now we can just do method chaining. So we can just dot 2 again. If you want to split it up to t1.2, t1.2, so on and so forth, you could totally do that, but I'm just going to be using method chaining. Okay, so let's do plank2.scale, like so. Come over here, and this time I want to set all x, y, and z to 1. So let's just go in order, x, and then y, and then set it to 1. And then we might as well finish it up right now. So I'm just gonna paste that, paste it again, paste it again. This one will be work button. This one will be, I think it's about button. Yes, cool. And then this one will be contact button. So if I go back, it should play in. It comes in, goes down, up, like so. And you can see that it comes just like that. And we have an issue. And that makes sense because we are saving in our user data the initial scale, position, and rotation. So that means all we have to do is just move this below that. So let's see, hopefully that is outside of, is Raycaster. Let's see, it's right here. Yeah, so we should just be able to move it below this and everything should be fine. Yep, and now everything is back to working. Cool, so it copies the original scale before we set it back to 0, 0. Super cool. Now, I don't like how it goes one at a time. I want them to sort of overlap with each other. And the way to do that is by using relative values related to your previous animation or your forward animation. And you also have absolute values as well that you can use if you want to as well. But for us, we're going to be using relative values, which means it's going to be relative to something. In this case, it'll be to our previous animation in the timeline line. And here you can see there's a lot of different ways to do that. And then maybe for plank 2, I want to start a little bit early at plank 1 scaling. So we can do like minus equals 0.5 seconds. So essentially this should start at 0.3 seconds in plank 1.scale. And then we can just copy that for these other ones. I don't know if I want to offset it any differently. So we can just copy it to the other ones as well. So now if I go back, it should play, it seems like the easing is not working. So let's take a look if I messed up somewhere. And indeed I did. I don't have the defaults object that we need to put our defaults in. Whoops. So let's just move that into our defaults object. And now you can see it works appropriately. Cool. Now I want these to play a little bit faster on their own animations, because right now it seems a little bit too slow. So we can just change this to like 0.6, like so. And now you can see we kind of get a more nice effect. Now for the boba and the work items, we can actually do the same exact thing. So we can just copy and paste this. Again, I would probably automate this in the future rather than what we're doing, but you know, it's totally okay. So here we can change this to T2, and then we can change this one to T2 as well. And we can change this to boba. And boba also has a scale this time of Y as well, of 0. So we're going to set that to 1. Then we can change Plank 2 to GitHub, YouTube, like so, and then Twitter, and then we don't have anything after that, so we can just get rid of this. So now if I go back and refresh the page, you can see they're playing at the same exact time. Super, super cool, super cute, super awesome. Also, by the way, if you get something that you really like, except it goes a little bit too fast, you don't have to, you know, hate your life and go back and change every single value. There's actually this thing in GSAP called timescale where you can just like set the timescale for it. So here you can just see after every time I created the timeline, I just gave it a scale of 80%, so 80% speed. Of course, you can change that per your timeline. Here you can see it plays 20% slower. Super, super cool. Just how I like it. Okay, so now I just want to talk about my loading screen here. So if I refresh the page, you can see loading, and then I can hit this enter button, and then I'll enter, and just like so. So I want to briefly talk about how I did that. So the first thing is I needed some styles here. So what I did was I made the entire loading screen a little bit larger than the screen itself. And that's because I wanted the border to not be visible initially from the start, especially because I have a border radius. And if you have a border radius, the tiny little corners there would show. So I made it expand a little bit out of the viewport. Additionally, I kind of like the style better when the loading screen didn't have a border around it, which is why I don't have a border here. And yes, I know I'm mixing pixels and rems and things like that. It's not the prettiest code, but I am my prototyping habits die hard. For the intro stuff, I used the loading manager. So here you can see that in Three.js. Basically, you just attach it to your const loader. So I created my manager loader and I just attached it to the GLTF loader. So here you can see I just passed in my manager to that GLTF loader, and that's pretty much all you did. And then just like the GLTF loader, then we're loading our models. This also has a onLoad callback function that you can do something, you know, once the loading is completed. So that's all I did here. I just set, once everything was done loaded, I just set a bunch of styles. And then also, you know, when it's done loading, what I did was I add some event listeners to loading screen button. So that way I can click on it and then it triggers this handle enter event, which sets some more styles. It also changes the favy icon and then play some music, which I didn't talk about, but I will get to in a little bit. And then it plays this another function here called play reveal. And this just is another timeline where I take the loading screen, do some animations to it. You might be wondering, okay, how did I know this looked good? How do you know what that is at all? And honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I was just trying things until I got something that I like. These are just 3D CSS properties. You know, you might just go for a basic opacity. You might go for a reveal effect, you know, a clip path animation. It's really up to you. But one thing that's important here is when it's done animating, you want to remove the loading screen from your DOM, not just hide it. So that's why when the animation is done, I am loading screen over here. And now you can see instead of adding it after this scene.glb, scene.add, I removed that and then I put play intro animation on complete of the play reveal animation. So just again, you can see I just changed the button styles here. And then as soon as it's done playing, it plays the intro animation with all the meshes animating in. So when it comes to audio, I like to use howler.js because it helps, you know, standardize things across different devices and browsers. It's fairly simple. You just create like a howl, and then there's a lot of things that you can do with it. Like, yeah, you just navigate there and then you can use, you know, like .play. So it should be .play. Yeah, here you can see .play. When I click, it starts playing the music. And here you can also see I have like .volume, so you can set the volume. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I feel like I'm going to clean up some of the code, you know, hopefully by the time this video is released. And then, but for the rest of it, it's mainly just CSS styling and then a lot of bunch of other GSAP stuff that we already know how to do. It just, you know, it's just a bunch of time consuming stuff. Oh, actually, sorry. One last thing that I didn't mention is to make the starting responsive. What I did is I just had one initial check, you know, just below my controls on window.innerWidth. If it's less than 768 pixels, then I'm setting this target and position. Otherwise, I kept our same desktop one over here with some slight modifications. That way, when they're on mobile, the entire room is in frame, because if you leave this by default, it'll be too close. Maybe whatever your scene is going for, your desktop also works for your mobile version, but mine didn't. So I set my camera a little bit farther back. And this only runs once and it only checks once. This is not a on resize sort of thing. Okay, so now what we can do is just push. So as like set starting, just so I have a camera here, I mean a comment that I can push or something. So we can just make, well, I was pushing off camera, but we can just make one last push here and just do, let's go epic folio. Let's do this. Woo, woo. All right, that's awesome. And then we can just git push. And then since we already deployed it earlier in the video, it should automatically deploy to Vercel. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for the video. I guess I just wanted to some final comments and shout out to my Patreon supporters. Shout out to Jason L. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon. If you'd like to support the videos that I do, you know, definitely please check me out. Maybe I'll post some more extra tips and tricks there or something like that. Of course, if you need help, you can always email me. I am most active on Discord, so if you need help, you know, definitely reach out to me through Discord. That would be my preferred communication method. Email is totally fine as well. So, you know, some future challenges, you could probably do like this piano or like these fish and these other things that I didn't cover in this video. Like we know how to target the fish, and then we also know about the sign function and things like that. So you could consider how to do that. Same thing with the piano. You can imagine that the origin points are over there. When you download the Blender file, you'll notice that all the origin points for the black keys are at their top over there. So all I did in GSAP was just rotate it and scale it when I clicked on there, just like so. Yeah, so definitely share what you create. It doesn't have to be a room, you know, tag me. I'd love to see it. And I guess I will also mention that there's a lot of things that you see that I did not cover, like this coffee steam. This is actually from Bruno Simon, a very, very popular, he's one of the most, if not the most popular Three.js developer. And he has this really awesome course that I highly recommend. I'm not sponsored by him in any way. I just really, really recommend it. And even if you don't learn anything from the lessons, the community that you get is well worth the price. So, you know, if you have some money, you know, definitely purchase it. And it goes on sale often for like Easter and a lot of really big holidays, so you know, definitely keep a lookout for that. I just mentioned Easter because I feel like that's the closest holiday here in the United States. You also notice that I have night and theme toggle between switching between day and night textures. This is also a shader. You can see it's over in here, theme. I was planning to cover it in this video, but I decided not to. But the code is there if you want to take a look. However, I do plan in my next video to cover shaders. So yeah. Thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. Hopefully you learned something. You know, definitely tag me when you create something and post it on social media. I'd love to see it, and I'm sure a lot of other people would really love to see it as well. Again, thanks so much for watching, and I hope to see you in my next video. Take care. Peace out. Bye.